graduates who have been waiting for this moment. Can they hit the ground running? Round 1, race 1. It's time to go racing in the Moto3 Junior World Championship. Last season's Moto3 Junior World Championship got underway at Estoril, and right from the off, it was clear we had something special on our hands in Brian Uriarte. The Spaniard claimed maximum points in that opening race, and again in Jerez, establishing himself immediately as the man to beat. But the brilliant championship was far from a one-man show. Joel Esteban delivered a brilliant win in Magny-Cours, while Leonardo Zanni stepped onto the top step in Aragon. Moments that reminded us just how much talent was circulating through the field. Uriarte, though, simply refused to be denied. He won in Misano and won again here in Barcelona to seal the title with a round to spare, while Marco Morelli rounded out the season in style with a double in Valencia. Casey Gorman, Rico Salmela and Morelli himself, all of them, earned their call-ups to the World Championship on the back of standout performances. But it was Uriarte who stood alone at the end, 56 points clear, a deserving and dominant champion. Here we have the class photo for 2026 in the Moto3 Junior World Championship. 35 riders and one dream. They come from 18 nations and half of them are here for the very first time. Bujosa, our ETC champion from last year, steps up with intent, as does Carlos Cano, our 2024 ETC champion. Keandro Remedipa is one to watch as well, who won this race just 6 months ago in the ETC, now facing his biggest challenge. But while the new faces arrive, the old guard remains. We've got Zanni, we've got Pugliese, riders who know what it takes to really fight at this level. This grid has everything. 35 stories, and it begins right now. We are just about ready to go in Moto3 Junior for the first race of the day here in Barcelona. And as you can see, it is an absolutely exceptional day to go racing. We are in the shadow of the iconic Montserrat in the foothills of Mount Tibidabo, and it's going to be an incredible affair here in Montbello. My name is Conor Doherty, and I'm going to be here with you for proceedings in round 1 in 2026, and I'm joined by the delightful Jack Amy. Jack, the fans are here, the riders are ready. How are you feeling for this one?
I'm very excited. It's always great to have a new season underway. As you say, we've had plenty of drama already through qualifying. Moto3 Junior World Championship is going to be an incredible race to start the season.
Yeah, there's absolutely no doubt about that. It's a class that delivers excitement from start to finish every single year, and this time around, I'm certain it's going to be just the same, if not more so, Jack, because today in Barcelona, it's going to be such a challenge for these riders. They've got a bit of experience under their belt, lots of them in the ETC, of course. We've got race winners, but this is a very technical circuit, isn't it?
It is a very technical circuit, and sometimes here, especially in hot temperatures, which we will have throughout today, it's not necessarily about being the fastest rider, but the smartest. Tyre management is key throughout this race, especially, well, in all categories. And it will be...
It was my first qualifying in the Moto3 category, pole position. I'm very happy. This is the work of, I want to say thank to my team. I work very good because in the first session I feel super bad with the bike, and now the bike is completely different and super good. And well, I managed to make a pole riding with my teammate. I say thanks to him, and tomorrow will be difficult because surely it will be hot and it's not easy to finish a race. You need to be strong, and tomorrow we'll push in the front to make a little bit of gap because I have a good pace for tomorrow, and we'll see. Tomorrow I want a podium.
¿Vas a respirar?
Well, talking about statements of intent, Bujosa wants a podium to get things underway in 2026. That's a real sign, isn't it?
It is a real sign of how quick he thinks he'll be, and obviously backing that up with pole position yesterday. the perfect way to start his Moto3 Junior World Championship campaign. Plenty of riders from ETC have stepped up for this season, and they're also at the front, so it'll be interesting to see how they all get on.
I honestly cannot wait to see this rivalry renewed as well between Carlos Cano and Bujosa. Cano starting from P5, Bujosa, as we've seen, on pole, and deservedly so, really putting in a fantastic lap yesterday in qualifying during a Saturday which was really quite impressive across the entire grid. Here we're looking at Leonardo Zanni as well, who will be starting from P2 on that Momova machine. The Italian, another really impressive rider.
Zanni is the highest placed rider from the 2025 grid, still competing this year, so there's arguably a bit of pressure on him to hit the ground running, and he did so with P2 on the grid.
Yeah, absolutely, that is the definition of hitting the ground running. He'll be hoping to be able to employ that experience that he's already got under his belt as we get things underway here in Moto3 Junior. And here we have Keandra Ramadipa, and I don't think we can say we can be surprised by Ramadipa anymore. After those 2 wins last year, including here in Catalunya, he was really impressive yesterday in qualifying as well.
He was, yeah, we can't be surprised by him anymore. You mentioned the win here last year. Incredible effort from, I think it was P24 on the grid to come through. One of the closest finishes in the class. He'll be a rider to watch throughout this race and this season.
I think it was actually the closest finish. It was at 0.007 seconds gap between him and Carlos Cano, which is absolutely sensational. And that's the kind of incredible racing that we're going to be bearing witness to here today in Barcelona as well. As we look at our P4, Guillaume Plonk, the Frenchman, starting on the 2nd row and in a very good position to really get points on the board and challenge for that podium as well. It's going to be very interesting to see what he's capable of doing here.
It is going to be interesting, yeah. It's his best grid position in the class, so he'll be hoping he can convert that into a podium, but even a top 10 finish would be his best so far.
Exactly, and that would be a phenomenal start to this campaign as well. And here he is, he's changed his colours, he's moved up a class. Carlos Cano, the 2024 ETC champion, cruelly denied by technical disqualification last time in the ETC, in which he was beaten by Fernando Bujosa, even though he won on track in what was just the most sensational end to a season that you could possibly imagine in motorcycle racing. It was just incredible from start to finish, wasn't it?
It was. Cano was... He had a bit of a poor start compared to what people expected, but soon bounced back. Very unlucky with the technical issues and technical disqualification that effectively cost him the title. But P5 on the grid on debut, a very solid effort.
God, he won't be necessarily very happy with that, given just how competitive a rider he is. He's looking up and he's seeing his ETC rival on pole position. Now we are looking at Cano's teammate here. It is Yaroslav Karbushin, the Kyrgyzstani rider, also with a phenomenal P6 to get underway here in Barcelona. And he's another rider who's been very impressive during his time in this paddock.
He has been very impressive in this paddock, as you say, and also he's doing Red Bull Rookies this year, I believe, and doing very well there. 6 on debut. Again, another rider coming from what was the European Talent Cup, impressing straight away in the Moto3 Junior World Championship.
Yeah, a lot of these ETC riders are really filling that gap left by the riders who left this paddock to move on to the World Championship. There is still the old guard, of course, though. Giulio Pugliese here, that CF Moto Aspar Junior machine. Fantastic rider, really one to watch as things get underway here in Montmeló.
The Italian is definitely one to watch. A best grid position for him secured yesterday with P7. His best is P5 at Estoril last year. A good chance to potentially beat that this time around.
Yeah, absolutely, a very good chance, and judging by that in Estoril, he's one who gets off the mark very quickly as well. So it's going to be very interesting to see what he's capable of showing us here in this opening race. We've got 14 laps to enjoy, of course, and here we have the Venezuelan Martinez, who is another rider who's been really impressive over the course of his time in this paddock. We've seen him in so many races, really pushing elbows out. He's that kind of rider, really aggressive, sometimes maybe pushing a bit too far, I think it's fair to say.
He can be very aggressive, yes, but he is a joy to watch as we continue our progress through the grid.
Here we are then with Kietzak Singapong, the Thai rider, who is starting from P9. He's another really impressive young talent coming from that part of the world, and it's going to be absolutely fantastic to see what he's capable of delivering here in Barcelona.
Another personal best for Singapore, P9. Previously was 12th. His best race finish is P14. So again, another good chance to take a first top 10.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the amount of times that you're telling me it's a personal best for these riders, it's really showing that the gap left by the riders who have moved on is being filled, and filled very, very impressively. Now we've got Mononyani from South Africa. He's going to be starting from P10. It's going to be absolutely fascinating to see what he's going to be showing us here on track today as well.
It is, yeah. I could just repeat the same line if I'm honest.
Everyone wants to hear that it's a personal best for these riders, because that shows what we're going to be able to enjoy here.
Well, it is a personal best for Mononyane. First top 10 of his in the Moto3 Junior World Championship.
Yeah, magnificent. And those fans watching on there are going to be able to enjoy that. Here we are with Enzo Bellon, the CIP Green Power Junior Team Machine, as we prepare for our opening race of the day.
Yep, the Frenchman with, again, personal best, P11. it will keep going. Everyone's improving. That's what's happening. People that are staying on for another season in this class have improved massively, and the newcomers are also very quick.
Well, now we do have just 1 minute before we get things underway, and here is the starting grid.
So it's Fernando Bajosa on pole ahead of Leonardo Zini and Kiandra Ramadipa. William Planke goes from P4 ahead of Carlos Cano and Yaroslav Karpushin, all performing very well. Julio Pugliese goes from P7 with Coantines and Kiatisik Singapore on row 3. Mononyane, Bellon and Abruzzo make up your 4th row. Travis Borg, Marianis Nicolas and Ryota Ogiwara go from row 5, with Christian Daniel Jr., David Gonzalez and David Gonzalez P16 to P18. Benyat Fernandez P19 ahead of Sullivan Moundsey and Alberto Enriquez. Eric Miquelon, Remy San Juan and Gonzalo Perez follow. Pablo Oliveras, Edo Gutierrez, Thibaut Varga, Philip Soriak, Henry Migno, Matteo Gabellini and Levi Rousseau make up the rest of your grid.
Absolutely incredible grid for us to get to grips with here as we prepare for the warm-up lap in Moto Junior. It is on pole Fernando Bajosa, who was so impressive yesterday, as they get to grips, if you'll pardon the pun, on this circuit as they go down. We do have a problem already.
That's Benyat Fernandez, I believe. You can see he's in his World Sportbike levers, so obviously a late call up for this weekend, but yeah, a problem for Fernandez.
Yeah, that'll be tremendously frustrating for him to have what is a call-up. He was replacing, is it Evan Belford?
No, it was, when I find him on my spreadsheet, Alex Longarello, who has a collarbone injury.
Yeah, he'll be tremendously frustrated with the way that beginning has gone, but we are here on the warm-up lap ahead of the first race of the Moto3 Junior World Championship.
Yep, obviously the last chance just to see how the track feels in the temperatures. Obviously the temperatures are just rising and rising at the moment. It's already very warm outside. It's going to get even hotter by the middle of the day. So 24 degrees air temperature, 25 degrees track temperature. Probably feels a bit low, but maybe the centre is in the shade, which would give that reading, because it is very hot out there. Yeah,
it's very hot right now, but we know that it does take a bit of time for the heat to get into the asphalt here in Catalunya, but as you can see there, it's blue skies, it's a glorious day, a wonderful day to go racing as well.
Looks like Fernandez is ready to take the start from the pit lane. Obviously, that will have issues for him throughout the race, but it's good that it looks like he will be able to take to the race.
Yeah, it'd be very interesting to find out exactly what happened there as the riders approach the end of Sector 4 here. I mean, who knows what could happen at this turn number 14 over the course of these 14 laps here in Barcelona.
No, we've seen races decided in many classes across the final turn and on the run to the line, and it's the Moto3 Junior World Championship, so it will be the same today.
Absolutely. I mean, there are so many incredible spots where riders can make a move here in Barcelona. It's going to be very interesting to see who can get away well as well from the start and get that real approach towards turns 1 and 2, where, again, so much can happen.
It's a really long run down to turn 1 as well. They're arriving pretty much at full speed by the time they start braking, so it is crucial to get the start right.
Yeah, absolutely. Barroso will be looking to get away well from pole position. Zani from P2. Kiandra Ramadipa completing the front row. We're just about ready to go then, here in Barcelona. There are the red lights, the revs are rising, and we are away in 2026. Barroso gets away incredibly well as well from pole position as we speed down the start straight. Is Barroso who's leading? Is he going to be challenged? It's still Barroso who's ahead going into turn 1. Can anyone get on the inside? Not quite. As we approach turn 2, Barroso is leading as we move into sector 2.
Barroso leading. Zani has maintained P2. Karpushin has moved up into P3 as well. A good start from Karpushin.
Yeah, this long right-hander now as we approach turn 4 and then turn 5. Who's going to get everything right as we go through this first lap? It's not the time to be taking any risks just yet, but this is, as we mentioned, Moto Junior and anything can happen. It is still Barroso who leads.
Barroso still leading, yeah, as you say, heading into turn 5. A tricky corner, downhill braking. We see that is Christian Daniel Jr. has just left the pit. So I think there were yellow flags waving in the background at the start, so I wonder if that was for the American.
Yeah, as we go into sector 3 now. On our first lap in Moto3 Junior, it's still Barroso who's showing real composure. Carlos Cano has moved up to P3, showing just what he's about. He's going to be trying to do everything he can to get that opening win here in Barcelona. Fantastic start, though, for Barroso.
Yeah, Karpushin had made a good start initially, but he's now down into P7 on the number 17 machine, so he'll have a bit of work to do. But I'd say Barroso still leading from Leonardo Zani and Carlos Cano running in the podium places on the opening lap of the race, we must stress.
Yeah, Carlos Cano then and his teammate Giulio Pugliese riding very close together for the time being. Ketsek Singapore there as well, down in P13 for the time being, as we now are on the start-finish straight. And there go the two Aspar boys trying to move ahead. It is Carlos Cano who appears to have taken the lead going into turn 1. Both Aspar riders are now leading this race after a phenomenal move on the start-finish straight, and we have lost number 21.
As Eric Miklion has just brought his bike into the pits. The run into turn 1 is crucial. Like, we saw them going 4 wide heading into the braking zone. It's always important to make sure you're able to hold a tight line if you're making the move, but also you can defend around the outside because it'll give you the inside line for turn 2.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be so important to maintain that, and I think we're going to be seeing very similar moves throughout the course of not just this race, but every race over the course of the day as well. But Cano has done exactly what he intended to do there. He was probably biding his time. He'd probably been planning that from the start of the day. He knew exactly what he was going to do, and Carlos Cano now has the opportunity to try and create a bit of a gap between himself and his teammate Giulio Pugliese, and more importantly, his long-standing rival, Fernando Barroso.
Barroso just made the move into turn 7 there. It's not really a place we see overtaking, even in a class like this, but he made it work, and he makes the move into turn 10 as well, up the inside to claim P1 back from his long-term rival.
Yeah, what have we been saying over the course of this transmission so far? Barroso and Cano, we could not wait to see that rivalry renewed, and they've renewed it on turn 1. It's absolutely incredible.
As soon as the season started, they were renewing that rivalry. As we head down the final 2 corners, again, it's Barroso leading, Cano just behind, but the slipstream will be crucial on this run to start lap 3.
Yeah, for the time being, they're still very much packed together here. There's no leading group that's particularly clear. Cano just trying to rocket ahead there, and he does make the move on the inside, but they're still on the run now to turn 1 here. It is Cano for the time being, but now Giulio Pugliese appears to have taken the lead. Is he going to take the lead into turn 1? He is. Is anyone going to be able to strike back at turn 2?
It doesn't look like it, so it's Pugliese who takes P1 from Cano, but Cano in a good position still to take the fight, as Travis Borg sets the fastest lap of the race at 1 minute 47.9.
Yeah, absolutely incredible from Travis Borg. I mean, we've been so focused on the rivalry at the front. Travis Borg has been getting the job done, moving up through the pack, and is now in P5. As you mentioned, Giulio Pugliese has now taken the lead as well from Carlos Cano, his teammate in that Aspar blue.
Just to note on Borg, he was the only rider in the 1 minute 47s last lap, so he's just been quietly getting on, but putting in incredibly fast laps as he's moved up the grid, now in P5.
Yeah, absolutely incredible stuff from Travis Borg. Leonardo Zanni now moving up into P3, just overtaking Fernando Bujosa there.
Yep, Zanni making the move, Bujosa very close behind turn 10, and Zanni's actually just got ahead of Cano as well for P2, but turn 10, heavy braking zone, it will all change coming into this corner.
I'll hold you to that. Let's see what happens going into turn 10. It is the hairpin, it is Pugliese who's still leading. On the outside goes Bujosa. He's not able to really make his move there.
Travis Borg was slightly offline through 10, but he's now going around the outside through 11 and 12 to try and make the move stick, and it looks like he has moved up into P4. That's an incredible move from the number 23.
Absolutely incredible. And look at that. So many fastest laps there. It's Travis Borg in the 147 still, currently the only rider in the 147s, and he's got substantially faster than some of the riders around him. So let's see if he can maintain this momentum and just keep pushing. Travis Borg, what are you going to be able to do here on this slipstream?
On the run into turn 1 then, he's on the ideal race line alongside Bujosa. Can the number 69 defend? It looks like no. Borg's got the inside into turn 2.
Yeah, absolutely incredible stuff from Borg on the inside there. It is Pugliese who's currently still leading as we go into sector 2. This is such an incredible battle, but he goes wide there and somehow still manages to stay ahead. Absolutely incredible stuff.
Yeah, that's impressive from the number 31, just to keep that lead despite being slightly offline. Borg, again, he's running lines wider than anyone else, but he seems to be making it work. He'll have the inside into turn 5, but he's under pressure here from the number 24.
Yeah, Guillaume Planker's there with an attempt on the inside there. Excellent stuff from the Frenchman, and we're seeing really these Moto3 junior riders go to battle straight away, especially these two, Fernando Bujosa and Carlos Cano, giving it time and time again. They're side by side now, and it is Bujosa who gets ahead of his ETC rival, moves it to P2.
A great move from Bujosa. We've seen him make a couple of moves, and he was last year while in what was then the European Talent Cup. On the run into turn 10, it's Cano, looks on the inside, but doesn't make the move stick. And there's 3 riders behind heading into that heavy braking zone, but everyone coming through okay.
Yeah, it was such a difficult turn to master there. For the time being, our riders doing incredibly well, managed to maintain that grip. They're going to have to be looking after those tyres as well, though. But Pugliese still just ahead of the riders around him.
Yep, and there's a move into the final corner there. That is Cano being demoted by Leonardo Abruzzo for P4. The Italian making a stunning move there. Usually the best place to make that move is the last lap, but, well, you know, it's a great move to make anyway.
Absolutely, it's best to get as much practice as possible. I mean, we see so much swapping and switching over the course of these Moto3 junior races, and there is Bujosa still in the lead.
Cano was under pressure, or pressuring Abruzzo once again through turns 1, 2 and 3. It looks like Cano has come out in the provisional podium spots and ties a line through turn 4 again. Can he get alongside Pugliese? No, Pugliese is able to defend that position for now.
Yeah, it's a sweeping right-hander there, and it is Pugliese who takes the lead from Bujosa. Absolutely incredible stuff from the Italian.
Yeah,
You're going to be able to keep it for long. It doesn't look likely. Bujosa hits straight back into turn 5. What a place to make a move as well.
Turn 5 is, as I said earlier, a very tricky corner, but you can overtake that if you take the tight inside line. But forget about what I said about defending. He was on the attack when I mentioned the defence.
There we are then. That right-hander approaching turn 9 now. Cano looking on, just trying to assess when to make his move. His team watching on as well. They've got 2 riders to be watching out for here. They don't want to get too close too early on. And it is Abruzzo as well who tries to make another move on the inside, but he's unable to really get the right line.
There's a move coming here at turn 11. That looks like Planquez moving up into the podium positions ahead of Abruzzo, or for P4 perhaps. Sorry, my apologies there.
Yeah, it is an attempt there as we watch on as Bujosa, Pugliese and Cano lead this Moto3 junior race.
It's been an incredible opening 4 or 5 laps so far. We've got 9 laps to go as we start this lap. Bujosa leading on the run into turn 1. The number 69, well, he's already lost that P1 actually. Pugliese and Cano both coming through on the number 69 to move into first and second. And Abruzzo making a move for P4 once again.
Yeah, making a move for P4 on the inside, unable to really get ahead of Bujosa there. It is Pugliese who's currently leading. He's under pressure from Carlos Cano, his teammate now, who's on the inside and makes the move at turn 3 and takes the lead. And it's now Pugliese in P2 and Bujosa in P3.
We've seen Cano and Pugliese take very different lines through turns 3 and 4 for the last few laps, but Pugliese was able to hold on. This time, Cano was even tighter and was able to make the move stick.
Yeah, let's see what happens to turn 5 here. And it is Bujosa who makes the move on Pugliese there to take P2. We saw just briefly the Aspar team watching on, absolutely gripped to their screen, as you might well be, as we are, and as I'm sure you are as well.
As we said, it's been an incredible race so far. Just to note, Travis Borg obviously made a lot of progress in the first couple of laps. Now down in P7, still in the lead group. He's not far off the lead, less than a second away from Cano out in front, but not making the progress that we saw in the first couple of laps.
Yeah, we also saw Zani just overtaking Karpushin there, but just briefly on Borg, I mean, it would have been difficult for him to maintain that speed when everyone else is also really trying to push as well. So maybe it was a bit of an error to push too early from Travis Borg. We'll wait and see.
Perhaps. He's still in the mix, so it's not like it's going to be too detrimental. It's just maybe now he's pushed, wants to just bring it back a bit, stay in the mix, and then push again at the end when more riders will be pushing.
Absolutely. As we return to the start-finish straight, who's going to be able to take the slipstream advantage here? It is currently Cano who leads as we head towards turn 1. Pugliese takes a different line. He goes wide. Is he going to be able to make something happen here?
Pugliese, the only one taking a more normal racing line, let's say. Cano taking P2.
Absolutely incredible there from Pugliese. Cano in P2, as you just mentioned there. Pugliese leading now after an incredible move on the start-finish straight. But as we've seen before, turn 3, Carlos Cano returns to the front of this leading pack.
It's the same move he made a lap ago, a tighter line through the long, long corner, and Pugliese slightly wider, and that enables the number 73 to take P1. But, I mean, there's still 8 laps to go, and everything's... Oh, there's a crash there!
We have a crash. It's one of the Aspar riders.
And Ramadipa, I think, potentially.
It looks like both riders are more frustrated than anything else, but we've got the yellow flag out there in Sector 2.
It looks like, sorry, just dropping down the time machines is Karpushin and Travis Borg. And
that'll be
Borg is frustrated,
yeah.
Really frustrated. He was putting in an incredible ride, was the number 23.
Yeah, that's... You can see why that kind of provokes this reaction from both of these riders.
Yeah,
and did look to be in a bit of pain there as well. So there's concern.
So it was on the exit of turn 4. We don't really see what happened. But yeah, obviously coming together perhaps just on the exit where you're trying to get across to the right-hand side of the track for the left-hander at turn 5. Yeah. Perhaps, I mean, we haven't seen exactly what happened.
Yeah, we'll see if we can get any other images of that as we return to the front of the race and to the start-finish straight. Once again, where we've seen so much action over the course of this race so far. And again, it is Pugliese with that outside line. This time around, it's Zani, though, who manages to take the lead on the inside. Excellent work. Zani just really premeditating what Pugliese was going to do there and has actually managed to make it stick as we go into turn 3. So he's done exactly what Pugliese was unable to do so in previous laps.
Yeah, Zani with an incredible move, just taking the inside line to defend position, but also giving him the inside for braking under turn 1. We're just coming right through turn 4 now. There are still yellow flags out at turn 5 on our timing screen. We see the riders in the background there walking away, so there will be no overtaking there. And I believe the yellow flags will be out here as well, so we shouldn't see any moves. But from this point, we should start seeing overtaking.
Yeah.
Just
moving to Sector 3, we're going to see racing resume, I think we can say.
Yeah, just a slow motion shot under braking into turn 1, and then as Zani takes the lead through turn 2. But yeah, incredible shot though of the moves being made.
Absolutely, incredible work from our camera operators. As we return to this lead group and turn 10, another overtaking hotspot. We're seeing an attempt on the outside there. Just not quite enough, and it is still Leonardo Zani who's leading, and he's got a bit more of a gap than we've become accustomed to seeing so far as we go into turn 13.
It does look like he has pushed on a little bit. The group has sort of splintered now. We did have 8 or 9 riders within a second a couple of laps ago. It's now just, well, in fact, it's just 3 across the line as Zanni pulls the pin and looks to pull a gap. But Pugliese will take the slipstream heading into someone, and Cano obviously has a double slipstream.
Yeah, and Bujosa has actually dropped down to P5 as well there. Pugliese is leading now. Zanni dropping in right behind. Is he going to try and make a move on the inside? No, not for the time being. He's happy to just wait, bide his time and make his move maybe. We're going into Sector 2.
We're just seeing that the incident involving Carprusian and Borg will be investigated by the stewards after the race. We see Zanni taking the inside line. He's copying Cano's move through turn 3. Pugliese able to defend briefly, but not underbraking at turn 4. Zanni takes P1.
Zanni leading now ahead of the Aspar riders, Pugliese and Cano. Try and make a move here. Going into turn 5, not quite close enough. And it is still Leonardo Zanni who's leading.
Zanni is still leading ahead of his compatriot. We have now got the yellow flags in at turn 4, so if anyone does want to make a move there, obviously not on this lap because they've gone past it, but in the following laps, all under green flag conditions now.
So we go through turn 9 now, onto this shorter straight, approaching turn 10. Another excellent spot to make a move. Is anyone going to try and go for it? Well, just behind there, we're seeing Guillaume Planques making a move on Fernando Bujosa and managing to get ahead. Bujosa strikes back straight away.
Bujosa was able to hold a tighter line through the second part of turn 10, but that did give him the outside through turn 11, and that means that he has been demoted again by Planques.
Yeah, Planck, absolutely incredible stuff, managing to both defend and attack, showing us exactly what he's made of there. As again, we return to what is becoming absolutely crucial in this race. The start-finish straight and the slipstream here in Catalunya.
Again, just across the line, 3 riders within half a second, but then there's another half a second to Planck just behind. So it looks like the top 3 are trying to break away as Cano makes, Pugliese makes a move for the lead. And there are big battles just behind, trying to see who is making the move side by side into turn 3, I believe that was, as David Gonzalez brings his bike into the pits.
Yeah, it was Ramadipa there trying to make a move, and here we back out with this incredible racing. 3 bikes side by side here. And it is Leonardo Zanni who moves ahead, but not for long as Carlos Cano takes the lead. Absolutely sensational stuff from the young Spaniard.
Cano proving why he has moved up to this class after obviously the title in 24 and the almost title defense in 25. Straight away on the pace, his racecraft incredible as he looks to go with Zanni to pull a gap over Pugliese. They've got a little bit of one, but it won't be enough to keep the number 31 at bay for now. Yeah,
just over 0.2 of a second between the top 2 and Pugliese there for the time being, but there's just nothing separating these riders. And there we are seeing the gap. It's about 0.4 between the leading 3 and Guillaume Planck.
Planck still is within a chance of victory, because if these guys battle each other, which they're going to, he can close that gap if he's able to keep Bujosa behind. If they can follow him, this lead group of 3 will become 5, 6, 7 riders very quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even just using our eyes, we can see that that gap is becoming bigger, it's becoming smaller, it's varying a lot, it's oscillating, and the battle between the leading 3s can be playing right into the hands of this second group, Planks, Bujosa and Ramadipa.
Yep, just coming on to the final straight then as we cross the line for 4 laps to go. And it is 2 temps separating the top 3 across the line, with Planck 3 temps behind Pugliese. We just look to see Pugliese, I think that is taking his usual racing line. But Cano and Zanni alongside each other under braking. Who's going to come out on top? We wait to see, and Zanni moves into P2.
And Ramadipa there has overtaken Bujosa on the straight as well, taking full advantage of the slipstream. And yeah, it is Pugliese now who is leading from Zanni and Cano. Everything can change in such a short amount of time in this class. And there goes Pugliese again on Zanni. Carlos Cano still behind. And here we see Planck as well, trying to make a move on the inside of Cano. He's not able to make it stick as we approach turn 5. But these riders, that gap has disappeared between the leaders here.
That gap has disappeared. It looks like Pugliese on the inside doesn't make the move. There's Planck going up for P3 on Cano at turn 5. That's a big high side.
Yeah, Bujosa there from pole position, and now with 4 laps to go, his race has come to an end with that high side. Oh.
It's good to see him walking away after that, 'cause that was a big moment he had on as he was applying the throttle, and a huge high side for the Spanish rider.
A huge high side, he's walking away. His pride is going to be hit there because he'd been doing so well over the course of this race. He'd taken pole position, and now that is Ramadipa who moves through on Cano and into P4. Absolutely phenomenal stuff from Ramadipa there.
Yeah, Ramadipa putting in another sensational performance, as he did last year when he was in the European Talent Cup. Just going to see a replay of Bujosa's crash, I believe, and he just starts to lose the rear and then goes over the top of his machine. But good to see that he was able to walk away from that.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see whether he's able to get a bike ready for race 2 in Moto3 Junior as well, which will be coming up in just a few hours as we return to leading pack to the start-finish straight, and 2 different lines adopted by Zanni and Pugliese. Plank as well now in P3. It is Pugliese who takes the lead going into turns 1 and 2. Is Zanni going to try anything on these opening corners of the lap? He's not quite close enough.
Not close enough yet, but Zanni was taking a slightly wider entry into turn 3, which could open up the corner for him heading into turn 4. It doesn't look like he's going to make the move before the braking zone, but if he can get alongside, he's going to dive for the move. He dives for the lead.
He dived for it there. Leonardo Zanni. A dive bomb, absolutely incredible stuff to take the lead, to seize it rather, and Plank's looking to do the same, and he moves into P2 ahead of Pugliese.
Some great racing here with just 3 laps to go. Now is the time to get the elbows out. It's a lead group of 5. Ramadipa and Cano are still in contention, but it looks like Zanni has pulled out a bit of a gap over Plank, his teammate. Can he hold that on the run into turn 10?
Yeah, absolutely incredible stuff. As we run down to turn 10, it's going to be so interesting to see what happens at the hairpin. But currently it is a moment. 1-2 here in the opening race in Moto3 Junior World Championship. It's been taken swiftly away by Pugliese, and Ramadipa now moves into a podium position.
A great move from Ramadipa as he takes P3, but can he hold that? He's got Pugliese just ahead. It's an important run through the final 2 corners. It looks like he will definitely be close enough to get the slipstream on the run to the straight, as Zanni also has a bit of a gap. He just might, be able to defend if he gets a good exit out of turn 14.
Yeah, he might be able to defend it, but it's easier said than done as we approach the start-finish straight. There we are. A message for Cano, just 0.7 seconds of a gap. He's still very much in this. It is Carlos Cano. He has been relegated to P5 for the time being. He's still got a fairly significant gap behind him. As Ramadipa moves into P2, Pugliese still leading in P1, and there goes Carlos Cano into P4 ahead of Plank.
2 laps to go, and there are 5 riders across the line, separated by half a second.
I think we're in for another very close finish here in Catalunya, and there goes Pugliese.
Another wide line for the number 31. Does it leave him vulnerable into turn 4? No, he's able to hold position. Zanni now running in P3 ahead of Carlos Cano.
Absolutely incredible racing from this leading group of 5. As we go into turn 5, everyone just taking that with a little bit of calm. Ramadipa looking back there just to see where everyone else is. And maybe he shouldn't have done, because Leonardo Zanni has moved up on the inside and into P2.
Turn 7 is a move we've seen a couple of riders make, but it's not, as we said earlier, not the most usual overtaking opportunity. But Zanni taking full advantage there, being that close to Ramadipa to move into P2. And now he'll have the run on Pugliese into turn 10.
Let's see if he's able to make his move here going into turn 10. We've seen these moves made before, and it's Ramadipa who does it on the inside. Absolutely incredible stuff from Ramadipa. He's not able to make it stick, or is he? I spoke too soon. It is Ramadipa as we go through sector 4, who's still leading. What a move there from Chiandra Ramadipa, who leads from Pugliese and Zanni.
A great move from Ramadipa, as you say, taking the inside line. He was able to hold it through the second part of the long left-hander to keep the lead. He's slightly wider on entry through turn 14, but that looks to have given him a bit of a gap on the run into turn 1.
Yeah, but this is the very last time that we're going to be seeing these races trying to take advantage of the slipstream as we go down the start-finish straight and approach turns 1 and 2, where we've seen so many moves. Pugliese taking the line, we've seen him take so many times before. Zanni on the inside, is he close enough? He's close enough to move into P2 at turn 1. Ramadipa now relegated into P3, Carlos Cano in P4, and at the back of the group it is Guillaume Plank.
Well, Carmentines has actually quietly and impressively latched on to the back of this group. He is just half a second or so behind Pugliese in the lead on the last lap. And with the slipstreams you'll get on the run into turn 10 and on the run to line, he could be in a good position to make some late progress.
Yeah, absolutely. He's absolutely managed to weld himself to the back of this leading group, slowly but surely. It is still Pugliese from Zanni for the time being, but that could change at any point. We've not seen another move there at turn 5. Where is the move gonna come? It's Pugliese who's leading as we go into sector 3 here in Barcelona. Carlos Cano into P3 there.
Pugliese was defensive into turn 5, but it didn't cost him on the run through turn 6 and into turn 7. But Zanni is all over the back of him, heading on the exit of turn 9 and on the run into turn 10.
Yeah, this run-in is going to be so important. We've seen so many moves here over the course of this race going down into turn 10. Zanni on the inside. Blank as well, but just not quite close enough. But Zanni does manage to take the lead, seizes it from Giulio Pugliese. Is he going to be able to hold it throughout this sector 4, and especially on these right-handers? We're going through turn 13 now. We've got just one turn to go. Leonardo Zanni takes the lead for the time being, but that could change. Pugliese not quite close enough. It is Zanni who is leading as we approach the finish line. Zanni is currently ahead, but that could change. That was so close. It is Leonardo Zanni from Pugliese and Carlos Cano who manages to take P3. There's just 0.006 seconds between Pugliese and Zanni. What a finish here to get this season underway in the FIM Moto3 Junior World Championship. Well, the Aspar team are happy, but the Momoa team will be even more so. Leonardo Zanni with the win, and in such impeccable style.
An incredible race from Zanni. Dropped a little bit back at the start over the first few laps, but made sure he was always in the group to make sure that when the opportunity came, he was able to take the lead, and then was able to defend throughout the final half of the final lap to keep P1, despite the slipstream from Pugliese on the run into the line. An incredible race from the number 57.
Yeah, absolutely. He showed real racecraft there as well. It's something that experience is the only way to generate, and you can see just how happy they are. Number one, Leonardo Zanni. That is how happy they are down at the Momoa box, and you can see why. What a phenomenal way to begin this campaign in Moto3 Junior. Leonardo Zanni with the win, but it was such a tough win as well. He pushed all the way by Pugliese, who finished in P2. He almost looks frustrated with himself, but it was a phenomenal ride from the young Italian. Absolutely incredible stuff. Well, it's a wave there, but so close. He'll be very, very happy to have achieved that. Carlos Cano looks much happier as well. His first ever race in this class, and there's the wheelie, or an attempt at a wheelie at least, to celebrate. We've seen him do it before, but absolutely incredible from Carlos Cano. A truly tremendous ride and an incredible way to get this season underway for the young Spaniard, who showed us what he was capable of over the course of his time in the European Talent Cup. Absolutely brilliant stuff from the young rider. Leonardo Zanni there, number one, he says to his team. And you can see just what it means. Now we are down in Parc Fermé. We'll be hearing from him shortly. Now it's time for the tests. Bike in the way. And a round of applause after our first race here on what's set to be an incredible day of racing in the MotoJunior World Championship. Fans watching on, enjoying the sunshine and all the sights and sounds and smells here at the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya, as the two Aspar bikes come into Parc Fermé as well. Giulio Pugliese with a phenomenal ride to finish P2. So close to finishing on the top step of the podium. Has to conform with a podium, but what a way to get the campaign underway for the CF Moto Aspar Junior team as well. Two riders on the podium, Pugliese and Cano. Absolutely incredible stuff. And here is our race winner, Leonardo Zanni. A deserved winner. 25 points to get the season underway in 2026. Enjoy it, Leonardo. You have earned it for the first time this season. He jumps into his team to celebrate his first victory of the campaign, the number 57 of Marvin Racing. As we see Pugliese do the same there. 20 points on the board for the young Italian. A truly special moment for him. After putting in a really incredible performance here. He did take the lead several times over the course of the race. Made some fantastic moves as well, showed us what he was capable of, as did Carlos Cano in his first ever race in Moto3 Junior. A first podium, and he's got plenty of reasons to smile. Just see the winning overtake there at turn 10. Absolutely incredible move. And managing to absorb the pressure and make it stick, as we see the finish as well. Just 0.007 seconds, I think it was. 0.006. I'm seeing it confirmed on the timing screens here. Well, I'm not sure if he's confirming that it was him or just reasserting himself there. But absolutely sensational stuff from Leonardo Zanni. And we are just about ready to go down with Jack, who is ready to speak to Leonardo Zanni.
Leonardo Zanni, what a way to start your 2026 season. An incredible victory here in Barcelona. How do you feel after that one?
Yeah, very good feeling. The race was long, but I just did really great. And so I'm so happy. I want to thank my team and my family. And I want to say hi all my friends in Roma. Hello all. Nothing is incredible. And race 2, I try to replay it another time. Thank you.
And now in Italian for your fans back home.
Sarà una gara abbastanza difficile, anche abbastanza lunga, dato che era comunque 5 mesi che non andavamo in moto, però ce la siamo gestita molto bene e per questo sono molto contento. Io direi grazie a tutti i miei sponsor, soprattutto ai Talenti Azzurri e alla Federazione Italiana, siete grandi. Voglio dire grazie anche al mio team, voglio salutare anche i miei amici a Roma che mi supportano sempre, solo alcuni, però grazie mille.
Leonardo, thank you very much. Congratulations.
Thank you too.
Here we have the highlights from race 1 in Moto3 Junior World Championship. It was a race that didn't disappoint. We did see Christian Daniel Jr. there enter the pit. Bohosa was leading at the beginning in what was a hotly contested race at the front, and the start-finish straight proved absolutely vital time and time again. We saw Giulio Pugliese there taking the lead. He was able to maintain it for some time, but the pressure was always on. Bohosa returned to the top. He had started from pole position, and he was determined to finish in P1 as well. We saw action throughout the pack, especially at the front though, and it was quite an incredible encounter from start to finish. Carlos Cano there battling it out with the likes of Guillaume Planck. There we did see an incident with Travis Borg and Karbushin, both riders getting up, but both tremendously frustrated to have seen their opening race of this season come to an end. That start-finish straight, again, showing just how important it was. Zanni taking the lead there. Bohosa trying to find his way back to the front and the leading pack. Zanni again at turn 5, which is where we saw Bohosa crashing out with a big moment. The high side saw his race come to an end. Zanni then in the lead. A lead he would look to try and maintain, but as ever in this race, it was chopping, it was changing. Ramadipa then moving into a podium position, but then with just moments to go at turn 10, Leonardo Zanni took the lead and was able to keep it in what was a finish of just a gap of 0.006 seconds. Leonardo Zanni with his first win. As we prepare for the podium moment. The first podium of 2026 in the Moto3 Junior World Championship. Circuit speaker says they're just welcoming all of our participants onto the podium. There is Carlos Cano with his P3. He's first in this class. And Giulio Pugliese with his P2. Also in that CF Moto Aspar Junior Team Blue. And our leader after race 1, Leonardo Zanni, will take the top step on the podium. We will be hearing the Italian national anthem.
Como representante de la FIM, será el encargado de felicitar y entregar la primera copa. Lo hacemos
Mr. Jean-Marc Deneux,
primer equipo constructores
presenting the trophy there.
Y és Juan Vicente Serna. Ara hi tenim el Manel Muñoz com a director d'operacions d'aquí del Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya, de Fira Circuit, qui felicita aquest tercer classificat. Venga, ese aplauso para Carlos Cano.
Presenting the trophy to Carlos Cano for his P3 finish.
Now, Monsieur Jean-Marc Deneux,
and once again,
representante de la
Mr.
Federación
Jean-Marc
Internacional
Deneux,
de Motociclismo de la FIM.
presenting the trophy for P2
per Giulio Pugliese.
to Giulio
Y ahí
Pugliese.
está Iván.
And
Vente para
finally,
acá,
for the
nuestro
first time in
piloto de
2026,
Mundial, Iván Ortolá, bienvenido. Va a entregar
Iván
el premio
Ortolá
al vencedor.
will be presenting the
Vinga,
trophy
som-hi. Aquí el tenim.
to Leonardo Zanni.
Leonardo
What a moment there. Ortolá,
Zanni.
Moto2 rider. And now we will be hearing the Italian
En
national
honor
anthem.
del guanyador anem a escoltar l'himne d'Itàlia.
There we have it then, a round of applause after the Italian national anthem. Well, Zanni did say he was molto contento, molto bene after his opening win. 25 points on the board for the Italian rider as they celebrate on the podium. The first podium of 2026 in Moto3 Junior. And what a race we were gifted there, Jack.
You couldn't really ask for a better way to start a new campaign, could you? That was 14 laps of excellent racing from everyone on the grid, and Zanni, as we said, dropped a little bit back at the start, but had enough in hand just to stay in that group, and then when the opportunity came, he pounced.
Yeah, it was absolutely incredible stuff from Leonardo Zanni. And then we do have the final results. Leonardo Zanni then with the win, followed on the podium by Giulio Pugliese and Carlos Cano in P4, Guillaume Planck, and it was a phenomenal ride from him as well. Keandro Ravadipa in P5, Venezuelan Clementines in P6, Ojiwawa in P7, Monignani P8, Singapong P9, Da Costa in P10, Abruzzo in 11th, Bayonne in 12th, Sullivan Mounds in P13, in 14th it was Nicolas, in 15th San Juan, and then Gabarini in 16th, Perez in 17th, Enriquez in 18th, and Pablo Olivares in 19th. Gutierrez in 20th, Tibor Varga, the Hungarian, in 21st, Mignot in 22nd, Russo 23rd, Sorowiak 24th, Fernandez 25th, Pilato 26th, Christian Daniel Jr. 27th, and Fernando Bojosa 28th after that high side. David Gonzalez 29th, Carpuch in 30th, Travis Borg and Eric Galen in 31st and 32nd respectively. And then we have the rider standings after our opening race. Well, no surprises. After 25 points, it is Zanni who leads, Pugliese behind him, and Carlos Cano, our last rider on the podium. Planck in P4 with 13 points. It was such a phenomenal race. This is just a representation of those results after our opener. Singapore in P9, Sylvain Mounty in P13 in the standings after getting points on the board. Remy San Juan in P15 on that Lara Sport machine. A good performance from the French rider as well, the last rider in the points. Well, there we have it. Well, race 1 has come to a thrilling conclusion here in Moto3 Junior, decided by just 0.006 seconds right at the very end, and it was Leonardo Zanni who comes out on top after race 1. 2026 Moto2 European Championship is ready to go at the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya, and the opening round could hardly set up a more compelling contest. Iker Garcia won here 12 months ago in the stock class and steps up this season with something to prove. Milan Pavelec arrives as defending champion and knows this track suits him, but with new faces, renewed rivalries and 14 corners of technical complexity to navigate, nobody is handing out anything today. It's time to lay down a marker in Montbello. Round 1 of the Moto2 European Championship is underway. The 2025 Moto2 European Championship was one for the ages and began in chaotic fashion in Estoril. Not one but two leaders crashing out in the opening race, with Iradre ultimately the beneficiary, taking his first win of the season. Alberto Ferrandis made his ambitions plain by claiming race 2, and those two names would define the campaign. Iradre doubled up in Jerez, Ferrandis hit back at Magny-Cours and Aragon, and then in Spain. Milan Pavelec announced himself with his first ever Moto2 European Championship win, a result that would prove pivotal. Sura was consistently dangerous, winning in Misano, and in the penultimate round here in Catalunya, Iradre and Pavelec took a win apiece, taking the title to the wire. In Valencia, it came down to one race, a crash from the leader Ferrandis on the final lap, handing Pavelec both victory and the championship by just 4 points. Drama, heartbreak and history. It all starts again right here.
And now it's time for the photo.
Familiar voice there. 31 riders in Moto2 this year, some of the best young racers in Europe. This is the class photo for 2026. Pavelec here as champion, the pole who turned 4 points and Valencia into a miracle. Iradre, the man that miracle was taken from, is back. And Eric Fernandez, who put his machine on pole 3 times in a row now, arrives as someone no one can afford to ignore. It's time for Moto2, an incredible race for sure here in Barcelona. The sun is shining. We're here waiting to see what the Moto2 class has in store for us today. My name's Connor Doty, and I'm here to enjoy proceedings with you alongside Jack Amy.
Yep, another incredible race coming up as we watch on or look at the iconic Montserrat mountain here or just outside Barcelona. It's going to be a hard race for these riders. Temperatures are still rising, 26 degrees air temperature, 15 laps on the Moto2 machines. It is going to be a tricky race. Tyre management as always key, but we've seen incredible racing here in this class before, and today will be no different.
Yeah, absolutely. From the beginning of action today, we've seen the track temperature go up by 3 degrees. So, as you mentioned there, it is getting a lot warmer out there on track. What kind of effect that's going to have with the tyres remains to be seen as well. There's some Iker Garcia fans there watching on.
Good place to watch on for. Just looking down on the grid, a good viewpoint for the start coming up in just over 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, absolutely. It has to be said, we've seen so many fans here over the course of this weekend, especially yesterday, but today I've been taken by surprise. It's been incredible to see so many people here to see what is honestly such fantastic racing in the FIM MotoJunior World Championship. There's a reason why they're here, because they're going to be bearing witness to history and see the stars of the future. But a day out, a Sunday, at this track, with this kind of weather, I don't think there's anything that can beat it, Jack.
No, not at all. I just came back from Parc Ferme after the opening race of the day, and the paddock is heaving. You've got people in the stands watching on, so it's great to see so many people have come to Barcelona to watch, as you say, the stars of the future.
Yeah, and speaking of stars of the future, well, the stars of now and arguably the past are also here present. Yesterday I saw Jorge Lorenzo was here, Joel Kelso was in the paddock as well. I mean, we just saw Ivan Ortolà presenting a trophy. I won't say to who, no spoilers here. But there is a lot of people here enjoying the racing, and it's fantastic to see that.
It's not really a surprise to see too many riders coming here. A lot of, obviously, European-based riders will be in Barcelona because there's plenty of tracks to train at, or motocross, etc., etc. But we just look at Eric Fernandez here on pole, and we can see and hear from him after taking P1.
I'm very happy. It's difficult in the training and happy in the race tomorrow. Is thank you on the team, on the Josete, on the Barroso, Hector, and the people.
Eric Fernandez then on pole and very happy to be there, as he will tell you himself. An absolutely phenomenal qualifying session from the young Spaniard, and he's going to be beginning this Moto2 campaign from the best position possible, isn't he, Jack?
He is, and it continues a run for him in qualifying. He was P1 in Misano last year, although he did have a sixth-place grid penalty, so he didn't start there. But then he ended last season starting from P1 in the last few races, and he's continued that on in Barcelona on home soil. So he'll be hoping he can convert that into a win, and he's won here before as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Eric Labala, Eric the Bullet. Is he going to get away well from pole position this time around? I will just let you know something. Yesterday when I was having lunch, I saw Eric Fernandez, tried to sit next to him. He was having none of it because he was actually practicing the corners by himself with his team. It was quite incredible to see. He asked me to just let me do this, just let me do this. So, sheer determination from start to finish of this weekend from Eric Fernandez on that.
It paid off for him as well, claiming pole position.
He'll be on pole. He'll be joined on the front row by Denis Foggia, obviously a very familiar name to anyone that loves motorsport, and in particular the MotoGP World Championship, of course. The Italian, a very familiar face.
As you said, yeah, familiar to anyone who's watched Moto3 and Moto2 in recent years. Foggia coming into the Moto2 European Championship and a front row in his first qualifying session.
You can't really do better than that, can you? I mean, you can get pole, of course, but he'll be thrilled to be on the front row. He's put himself into a fantastic position to try and get as many points as possible in this opening race in the Moto2 European Championship here at the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya, and what's sure to be an incredible race here in Moto2. Someone who knows all about incredible racing in Moto2 is our reigning champion, the number 44, Milan Pavelec. That AGR team machine. The pole was absolutely sensational at the end of last season, which isn't to denigrate the start of his campaign, but I don't think, if I'm honest, I expected him to come away as champion after the opening rounds, but he did so. He proved me wrong in such spectacular style. Just what a rider.
Yeah, he was a slow burner last year, but came through and took the title. Switched suspension manufacturers from this year, so they had Erlins last year, Showa this year, and will be, it started off tough as adapting to new components, but has found a feeling now with that bike.
Switching up winning machinery, eh? Not sure. We just saw there Unai Aradre, who Pavelec denied at the last. He looked on course for it. He looked a sure thing for the Moto2 European Championship crown, but it was denied because nothing is sure in this class whatsoever. Here we have our P5 starter, Javier Palomera, on that Yamaha machine.
Yeah, a P5, middle of the second row start for the rider from Valencia, looking for a good result, and he's got a good starting place to do so.
Yeah, absolutely. Very interesting to see what the Valencian rider is capable of delivering from the middle of that second row. He'll be followed by Francesco Mongiardo, an Italian rider we've also seen quite a lot of in this paddock, a very impressive rider. With the 49, very interesting choice from one Italian rider who might have eyes on another one.
Yeah, Mongiardo comes into the season, he said to me, around 80%. He had a couple of injuries in pre-season testing with ligaments in his knee and dislocated shoulder. He thinks he's at 80%, but with these hot conditions, 15 laps, a physical track, it might be tough for the number 49.
Especially over those 15 laps, yeah, but even at 80%, if you're capable of putting it onto the second row, it's An absolutely incredible job. Jacob Rolston, another very familiar face. Great to see him back on a bike. And at this level as well, Moto2 European Championships, going to be very interesting to see what he's capable of doing. He's heading up that third row.
He is heading up the third row. A good starting spot in his debut qualifying campaign. Obviously, we know he's quick. Whether he can adapt quickly to Moto2 European Championship racing, we'll find out over the next 15 laps.
It's actually a question that I'm very interested to learn the answer of. From what we've seen of him over the last few years, World Championship level, you have to say he's going to need to hit the ground running, but if he does that, then he's going to be able to really show what he's capable of, really show the talent that has been evident for so long. So it's really fascinating to see whether he does deliver. Alessandro Morosi then starts from P8, the Italian rider, in that Eagle 1 team.
Yeah, we've seen Morosi on the front row before last season at Aragon, but P8, a solid effort from the Italian, should be in the mix for potentially a top 5. Obviously depends on what happens around him.
Yeah, now we have Harrison Voigt with Cardoso Racing. Cardoso Racing don't put their strength behind a rider unless they see something very, very impressive in that rider. He'll be starting from P9. So just the end of that third row. Well, we are just about ready to go then. Here is our starting grid. As we said, Eric Fernandez from pole. On the front row is also Foggia and Pavelet. Araggio, Palomera and Mongiardo on that second row behind them. Then we've got Jacob Rolston, Alessandro Morosi and Harrison Voigt, as well as Facundo Yambias, Marco Tapia and Stefano Nepper. Behind them, it's Ruben Romero, Iker Garcia, who obviously came up from stock, Rossi Moore, Joan Gimbert, Jonathan Malo, and Joan Santos. Behind them, Marcos Ludenia, Marcos Uriarte, Emmanuel Brinton, David Real, Pier Francesco Venturini, and Owen Van Tripp. And then we've got Declan Van Rosmalen, and at the back, Jonah Eisenkol. Well, we're just about ready for the warm-up lap. We're looking at our reigning champion there, Milan Pavelet. And this is going to be the first time today that these riders are going to just get to really get rips with each other as we prepare for race 1 in the Moto2 European Championship.
Yeah, as you say, it's the last chance to sort of understand where the track is in terms of grip and temperature and how your tyres feel. Obviously, you can't change anything at this point if you feel like it's not as you would like, but you have to adapt. A lot of these riders will know how to adapt and how to progress even if things aren't 100% comfortable for them, but this lap just crucial to understand where the track is.
Yeah, absolutely. As you say, you do have to adapt, and that's also part of the formation of a rider. I mean, many of these riders out on track right now will have aspirations of getting to the MotoGP World Championship, Moto2 World Championship. They're aiming high, and adaptability and the ability to react is one of the key facets of any top rider. As we can see there, it's 35 degrees out there on track now. So from the beginning of this transmission, that has actually changed by about 7 degrees. So that track is heating up, and it is heating up fast under this Mediterranean sun, Jack.
And it's going to just keep getting warmer and warmer. The air temperature also continuing to rise. I would imagine around 28, 29 degrees air temperature max today. But this is a place that also tends to trap heat a little bit, which can have an influence.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure you're going to be making a lot of our viewers jealous by revealing just how warm it's going to be. Their living room, well, wherever you're watching. You might be watching from the beach. What do I know? Maybe by the pool.
It's a good place to be watching from.
I wish we were commentating from the pool.
We've got the air-conditioned commentary box, which, as someone who doesn't particularly like a lot of heat, I'm very happy with.
Someone who doesn't like a lot of heat, but yet lives by the Mediterranean. Excellent, Jack.
We'll ignore that choice.
Yeah, we are on the warm-up lap then as we prepare for the opening race of the Moto2 European Championship in 2026. 2025 delivered drama from start to finish, and we're sure to see it again as we just get a look at that turn 14 ahead of this initial encounter between these Moto2 riders. We've got just seconds to wait before we get underway. Eric Lavala, Fernandez taking pole position there. Red flag at the front. The revs are rising. The green flag waves at the back. We'll see the lights come on in just a moment. There they are. And they're out, and we are away in Moto2. Eric Fernandez gets a great start from pole position, but this is such an important point of the race. Who gets away well from the starting grid, and immediately on the inside, Denis Foggia showing us just what he's capable of doing, but he's cut back again. Eric Fernandez leads into turns 1 and 2. Absolutely incredible stuff here to get things underway in Moto2. What a start from both Foggia and Fernandez, but it is Fernandez who leads into Sector 2.
It was Fernandez who got a good start, but Foggia was able to use the slipstream and take the inside line under braking at turn 1, but he ran slightly wide, and that allowed Fernandez to take P1. It looks like a bit of dust just kicked up in the background of the shot there, so we'll wait to see if anyone has gone down there.
Yeah, we'll wait and see, but for the time being, it is Fernandez who leads, and he's already creating a bit of a gap. You can see it there. He's still leading from Foggia, and Milan Pavelic maintains the exact position he started from, P3. He's going to be looking to use his experience and push on there. But what a start there from Eric Fernandez. You can't underestimate just how important that start was going to be as we approach turn number 10. We've seen so many moves here made over the course of so many years of enjoying motorsport here in Barcelona. And just a bit wide there from Foggia, it looked like. And we do have someone who's gone down there. It's Marco Tapia. That'll be frustrating, as well as Ruben Romero. Yeah, they'll be very frustrated with that. Both riders walking away, though. And that's what is important as we look at turn number 14 here. And we approach the finishing line for the first time over the course of this race.
Fernandez built a gap of 7 tenths to Foggia, basically from turn 2, because obviously he was behind at turn 1. Pavlet's looking to close in on Foggia.
We do have a move there. Yambias on the inside of Mongiardo.
Good move from Yambias to move up into P4 provisionally, up 6 places, and a good start from Johan Gimber as well, up 5 places, up to P11.
Yeah, absolutely incredible stuff from these riders. A great first lap. We just see Unai Radre there looking to make a move as well on Francesco Mongiardo. Well, it's going from bad to worse for Mongiardo, and we have another incident there.
That was just yellow flags out from the lap 1 incident, sorry, so there was no overtaking heading into turn 4. Looks like next time around at turn 4 it should be green. It looked like that was the last bike to be cleared up.
Okay, as we approach Sector 3 then, Unai Radre up into P4.
It looks like Radre potentially got ahead of Yambias, probably at turn 5. Obviously we didn't see it, but the number 10 now defending from the number 94. That is Emmanuel Brinton's bike back in the pits. Okay,
thank you for informing us. And there goes Milan Pavelic on the inside at turn 10. He gets ahead of Denis Foggia. What about that from the pole and our reigning champion? But it's a battle that is playing into the hands of Eric Fernandez.
It is a battle that is playing into his hands. The Spaniard just edging out a gap now. It was at the last timing point 0.939. Pavlet's obviously very close to that as well as he passed Foggia. It looks like at this stage, obviously we're very early in this race, it could change. Fernandez might have this under control, but the battle for second is going to rage on between Pavlet, Foggia and Radre.
Yeah, Radre's done so well to get onto the back of that pack, and it looks like he's going to be making it even worse for the riders ahead of him. Radre just looking to size up a move there, not quite able to make it. What I'd be concerned about is those fastest laps by Eric Fernandez and of course Unai Radre as well, but two riders really pushing here early on in this race.
They were the only two riders in the 1:42. Radre attempt faster than Fernandez on the second lap of racing, but he has to clear the riders ahead of him before he can use that pace to close down Fernandez.
Yeah, Mongiardo just overtaking Yambias as well there. He moves into P5, relegating Yambias to P6. And there goes Radre on the inside of Dennis Foggia. Is he able to make it stick? Well, it looks like he is. What a move at turn 5 there.
Turn 5, we've mentioned it so many times, we'll continue to mention it. A very tricky corner, off camber, downhill, elevation changes, very difficult to get right, but you can make a move there, and that's exactly what Oladre did.
Yeah, Oladre, a real veteran of the Moto2 European Championship, and he's shown his experience, his maturity there. He's done so well after maybe not the best qualifying performance of his lifetime. So absolutely fantastic stuff from Oladre to get himself into a podium position.
We just saw heading through turn 9 Palomera and Yambias side by side, and that is a very difficult move to pull off, but Palomera comes out in P6 ahead of the Uruguayan.
Yeah, we've got two right-handers now, sweeping right-handers as we go down towards the start-finish straight. We're going to be heading into turn number 14 now. Is anyone able to make a move before we go onto the straight? Oh, there's one.
I wonder if Yambias has got a problem.
Who gets ahead?
I wonder if Yambias has a slight problem because he's dropped a lot of places on this lap and he keeps sticking his leg out as if like there's something wrong with the bike. So we'll keep an eye on that. Yeah. But obviously the pace he showed over the first couple of laps, we wouldn't expect him to drop off this quickly.
No, absolutely not. We did see Iker Garcia dropping down the timeline as well. Timing.
So Fernandez still leads from Pavlets. The gap now under a second. So the Polish rider was quicker. Was quicker on that lap to bring it down under a second. We just saw on our timings we had a crash at the final corner for Iker Garcia, but he's well, timing says he is okay. So
that's the important thing. Yeah, he'll be very frustrated though. His debut moment comes to a swift conclusion here in the Moto2 European Championship. He will have another opportunity, of course. We have race 2 coming up, but for the time being, let's focus on race 1 and what is a spectacular performance. An absolute symphony of sound from Eric Fernandez. Incredible stuff to be leading. Got away so well, briefly lost the lead in those opening moments, but took it right back and has been leading ever since.
Yeah, the opening corner is the only time he hasn't led this race, but it's worth keeping an eye on. Oh, there's someone down!
Well, we'll have that confirmed as soon as we can. Eric Fernandez.
Fernandez from the lead of the race goes down at turn 10. He has rejoined, but that is his victory hopes over. Just as we were saying, he perhaps had it a little bit under control.
It's one of the most difficult things about where we can position a camera as well. We just missed the race leader crashing out there. Took us completely by surprise. I was wondering, is that a Oladre? Who is that? It's just so unfortunate for Eric Fernandez, and a real example of the commentator's curse there.
Yeah, he's rejoined the race in 23rd place, although he is just making a move on Max Toff to move up into 22nd.
It gets down to business straight away, doesn't it?
Yeah, straight down to business. In terms of points, he's around 6 seconds away from Nalu in P15. So providing there's not too much damage to the bikes, providing he can keep his pace, we'll just see the crash here. He loses the front just as he's tipping into turn 10. Very easy crash to have.
Absolutely. Turn 10, such a difficult turn to master. Hairpin, just moving into sector 4 there. He'll be tremendously frustrated, but he's back on his bike. He's back in pursuit of points.
He is, yeah. And as you say, he's around 6 seconds away from P15 at the moment, but given his pace that we've seen last season so far this weekend, there is a chance that he can score points. What this does do is it means we now have a two-rider fight for victory. Pavlets and Oladre, with just a couple of attempts between them heading into turn 10.
Well, it's too early to sing for victory. We could see Foggia approaching as well. Anything can happen. We've seen that in the fact that we've just lost a race leader. And I think we have to point out just how important consistency is as well at this level. I mean, it's not the first time over the course of the last few years we've seen Eric Fernandez crashing out of the lead as well. So it's another frustrating error for him, just losing the front there on the previous lap and just gifting Pavlec the lead there.
Yeah, Fernandez will be very frustrated with that. He's up to 20th already, so he's obviously keen to get as high up as he can, maybe score some points, just wait and see where he crosses the line. As we see Mongiardo go up the inside of Foggia, that is for P3 in the provisional spot on the podium, underbraking at turn 1, and Fernandez, as he crossed line, didn't make any more moves, so he's still in P20.
Yeah, really just showing us that how significant a crash like that can be. Everything is now coming and going as Aradre takes the lead on the inside of turn 4 there from Pavelic. It's another rivalry renewed between these two, and it's Aradre who takes the lead. It's not close enough, is Pavelic, to make a move at turn number 5.
No, and interestingly, it looks like Aradre has straight away pulled out a few bike lengths in hand over the number 44, so he'll be hoping that he can run that pace and pull out a gap over the reigning champion.
Well, it remains to be seen. Pavelic needs to make sure he gets on that back wheel as soon as possible. Mongiardo is currently in P3 as we head down the back straight towards turn 10, which is where, of course, we saw Fernandez going down earlier. It does look like Pavelic is able to keep his momentum. He's as close as he can be for the time being, not close enough to make a move there as we go into sector 4.
No, he gained around a 10th on that run into turn 10, but he was 3 tenths behind, so he wasn't ever close enough to make the move. Of course, if he can stay close to him through this final sector, through turns 13 and 14, maybe there's a chance to make a move under braking at turn 1. But it looks like Aradre has pulled out enough of a gap to probably defend that at this point.
Yeah, it remains to be seen as we get onto the straight. These Moto2 machines are going to be reaching speeds of almost 300 kilometers an hour down this straight. They're going to have to be braking so hard, and it looks like that's exactly what's going to be happening. Pavelic's just not close enough, but he hasn't let Aradre get away either. There's still just a bit of a gap between lots of these riders now, and we are seeing that one move.
We're just seeing on screen as well, Fernandez running in P20 after his crash. There's no more progress for him. He's around a second and a half behind Juan Pablo Urostegui in P19.
Yeah, it's a big gap, even for a rider of the caliber of Eric Fernandez. But now back at the front with 9 laps to go. Aradre is still leading from Pavelic. Mongiardo is getting a bit closer though, isn't he?
It looks like it on time. Yeah, he's just over a second behind, so perhaps he'll need these two to start battling before he is truly in the mix, especially with obviously not feeling 100%. But Aradre's just edged out another couple of attempts over the first half of this lap. It's almost 4 attempts to gap now for the number 10.
And I do wonder if Pavelic needs to be worried as well about Mongiardo, because that gap is currently about just under a second, but it does look like it had been coming down. And last lap, there was about half a second between the two, with Mongiardo the faster rider. So it's going to be very interesting to see how that develops, although it does look like that gap now is over a second. So it's just, maybe Pavelic is just better in the latter stages here.
Perhaps, yeah, perhaps he's keeping more of a management of his tyres in his mind for the latter stage of this race, because it is 15 laps. The tyres, it's a physical track, the heat, you know, it's very tricky, and it's a very grippy surface as well. So you are pushing quite a lot. So perhaps Pavelic's going for a more management-first approach, but staying in contention. That's the key thing. He's only a couple of attempts behind Aradre, not close enough to make the move as we head into the second half of this race.
No, not close enough to make a move just yet, but that could change at any moment as we head into sector 2.
Just see Fernandez in the background. It looks like he might try a move on Urostegui. No, he's not close enough. Obviously for Fernandez, there's no point taking too many risks. He's going to score a couple of points at max, but he will want to fight his way up through. And maybe at turn 3 on the inside,
absolutely,
barges his way through to move up into P19.
Not taking any risks there. Absolutely incredible from Fernandez as he looks to make up that earlier crash and looks to plough his way through the field as much as he can. He made up a lot of time there over the last couple of laps. I think there was a gap of almost 2 seconds that he managed to reduce to nothing and eventually make that overtake early in this lap.
And just to keep you up to date on how far away from the points he is, he's around 3 seconds with 8 laps to go. He could be on the back of David Leao in P15 by the last couple of laps, you would think.
Yeah, absolutely. He's a rider of such tremendous talent that he ought to be thinking that that's his objective for what's left of the race. He needs to be composed. He knows that the win has escaped him, but he's still in with a chance with points.
Yeah, just looking at a slow motion shot under braking, riding style comparison. Unai Aradre obviously leading, heading into turn 1. A lot of chatter on the front of that bike, but he's able to get it stopped, hits the apex. We see Pavelic as well, heavy braking for the Polish rider. Will he have the same chatter as Aradre did, or is he going to be on a relatively smoother ride? Looks smoother, and then Mongiardo, leg out, under braking, traditional as we see now in motorsport. But yeah, Mongiardo running it in P3, heavy braking at turn 1 as well. A little bit of chatter for the MMR rider.
Yeah, that braking is so important going into turn 1 as well. It has to be absolutely perfect, and so difficult for these riders as well to manage those machines at those speeds and needing to brake so heavily, so quickly as well.
Yeah, the braking zones here are fairly long just because you're carrying a lot of speed from the final corner all the way down the straight, which is over 1 kilometre in length. So heavy braking key. You need to have you need stability under braking. Ideally, in a Radre situation, you wouldn't have that chatter, but he's able to make it work. But yeah, braking is key, and it's also how you make the majority of the moves here.
Yeah, absolutely. Mongiardo is narrowing that gap with Pavelic for P2 right now. It seems to be averaging out about 0.8 of a second, but Mongiardo edging closer and closer. I don't think we should be cueing the jaw music just yet, but there's plenty of time. We've still got 6.5 laps here to enjoy in Montmeló Moto2 in this opening race of the season in the European Championship.
Yeah, I should say just over 6 laps to go. Radre, the gap is between him and Pavlec is staying the same, to be fair. It's around 3-4 tenths each lap. So maybe Radre is also just able to manage his tyres a bit. We see Fernandez again. He's now up to P17, just 1.5 seconds away from the point. So my prediction of a couple of laps to go, slightly wrong.
Right, we are back on the start-finish straight then. It is still Radre who is leading from Pavelic. It's going to be very interesting to see how much time Pavelic can make up here. They're both on the brakes there as we go into turn 1. The gap looks like it's been narrowed ever so slightly, but not enough. But there is still plenty of time for these two riders. Radre would have thought maybe that he would be able to escape, but Pavelic not giving an inch there. Just a couple of bike lengths maybe between the two bikes.
Yeah, the gap did come down on the long straight, but that's to be expected with the slipstream that Pavlec had. But still over 3 tenths heading at the last timing points at Radre. A slightly wider line through turn 4, but able to keep it under control. No harm done for the number 10. Enough of a gap to defend into turn 5 with no problem.
Yeah, we really are seeing two masters of their craft here in Moto2. The two riders who are battling it out for the title in 2025. Well, they've resumed that battle in the best way possible. An absolutely incredible ride from both Radre and Pavelic for the time being here in Barcelona. Radre currently leading and doing a phenomenal job in P1. Pavelic pushing him all the way though. He'll be able to hear that bike right behind him. He knows that any error will be pounced upon by the pole.
You just see there from the graphic at the bottom, the lap time difference between them. There's very, very little to choose between the two riders. Just to note on Fernandez, up into the points now, P15, gained a couple of places on this lap. There's around 6 seconds between him and Stefano Neppe in P10. Perhaps ambitious, but with the way he's made progress, I would imagine he'll be climbing very close to Neppe towards the end of this race. Yeah. But then my last prediction was wrong, so...
Your last prediction was conservative, let's say. So it's going to be going down into turn 1. Currently still Radre who's leading. Pavelic trying to get as much of that slipstream as possible. He looked almost like he was going to try and make a move there. Again, it's the same playbook. Pavelic gets as close as he can with that slipstream, using it as we approach sector 2, but he's just not close enough to really threaten Radre's lead for the time being.
Pavlec was closer at the start-finish straight on that lap, on the start-finish line, sorry, that lap. He was around 2 tenths of gap and 1 tenth when they got through the into braking. So he is closer, but you do need to be just a little bit closer for Pavlec to make the move. And through sector 1, Radre is just able to open up that gap a bit. But Mongiardo, as you say, visibly the gap is coming down on the eye test. It's now a second covering the top 3.
Just a second covering the top 3. That's the kind of racing we love to enjoy in the Moto2 European Championship. As close as it can be. Tremendous frustration there for the number 23, David Real. As you just see him going into the pits with just 5 laps to go.
Yeah, unlucky for David Real as he brings his bike into the pits after a strong Saturday. See, Pavlec looks like he was just going to try and get alongside Radre, but thinks better of it, slots into P2. Radre able to take a slightly wider line through the second part of turn 10 and into turn 11. Pavlec a slightly tighter line, but not close enough to get fully alongside or make the move.
Yeah, but if you can take advantage of those slightly wider lines from the lead rider, well, that gap is going to be coming down and down and down, and there's still plenty of time for Pavelic to make his move. As we mentioned, the rivalry between these two is now approaching legendary status. Pavelic just looking behind there to see where Mongiardo is. You need to be focusing on the rider in front of you, Pavelic. and you are getting closer and closer in that slipstream. How close is he going to be? Is he going to be able to make a move here? Well, he looks oh so close, but not close enough. Araji manages to maintain his lead once again. We've seen it time and time again over the last few laps, but Araji must be thinking, I need to be perfect here. I need to be perfect going into every corner, especially the likes of turn 5 and the likes of turn 10.
Aradre, yeah, he does need to hit all of his markers. Pavlets, again, was closer as they crossed the start-finish line to start this lap, which meant he was even closer under braking at turn 1, but just, again, not quite close enough. The gap was under a 10th at one point. Again, Aradre looks like he's been able to stretch the gap out over this sector, now over 2 turns, but Mongiardo now just 7 tenths away from P1, so the number 49 is closing in on these two.
Yeah, Aradre also just on that left-hander turn 5, he's just absolutely perfect going into it, so Pavlic isn't going to be able to see any look there, I don't think, as Eric Fernandez moves up once again. He's moving into P13 now at Marcos Ludenyi's expense, so absolutely incredible stuff from our former race leader who crashed out and is now out to plough his way through the field, and is doing so effectively with a combine harvester, because that is sensational stuff from the young Spaniard.
Yeah, Fernandez now 4 seconds away from Nepa with 4 laps to go, so probably unlikely that he'll catch the Italian, but he's only, well, he's less than a second away from Nalus ahead, and Rossi Moore is 2 seconds ahead.
Everyone who's watching and listening, obviously we know that Jack Amy's predictions tend to be conservative. So, judging by that, I wouldn't rule out Eric Fernandez of a podium position at this point.
I think that's very ambitious, Connor.
Deliberately facetious, deliberately facetious.
Just on the run into turn 1, it looks like Pavlets on the braking at turn 1 moves into the lead ahead of Aradre.
Absolutely incredible stuff. Well, it's been coming for a long time. He's been sizing it up for several laps. Has Milan Pavlic, our 2025 Moto2 European champion. This time he was close enough. He took advantage of the slipstream on that start-finish straight and is now ahead and is already pulling several bike lengths ahead. But Unai Raja is not going to be giving up. He's been relegated to P2 for the time being. But for how long? And that has also worked perfectly into the hands of Francesco Mongiardo, who is now very much in this battle for the win. What a move there. Let's take another look. Well, they took different lines, and this time on the inside, it was the Pole who pulled ahead of Aradre, and this rivalry is one that I am going to savour all season, just as I did last year.
Yeah, if 2026 is anything to go by from this race alone, it's going to be a huge battle between Pavlets and Aradre. And as you said, Mongiardo is at half a second covering the top 3. Pavlets a couple of bike lengths ahead, but Mongiardo is all over the back of Aradre as well. So the fight for the podium play, I mean, the fight for the win's not over, but these 3 will fight for each podium position.
Absolutely, we're going to be seeing that and enjoying that and relishing it for what's left of this race. Just over 2 laps left. It is currently Pavlic who is leading. Now into turn 14, the sweeping right hand and onto the start-finish straight. This time it's going to be Aradre who can try to take advantage of the slipstream, or even Mongiardo, but Pavlic is really pulling away there. He's just surging ahead as we go towards turn 1. Who's going to be heavy on the brakes there? It is still Pavlic who leads from Aradre and Mongiardo. Absolutely incredible stuff from Pavlic. He's taken the lead. He took his time to do so, but he looks determined to hold on to it now.
He does look determined to hold on to it, and we're seeing Eric Fernandez now up to P11, a 3-second gap to Nepa to bridge over the final 2 laps for a top 10 finish. So perhaps unlikely. We're just going to see a move here. Oh, there's contact there from, I think that is Fernandez as he looked to make the move. And then at turn 10, up the inside. Is he getting 2 for 1 here? That is, no, he doesn't get 2. It did look like 2 for 1. And a bit of a moment under braking as well. And we see the damage to the fairing, or the side fairing of his bike that he's managing. But yeah, climbed up from almost last after his crash to P11.
I mean, talking about your predictions, what about him not taking any risks, having to maintain a cool head? He's certainly not done that there, has he?
No, he hasn't. He has been very ambitious, very aggressive as he's fought his way into the points.
Now we are at turn 10, and it's still Pavlic who is leading from Aradre, and Mongiardo seems to have dropped a bit further back there.
Yeah, he's now over a second behind Aradre in second and 1.5 from Pavlic, so maybe a bit of physical management from Mongiardo given the the injuries he sustained over pre-season, knowing that he's got a 4-second gap to P4, bring home the podium in race 1 of the season.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, at 80%, that's an absolutely tremendous showing.
It is heading on to the final lap then, and it is Pavlets who's got a 0.7 of a second lead over Oradre, so definitely no moves into turn 1. Pavlets really just needs to hit his markers and keep this under control.
Yeah, he's done so well to do exactly that. Since taking the lead, has Milan Pavlic, he's shown us exactly why he is the reigning champion. As we sweep through turn 3 there with the pole, he's got Oradre behind him, but Oradre is not as close as he needs to be if he's going to make some kind of move. He needs to be making up this gap as soon as possible. It looks almost unsurmountable. We've seen incredible stuff from the Spaniard before. Is he able to repeat it here in Barcelona? It's going to be so tough for him though, as Pavlic leads into turn 5 and that left-hander, and look at those faces, look at the tension in that AGR team box. Their rider could be on course to finish 2020, to start 2026 as he finished 2025, sorry. Absolutely incredible stuff here. Pavlic took his time as we head down the straight towards turn number 10. He's still leading from Oradre, and he's doing an incredible job. He's showing us exactly why he won that 2025 crown.
He is, yeah, a managed ride, I guess you would say, from Pavlets. Running in the podium fight as Fernandez looked to bolt, but stayed in the mix for the podium, and then when Fernandez crashed, took advantage to fight with Oradre for victory. But it is Pavlets now routing the final 2 corners.
Yeah, absolutely incredible stuff. What a ride, as you said there, from Milan Pavlic. He's delivered such racecraft, he's shown us such composure. He was biding his time to take the lead, and now he has taken the win. It is Milan Pavlic who wins the opening race in 2026 in the Moto2 European Championship, ahead of Unai Oradre and Francesco Mongiardo. What a ride as well from Eric Fernandez, who crashed out of the lead and is now crossing the line in P11. Valuable points on the board for what I'm sure will be a real effort to win the championship this time around. He's such a fantastic rider, but no one can take anything away from Milan Pavlic.
No, a superb ride from the Polish rider, and the perfect way to start your his title defence with a victory ahead of Oradre. Just on Fernandez, as you say, battled his way back into the points with P11 in the end. Could be crucial at the end of the season. He was able to recover, make up a huge load of places as he claimed P11, finishing just 1.4 seconds away from Nepa in the top 10. So my prediction wasn't far away.
Your prediction wasn't far away at all. Very impressive prediction, if anything. So it's going to be absolutely fascinating to see how this season develops. It's going to be very useful information as well for Eric Fernandez, not just for race 2 here in Barcelona, but good experience for the rest of the season, having to find his way through the pack there and doing so in such incredible style. Unai Oradre there just acknowledging Francesco Mongiardo. Both of them will be on the podium after a sensational opening race there, and a little wheelie from Oradre as well to celebrate. There is our winner, Milan Pavlic, the reigning champion and championship leader in this opening event here in Barcelona. What a day it's been so far for him, and what a race he delivered there. He'll be absolutely thrilled, and you can see what it means to him as well with that wheelie. Just took his time, so calm, so collected. Eric Fernandez, however, will be tremendously frustrated, starting from pole position, dropping down after that crash from the lead to P23, and then finally finishing in P11. Very valuable points on the board for the young Spaniard. Well, worthy applause there for Eric Fernandez. As we move on to Parc Fermé, we will be hearing from our winner, Milan Pavlic, shortly. For the time being, let's just enjoy as these riders relish the first podium of the year. And what an absolutely incredible podium. And what an incredible ride it was as well for our trio of podium finishes, Pavlic, Oradre and Mongiardo. Fans there watching on after having enjoyed it as well. We're looking to get as close as possible to proceedings in Parc Fermé. There we can see the young Polish rider. 25 points on the board after the first place finish. Just being congratulated by his team. They'll be absolutely thrilled with that. Started from P3. Didn't actually take the lead until we just had maybe 4 laps to go. And there is Unai Oradre. Has to accept second place from those 20 points. Now with Momovan Racing. Just explaining exactly what happened there. We did see a great deal of chatter when he was entering into turn 1 in that phenomenal rider style comparison that our TV director allowed us to see. And here we have Francesco Mongiardo. 16 points on the board. Another worthy podium finisher. Looked like he might have been at one point capable of pushing for the win, but just wasn't quite close enough. And here we have the winning overtake then. It was at turn 1. Just different lines between our two riders, and on the inside, swooped the Polish rider Milan Pavlic to get ahead of Unai Oradre, and from that point on, he was able to maintain the lead with a calm, a collected and a composed ride as we prepare for the podium and to hear from our race winner as well. The fans there enjoying the shade here as the sun really does beat down here in Barcelona. We are ready now to hear from Milan Pavlic, our race winner in the opening race of the Moto2 European Championship in 2026.
Milan, victory in race 1 of the 2026 season, the perfect way to start your title defense.
Yeah, really good start of the season. I'm really happy that I came back in the podium and in the first place. Whoa, amazing. Was super hot, super difficult. The managing time was the key. We make it perfectly with my team. So I want to say thank you to the Showa suspension, to Nissin brakes. We grow a lot in this year. We make a really good job together, and we are going in a good way. So thank you everybody, and yeah, let's wait for the second race.
And just in Polish for your fans back home.
Tak jak chcieliśmy, udało nam się pierwsze miejsce. Wiedzieliśmy, że mamy szansę na podium, mieliśmy dobre tempo. No i tak jak jesteśmy na pierwszej pozycji, bardzo się cieszę, że mogę znowu wrócić tutaj do Mistrzostw Europy, znowu się ścigać. Zrobiliśmy bardzo dobrą pracę, jeśli chodzi o zawieszenie Showa i Nissin. Idziemy w dobrym kierunku, nawzajem się wspieramy z teamem. Także dziękuję wszystkim sponsorom, którzy do mnie dołączyli i nie tylko tym, którzy dołączyli, tylko tym, którzy już zostali, bo bez nich bym tu nie był. I czekamy na drugi wyścig, postaramy się obronić pierwsze miejsce.
Milan, thank you, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Here we have the highlights then from race 1 of the Moto2 European Championship in 2026. Eric Fernandez stormed away from pole, briefly overtaken by Denis Foggia, but he was able to reclaim the lead straight away in what was a high-octane encounter in Moto2. Fernandez storming away. We saw some incredible moves from the likes of Mongiardo as well. And there was Milan Pavlic, our reigning champion, just making the move on Denis Foggia there to claim P2 in a battle for the podium that would go on from start to finish. Unai Oradre as well, showing us exactly what he's capable of at turn 5 there, making the move and making it stick as well. We then saw race leader Eric Fernandez crashing out of the lead, but he did manage to rejoin and did incredibly well to fight his way back through the pack and into the points as well. Dennis Foggia and Mongiardo battled for a position on the podium, but it was Unai Radre who led for the majority of the second half of the race, while Eric Fernandez looked to plough his way back through the field, doing so in style and taking risks along the way. So important for the Spaniards to get points on the board. Back at the front, Radre was leading until this move at turn 1, when Milan Pavelic managed to seize the lead, a lead that he would refuse to give up. And it was the Pole who began his 2026 campaign exactly as he finished his previous one, with a phenomenal win and 25 points on the board in race 1. Here we have then the podium for the first race in the Moto2 European Championship in 2026. And what a moment it is for all of these riders, beginning with Francesco Mongiardo, the Italian. 16 valuable points for him. Unai Radre with his P2 finish. 20 points on the board. I'll be very, very happy with them, despite that late overtake from Milan Pavelic, who will take the top step on the podium. A phenomenal ride from the pole. An acknowledgement of the performance of his rivals as well. Pushed him all the way. Mr. Manuel Munoz, the Chief Operating Officer, presenting the first trophy to the team. And once again, with the third place trophy for Francesco Mongiardo to enjoy. Jean-Marc Denis of the FIM will be presenting the trophy for second place to Unai Radre. And finally, once again, the winner's trophy to Milan Pavelic, who did such a fantastic job to begin his title defense. We will then be hearing the Polish national anthem, something we got used to last year as well. No, it's all the words there as well, and Pavelic, very important that he does as well. What a fantastic moment for him as these riders enjoy the Prosecco on the podium. Thoroughly deserved. They can't enjoy it just yet because we've still got race 2 to look forward to in Moto2, but for the time being, well, there we have a sip. Enjoy it. Why not, Milan? Why not? We'll be taking a look at the standings now as well. So these are the final race results. It was Pavelic with the win, followed by Unai Radre and Francesco Mongiardo on the podium. Morosi finished in P4, Palomero in P5, Dennis Foggia finishing P6, Jacob Rolston in P7. Good performances from both, Harrison Voigt in P8, Gimbert in P9, and Stefano Nepper in 10th. Then we had Eric Fernandez fighting all the way back up to P11 after that crash from the lead. We had Nalus in P12, Rossi Moore in 13th, Ludenia in 14th, Santos 15th, Venturini 16th, Uriarte in P17, Jambiers in P18, and Uriostegi in P19. In 20th, Owen van Schriet, Declan van Rosmalen in 21st, Toth in 22nd, P23 Del Olmo, P24 Eisenkolb, 25 David Real, 26 Iker Garcia, 27th Emmanuel Brinton, and 28th Marco Tapia. In 29th, Ruben Romero. Let's take a look at the standings then after this opening race. Pavlic, of course, leading after taking 25 points in that win. Unai Raja behind him, as well as Mongiardo currently standing in P3. Morosi P4, Palomero P5, Dennis Foggia P6. 7th currently, Jacob Rolston, Harrison Voigt in 8th, Joan Ijimbe in 9th, and Stefano Nepe in 10th. Eric Fernandez did manage to get points on the board. That means he's in P11, now losing 12th. Moore 13th, Ludenia 14th, and Joan Santos in P15. Well, an absolutely incredible opener to the Moto2 European Championship campaign in 2026. We saw action from start to finish. There were surprises. There was absolutely everything in that race. So make sure if you didn't see it, you go back and watch it. From us, it's goodbye for now. Absolutely incredible. We'll see you later for race 2 in Moto2. It's a new look Momoven Moto4 European Cup for 2026, and the first chapter is about to be written right here at the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya. 55 riders and a single race to establish the pecking order in round one. This is where the future of motorcycle racing begins. The youngest, most raw talent on the MotoJunior program, all with something enormous to prove. This circuit's 14 corners will test every one of them. But in this class, the margins are fine and the racing is never predictable. It's time for the Momoven Moto4 European Cup. The 2025 European Talent Cup, now reborn as a Momoven Moto4 European Cup, gave us one of the most captivating title fights of any class in any year. It started in Estoril, where then champion Carlos Cano crashed out of race one, handing Fernando Barroso the win and igniting a rivalry that would run all the way to the final corner of the final race. Cano got his own back in race two, but neither man gave an inch after that. We saw new race winners in Alvaro Lucas and Alex Longarella, the latter with a photo finish. Keandro Ramadipa produced a stunning victory in Magny Court as well, as the championship pair cancelled each other out before Barroso bounced back to win in Aragon. Cano then dominated in Misano with back-to-back wins to put himself in the driver's seat and seemed set to regain his crown, or retain it rather, but Valencia had other ideas. Cano crossed the line first, only to be disqualified on technical grounds. Barroso was champion by 5 points, one of the most extraordinary finales this championship has ever seen, and we are sure to see more in 2026. Here we have then the Momoven Moto4 European Cup photo opportunity for 2026. We've seen a number of exits, so we've got new names filling the front rows. Alvaro Lucas, so close to the title, is still here, for example, and hungrier than ever. We've got the likes of Lorenzo Pratelli, who will be on pole here in Barcelona. So it's going to be an absolutely incredible group of riders to see in action for the very first time in the Momoven Moto4 European Cup.
Yeah, it's going to be a thrilling encounter here. The only race of the weekend here in Barcelona. It's a track that always provides good racing, especially in this European Talent Cup / Moto4 European Cup class. Long straights, heavy braking zones, fast corners, slow corners. It has everything to challenge these riders to the full extent.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's stick with the new nomenclature, Moto4 European Cup. And what a phenomenal way to get things underway here. It's getting warmer and warmer here in Barcelona. That track is now 15 degrees hotter than it was at the start of proceedings here in the opening round of the FIM MotoJunior World Championship. As we look on at Montserrat there, the iconic Catalan mountain, absolutely unique in the world, as is the quality of the racing in this class. The Moto4 European Cup, it never fails to deliver, does it, Jack?
No, it's there's action everywhere you look. It doesn't matter if the field's spread out. You can be looking at turn 1 and turn 5 and turn 7, and you need to watch all 3 corners. It's that sort of race.
Arguably a commentator's nightmare as we look at the qualifying.
I'm very happy because this is my first pole position here, and it's incredible, it's amazing for me, and I think that I did an incredible lap, because this is the record, the new best lap of the circuit, so I'm very happy. I want to say thanks to my team for the incredible job that they did today, but also yesterday, and now let's keep calm for tomorrow, and yes, I'm ready, and we will see.
Well, we're just about ready to get going in the Moto4 European Cup for our only race in the class of the day, and it is Lorenzo Pratelli who starts from pole, and he's right to be very happy. He is really shown us what he's capable of in a fantastic qualifying session yesterday.
Yeah, he sort of made a quick name for himself last year when he came onto the scene at Misano and was competitive straight away. And has backed that up at the start of this season. You would expect, obviously, a small step to be made between last season and this season, and that's exactly what Pratelli has done.
Another rider who's really excelled yesterday in qualifying was Christian Borelli, his Team Edgeworth Pacini Racing colleague. So it's going to be fascinating to see what he can do from P2 as well.
Yeah, he had a front row start at Aragon last year, has been on the podium before, so we'll probably expect him to be in the podium and the victory fight this weekend.
A victory fight with his teammate right at the front. It's going to be difficult for the team to manage those tensions, isn't it? As we look at Antoine Nativi on the front row, I think for the first time.
Yes, it is his first front row. He had a best of 6 at Magny-Cours last year, and yeah, built on that quite well yesterday with a P3 in the combined times.
I think we have to bear in mind there are some big absences from the front of the races last year who've moved on to the MotoJunior, or Moto3 Junior, I should say, class. So it's going to be interesting to see how those boots are filled as we look at Alfonso Dakigan there, the Honda Asia Dream Racing Junior rider, another rider who excelled, took me by surprise yesterday. He was just so quick in qualifying.
I was a bit surprised to see him so high up, but again, we expect these riders to make a step every time they step on the bike, so it's perhaps no surprise that he has put himself 4th on the grid.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's the way that we need to approach it, because these riders are improving every single time that they're on these machines. Victor Cubeles for Tame Impala Honda, another rider who has a tremendous trajectory ahead of him. He's got so much support, so much potential as well as the young Spaniard.
Yeah, and again, there's another one who's made actually a massive step between 2025 and 2026. His best result on the grid was 21st at Aragon last year. He only qualified for 2 rounds. So to now be inside the top 10 is a huge credit to Cubeles.
Absolutely. Another rider here who is completing the 2nd row, Evan Boxberger. Another rider who, over the last year or so, we didn't expect to see so far forward, but he's parked it there on the 2nd row. What's he going to be able to do with a more advanced position this time around? Because he's not going to be surrounded by other riders in the middle of the pack. This time he can get away well and try and really push at the front.
Yeah, he can push at the front. He's been in and around the top 10 previously, so this is a bit of a step forward for him, but he should be able to fight and secure that top 10 result.
There we have Leopard Junior's Eduardo Savino, another burgeoning young talent.
Yeah, 7th on the grid for today's race. Previous best of 12th, which was on home soil at Misano, and comes from Monza, which obviously has a huge amount of motorsport history.
Speaking of motorsport history, where we are here in Catalonia, there's a reason why so many riders come through the ranks here as well, and it's just a fantastic thing to see. But it's an international sport, and we have riders from all over the world. Here we are looking at Kamil Irfan, who will be starting from P8.
A very good effort from the Malaysian rider on his debut in the Moto4 European Cup, a 3rd row start, and we would expect him to be very aggressive throughout the first few laps for sure and see what he can do.
Absolutely, it's going to be really interesting to see what he's able to do here at this level. Obviously, the Moto4 European Cup is so tough, so challenging. You've got so many riders with such talent. Leonardo Casadei, for example, another Team Edgeworth Pacini Racing rider. And if you are part of that outfit, it's because you've got a lot of talent and they're looking to bring out the very best in you. And to do so at this level is going to be very, very tough.
It will be tough. He did Valencia last year at the end of the 2025 season, didn't qualify for that race, but 9th on the grid in Barcelona, starting his first full rookie season. It's a solid start for Casadei.
And it's got to be a big boost as well if you're doing it next to someone that's wearing a T-shirt that says VR46. So if you're part of that formation, if there's someone in yellow that thinks that you've got a lot of talent and a lot of potential, I think it means you do.
You've caught the attention of the right people there.
Exactly, exactly. As we look at Ignacio Galan on that Frando racing machine, he's going to be starting from P10.
Has been higher on the grid before, has had a top 5 race finish before. We'll be hoping to move forwards when lights go out.
Which will be very soon indeed. Just everyone making the final preparations, the final advice ahead of what is going to be an incredible race. Just about 5 minutes to go then, as we look at Afonso Almeida, another Frando racing rider. P10 and P11 for that team.
another strong result for the Portuguese rider. Beat his previous best grid result by 1 place with P11.
As you said, everyone's making a step as we progress here. Every time they get onto their bikes, whether it's a big step or a little step, they all count, they all add up, they all accumulate. And that's the entire point of the Road to MotoGP program. Mikey Lou Sanchez there with the AC Racing team. Will be going from P12.
Yeah, fourth row start for the American from Texas. Has had better results in qualifying, was top 5th on the grid in Aragon in 2024, but we know he also is capable of fighting inside the top 10.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough ask though here, given the conditions, given the heat, not just that the riders are going to have to endure in the air, but that track temperature is going up and up and up as we approach 1 o'clock in the afternoon here. So this is arguably the beginning of the hottest part of the day, and it's just when these riders are going to be racing.
Yeah, it is going to get hotter and hotter. I think the graphic earlier said about 28, 29 degrees air temperature. Track is going to be even warmer, and tyre management, as we saw in the other 2 races we've had so far today, it's going to be crucial.
Absolutely. And that's something that these riders are going to have to learn. They are obviously the most, or least experienced rather. So tyre management, racecraft, these are all aspects of what they're going to be developing over the course of this campaign in the Momoven Moto4 European Cup. So with just 3 minutes to go, let's take a look at our starting grid. It is Lorenzo Pretelli on pole. He's joined on the front row by Christian Borelli and Antoine Nativi. Behind them, Alfonso Dakigan, Rita Kubeles and Evan Boxberger. On row 3 is Eduardo Savino, Cabal Irfan, and Leonardo Casadei. On row 4, it's Ignacio Galan, Afonso Almeida and Mikey Lou Sanchez. On row 5, it's Finn Crutchwell, Izdan Rodriguez, David Sanchez, Jonathan Ramila, Eric Ruth and Vincenzo Di Veroli. Behind them, Ethan Sparks, Sebastian Ferrucci, Matthias Timberini, Kevin Cancellieri, Luke De Vries and Nopurtpong Bunprawes. Diaz Wenzel, Alessio Arnold and Tom Rowland behind them. And behind them, Alvaro Lucas, who did receive a penalty. He would have been on the front row, Matteo Marolanda and Ike Rodriguez. So we're off with the warm-up lap now as these Moto4 riders get their last look prior to the race of exactly how the track is faring.
Yeah, last chance just to see how the track is behaving with the increased temperatures and obviously the impact that has on the grip. We mentioned Alvaro, or you mentioned Alvaro Lucas just now. Yeah, back of the grid start for Slow Texas in Q2, but had been fast enough to be on the front row. So we'll expect him to make quick progress through the field to be in the points in the opening few laps. It's just a case of how far he can get up the order.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen, I'm reluctant to call it a miracle because we have seen it, but we've seen riders perform incredibly well in this class, starting from the back of the grid. I mean, several riders spring to mind, the likes of Brian Uriarte, very capable of doing it. Obviously, it's going to be interesting to see where he's able to end up, as you say.
I mean, last year we had Ramadeepa, who's now moved on to the Moto3 Junior World Championship, but he started from, I think it was P24, and claimed victory on the last lap. Obviously, slightly different for Lucas because he's in P28, but something that he, I would imagine, was studying last night just to see how he can make those moves.
Yeah, absolutely. It's also going to be a very important part of his formation as a rider to really test the limits of his skill to get through the middle of a pack. It's such a tough ask, but he'll have belief, his team will have belief, because he's one of the most talented riders on this Moto4 European Cup grid.
He is, yeah, and as he'll also expect to be able to make quick progress through the field as we just get into the final sector on the warm-up lap, so soon everyone will be taking their positions on the grid.
Yeah, this is really one that I'm tremendously excited to see. The Momoven Moto4 European Cup in 2026. We mentioned it before, several riders have moved on to MotoJunior or Moto3 Junior, and now this is a real opportunity for so many of these riders to show us what they're capable of, show us how they've grown, and for the rookies to show us their potential.
100%, yeah. You've got the likes of Pretelli, who in his first rookie season, or first full rookie season rather, will be looking to show that he can fight for the title. There's others like Lucas, who's been around a couple of years, who just want to make that step, get the title, and then move on. So there's a real mix of personalities and riders on this grid.
That is right, as we are just about ready to go. The revs are rising here in Barcelona for the Momova Moto4 European Cup in 2026. Just moments away, 13 laps for these riders to show what they're capable of. The flags are leaving the track, the lights are on. And we are away in Momova Moto4 European Cup. Prattelli gets away so well down this opening straight. Absolutely incredible from the young Italian on that Pacini racing machine. Does so well to get away as we approach turn 1.
That was an incredible start from Prattelli, already building up a big gap, 4 tenths at turn 1 over Daquigan, who's moved into P2 briefly, although Borelli has fought back to claim P2, and it looks like everyone has got through the opening chicane safely. Oh no, someone's gone down just in the middle of the pack into the gravel trap.
Yeah, it was very difficult for these riders as we entered Sector 2 there to just really manage that situation.
It looks like it was Antoine Lativi who's gone down. So after such a strong qualifying result, that's a shame for the French rider.
Yeah, that's going to be incredibly frustrating for him. But it is at the front of this race still Lorenzo Prattelli who is leading.
Yeah, Prattelli still leading ahead of Borelli. Daquigan in P3 with Irfan P4, Boxberger P5 and Savino in P6. And it's just confirmation that Lativi was the rider who crashed at turn 3 on the opening lap.
Yeah, the yellow flag at turn 3. The rider is, as we can see there, okay. Maybe we'll just get another quick look at it there.
Just to the left of your shot, we don't really see what happens, but just the bike is sliding away under as he progresses through turn 3.
Yeah, he did so well on Saturday in qualifying to put himself into a position to really challenge in this race. And it's really unfortunate to see this race, the only race of the day in Moto4 European Cup, now cut short.
Yeah, it's a shame for the TV after, as you say, such a strong performance on Saturday. We've now got Daquigan in the lead of the race ahead of Prattelli and Borelli. So obviously that happened when we were watching the replay of Lativi's crash, as Lucas already up into P13. That is an incredible start from the number 46.
Yeah, absolutely incredible across the board there. Alfonso Daquigan into the lead. Sensational stuff from the Honda Asia Dream Racing Junior team rider. Absolutely incredible. Are we going to see any more chopping and changing on this start finish straight? I am sure we will. It's Irfan Kabil who tries to make a move there. He manages to take it into P2. Absolutely incredible stuff, and Prattelli back in the lead, but for how long? As we go through turns 1 and 2, they're so technical. These riders showing exactly what they're capable of early on here in Barcelona.
Yeah, absolutely. It's Prattelli making the move into turn 1 on the inside under braking, the exact move that you would expect them to make. Just looking at the timing tower graphic, Alvaro Lucas up 15 places on that opening lap. That is a sensational start, and almost already putting the penalty behind him.
Yeah, as we go into turn 5 now, the tough left-hander. Several riders trying to make a move on the outside there, bit of a moment, but all is as it was there. Prattelli still leading. Irfan up 6 places to P2. Absolutely incredible from the Malaysian.
A great start from, as you say, from the Malaysian rider up into P2, early stages. We did expect everyone to get their elbows out in the early stages, to be fair. And looking at the time tell, Lucas now up to P9.
Lucas up to P9, and I feel like this is one of those races which happens so frequently in this class, where you want to see everything happening at once. We need several screens, we need split screens, but it's just impossible to keep track of everything that's going on here. Prattelli is still currently leading, but this is anyone's race.
It is. Irfan just behind him. There's little to choose between the top 10 or so in that lead group, I think it is. But on the run into the final couple of corners, we have yellow flags out at turns 10 and 11 as well on our timing screen, so we'll wait to see what's happened there. But Prattelli leads out of turn 14. Alvaro Lucas now up to 7th. He's really in the mix for the victory at this point.
Yeah, Lucas absolutely flying there. Penalty, what penalty? Absolutely incredible stuff. And you can see Alvaro Lucas is into the 150s. He's the fastest rider by about 0.2 of a second of any of them on track right now. And have we just seen that Christian Borelli trying to make a move?
Yes, Borelli has taken lead. Alessio Arnold has crashed as well. That was at turn 10, so that was the yellow flags. But it is Borelli who takes the lead from Prattelli, and Daquigan slots into P3.
Absolutely sensational stuff from Christian Borelli, giving it absolutely everything. And as it stands, we do have a 1-2 for the team Ejvit Pacini Racing. Absolutely incredible start to this race.
Yeah, we've just seen the TV bring his bike back into the pits as the field rounds turn 4. It is Daquegan who now leads, but Pretelli on the inside at turn 5 doesn't make the move, but he's got the tighter line. Is he able to get the cut back? No, it is Daquegan who holds on to P1.
Absolutely incredible stuff from Daquegan, who is currently leading, and there we have confirmation of the fastest lap from Alvaro Lucas. Absolutely sensational, 150.925. He's just that bit faster than everyone else, but he's already absolutely in the mixer for the victory after a penalty that put him at the back of the grid.
Yeah, that is an incredible opening couple of laps for Lucas. He's actually now in the podium places. He's just moved into P3. Can he defend that through turn 10? In fact, Pretelli's gone wide, so Lucas is up to second.
Absolutely sensational stuff from Alvaro Lucas. Well, now he's only got one rider ahead of him. Is he going to be able to match him for speed? Is he going to be able to match him here as we approach turn 13 and 14?
That is incredible from Alvaro Lucas. Just the first couple of laps and already to be in second. We kind of expected him to be there at some point, but perhaps not this early. He's now got a good chance to fight for P1. He's a 10th behind Daquegan as they cross the line, which means he'll have a slipstream all the way down into turn 1. Lucas could hit the front of the field as early as this lap.
Yeah, it looks like he might well be on to doing that, and there it is. It does look like he's hit the front. Is he going to be able to do it? No, Pretelli gets ahead. Lucas denied the lead, but he's got the tighter line there. Now Lucas just unable to maintain that lead, which he looks like he had for just the briefest of seconds. It is Pretelli now as we go into sector 2, who is currently leading, but for how long? Alvaro Lucas pushing him all the way as we slip into the right-hander of turn 4. We've got turn 5 coming up, that left-hander, which we see as a perfect overtaking spot for so many of these riders.
It is an overtaking opportunity, and Lucas isn't taking the inside line. Ifran is to look for P2 but doesn't make it. So it's Pretelli, Lucas, and Evan Boxberger is showing as P3 on the timing tower, but Ifran is ahead of the French rider.
Yeah, for the time being. This is chopping, this is changing, this is the Moto4 European Cup at its very best. Well, we might have lost the likes of Bujosa and Gano. We have not lost the excitement. Absolutely incredible stuff from this new cohort of riders, showing us exactly what they're capable of doing and why they deserve to be riding on this stage in Moto4. And there is Gabriel, who's just trying to make a move on the inside there, not quite close enough at turn 10. It is still Pretelli as we go into sector 4.
Boxberger looked like he was holding a tighter line through turn 10 as well. Lucas was actually looking like he was going to make a move on Pretelli, but then had to defend from Irfan. So it is Pretelli ahead of Lucas and Irfan, with Boxberger in 4th and Savino in 5th. Daquegan has actually dropped to P6, but look at the train we've got fighting for the win.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we go around turn 14, you know what's coming next. It's the straight, it's the slipstream. Who's going to be able to take the advantage from it as we approach the long 1 kilometre straight? We're powering down towards turn 1. You have to be so clever on the brakes here. Lucas, is he going to be able to take the lead? On the timing, it said it's Eduardo Savino.
Lorenzo Pretelli had the inside line at turn 1, so he has moved into the lead, but Boxberger, I believe, is also there as well, fighting for P3. So Lucas demoted to P4, Boxberger up into a provisional podium spot.
And it is Eduardo Savino who now steps into P2.
A good race from Savino, but yeah, Pretelli, it looks like he's just managing when he can to have enough of a gap to defend well into the heavy braking zones. Lucas moving back into the podium positions on the inside of turn 4 there. So it's now the run into turn 5. He doesn't make the move on Savino, so it's Pretelli from Savino and Lucas.
Camille does, however, make the move and moves up to P6 there. Yeah, it's Pretelli then who does lead. Savino, well, he almost got a bit ignored in the opening laps there because of just the sheer excitement of what was going on. But now he has really shown us what he's capable of doing on that Leopard machine.
He is. Just another rider who had a back of the grid start is Maralunda, who's up to P5. And we've been focused on Lucas because he was fighting for P1. And it looks like he might make the move under braking at turn 10. Does on Savino, but not on Pretelli. Although Pretelli is wide again through turn 10, so Lucas leads. But Maralunda is also up into P5, and he's having a great race as Pretelli retakes P1 from Lucas. This race is incredible.
Absolutely, and I think we're becoming very accustomed now in the world of motorcycle racing to seeing Colombians performing exceptionally well on Moto3 machinery.
We are, yeah. Obviously, we've had a bit of a trailblazer in the World Championship paddock, and that looks like it's continuing down into the road to MotoGP.
Yeah, absolutely. David Alonso, are you watching? Another Colombian excelling in Moto3 as we power down the straight yet again. It is Prattelli who manages to maintain that lead round the outside.
Just see someone taking the long lap loop. They'll just wait to see who that was, but obviously they will have to make sure they lose enough time to not gain an advantage, and it looks like they have. So Prattelli leads from Alvaro Lucas in second.
It's changing a lot. Irfan again moving up into P5 now. Lucas still hot on Prattelli's tail. It could change at any moment here. It looks like Irfan is consistently trying to take that inside line at turn 5, and it's just not paying off for him at the time being.
It's not paying off. This is a replay of Marulanda. Oh, big moment under braking, almost into the back of Savino, I think it was, and that is why he then took to the shortcut at turns 1 and 2, but he did obviously lose time. He's dropped down to P7.
P7 for the time being, but he's still very much in the mixer here. And it is still, as we approach turn 10, Prattelli, who is leading. Is anyone close enough to make a move? Not quite. But on the inside, Evan Boxberger manages to move ahead and up into P4, I think.
Boxberger was wide through turn 10, which allowed Irfan to reclaim the position. Prattelli less than a tenth clear of Lucas heading through the final 2 corners.
Yeah, there's absolutely nothing separating these riders at all. We've got just over 7 laps to go here, and this is just delivering from start to finish so far.
It has, yeah. What's going to be crucial is this run to the line, whether Prattelli, if he's leading out of the final corner, would take victory on the final lap. He was less than a tenth clear of Lucas at the line after leading from the final corner, so that will give Prattelli confidence. As Savino takes the normal racing line, Prattelli on the inside to defend position. He does so with Lucas in second, Savino third, then there's a battle for P4 just behind. Yeah,
that's a move that looks to have cost Savino a bit. It was a well thought out move, but Prattelli was just ready for it, as we see Iker Rodriguez entering the pits there as well.
That is number 23, I think, running slightly wide. So that was Ignacio Galán running very wide on the exit of turn 3 into turn 4. Drops a couple of places, so cost him positions and a bit of time, but shouldn't be anything else, as Prattelli still leads Alvaro Lucas. And it looks like, for now, the top 3 have a little bit of a gap over P4, but the run into turn 10, you would imagine that would come down quite quickly.
Yeah, it's almost certain to. We've seen it time and time again. Actually, now we have the confirmation of Alvaro Lucas. Started from P28, he's currently in P2. That's 26 positions he's managed to climb. Absolutely sensational racing from Alvaro Lucas. Incredible on that CF Moto Aspar Junior team machine.
And it could be 27 places if he's able to make the move here under braking at turn 10. But Prattelli able to defend under braking on the outside line. The Italian really showing what he can do there. Lucas looks to have a tight line but can't make that stick either. Prattelli able to hold position despite being on the outside unfavoured line when in a fight.
Yeah, Prattelli really showing why there is so much hype about him as a young Italian rider. He's performing to an absolutely incredible standard. And as we mentioned earlier, just prior to the race, the step up from Lorenzo Prattelli to be able to perform at this level is absolutely incredible.
It is incredible. Just to note, the top 6 have broken away from Marulanda after his error, so it is a 6-rider fight for victory. Again, Savino and Prattelli side by side under braking at turn 1. Lucas not able to move into P2.
No, not yet. There's still plenty of racing left here in Barcelona in the Moto4 European Cup as we enter Sector 2 and those 2 sweeping right-handers.
Yep, crucial to get a good run through turns 3 and 4, heading into turn 4 now. So Prattelli still able to hold on from Savino and Lucas with Borelli in P4. I think Boxberger has just been demoted as well by Irfan for P5. The Malaysian rider gaining position. Lucas on the inside for P2.
Absolutely incredible move from Lucas there. He moves into P2, as you say. Absolutely sensational on the inside of turn 5 there from Alvaro Lucas. He's going to be desperate for P1, but he's shown us some incredible racecraft so far. Absolutely sensational move on that very tough to navigate left-hander.
Yeah, very tough to navigate indeed, very tricky, especially if you're making a move on the inside because of the undulations. It's off camber. He's now got a run into turn 10 on Pretelli. We've seen the number 67 is able to defend on the normal racing line. Is he going to be able to again? Yes, he is, as Borelli moves into P3. Or no, he doesn't. He's not able to make the move stick on the inside, but can he hold the title line? No. So, Borelli doesn't make the move stick in the end. He stays in P4.
Yeah, Eduardo Savino holding that last podium position for the time being. Borelli looked like he was going to make that move, just hesitated slightly and just found the door shut.
Yeah, and what that has done briefly is allowed the top 3 to escape away. But again, that gap is going to come down on this run to the line. As you said, it's a 1 kilometer run down this back straight. Pretelli taking the lead. We see the pit board. We can't quite work out what was on it, but Pretelli leading on the run into turn 1. Lucas will look for the inside line, you would think, but
Borelli as well. Nah, just not. No one going for it just there, but there's still plenty of time for them to do so. Alvaro Lucas in P2 though. Savino in P3. It is Lorenzo Pretelli who leads.
Savino was taking a tighter line through turn 3, and that put him almost alongside Lucas for the run into 4, but the number 46 was able to hold position as Irfan defends from Boxberger for P5.
Kubelis has moved up to P8 as well there, just doing well there, a bit further back. We're obviously entirely occupied by this incredible 6-way fight between the leading riders.
Yeah, it looks like Finn Crutchfield and Mikey Lou Sanchez have come together at turns 1 and 2. We're going to see a replay of the end of it here, or we'll see them in the gravel. But yeah, they're both okay. They're both obviously frustrated at what's happened there. But yeah, they've come together at turns 1 and 2.
Yeah, just apportioning the blame there, maybe, I think.
Yeah. Pretelli still leading heading into turn 10 and ahead of Lucas. The yellow flag's already cleared at turns 1 and 2, which is good for these 6 riders, which means they haven't lost an overtaking opportunity.
No, not at all. The gap between this leading group and the group behind is 2.5 seconds now. So yeah, absolutely, this is just these 6 riders in with a real opportunity to claim a podium or even a win in the opening Moto4 European Cup race.
Yeah, all 6 of these riders will feel that they're in contention for victory. Still 4 laps to go as we cross the line now to start this lap. 4 riders about to go side by side heading into turn 1 under braking. It is Pretelli who still leads. He's taken the inside line this time. Borelli is looking to go further inside. Can the number 7 make the move? No, it is Pretelli from Lucas from Borelli once again.
And Savino now at the back. It looked like he was trying to take a different line there, a bit wider. And it's a gamble that has not paid off for him at all. He's sacrificed positions there, and that must be quite frustrating. He's now at the back of this leading pack of 6.
He is at the back of this leading group, as you say. The number 51 on the insider of Boxberger at turn 4, gets it stuck, gets it done, and makes the move stick to move up into P5 as we see a crash. That is for Thias Wenzel at turns 1 and 2. Just seeing what happened here. Looks like he got a bit boxed in and just clipped the back of the rider in front of him, and that forced him down into the gravel and out of this race.
Yeah, it's a very unfortunate situation for him as we prepare to go back to the front of this sensational encounter in Moto4. It is still Pretelli who's leading.
It is Pretelli leading on the run into turn 10. Lucas less than a tenth behind as we see what they can do. Pretelli again taking the normal racing line and not letting Lucas have a sniff under braking at turn 10, although he is slightly wide, but Lucas not quite close enough to take advantage through turn 11.
Yeah, Pretelli has to know now that Lucas is going to pounce on absolutely any available opportunity. Everything has to be absolutely perfect as we approach turn 14 and that start-finish straight again.
Another crucial exit for Pretelli. We see the group behind being led by Victor Kubeles. It's been a great performance from the number 53. Just unable to go with the lead group, unfortunately, for the Spaniard, but he'll be happy with this performance so far.
Rightly so, as we approach turn 1. Again, a variety of lines that are being taken initially. On the inside went
Borelli was able to take the inside line under braking, and that allowed him to move from 3rd to 1st on that run into turn 1. It's Pretelli in 2nd with Lucas now in P3.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's been long time coming. Pirelli been doing so well to fend off attack after attack, but Pirelli this time is the rider who manages to get ahead.
Another attack from Pirelli into turn 4, but not able to make the move stick. Pirelli slightly wide on exit, but that will give him a slightly defensive line into 5, although he opts not to use it. Pirelli has a look, but not able to make the move. So Pirelli still leads from teammate Pirelli, with Savino now P3 and Lucas in P4.
Yeah, let's take another look at that then. Absolutely incredible stuff from Christian Pirelli. Just nips ahead there by the slightest of margins going into turn 1. Fends off the attack and gets the perfect exit as well to prepare for turn 2.
He does, yeah, that was a textbook move from Pirelli, but can he resist the challenge from the 5 riders behind him heading into turn 10? Pirelli has a look, or Pirelli is on the inside, Pirelli had a look, Lucas had a look at Pirelli as well, but no change of positions.
No change of positions for the time being, but this is absolutely incredible as we go into sector 4. It's one of those races that you just don't want it to end. Anything can happen in Moto 4 as we approach turn 14. The exit's going to need to be perfect here for all of these riders. It's another valuable opportunity to overtake. No one biting, and now it's time on the start finish straight for the slipstream, and there we see it. Pirelli edges ahead, but there goes Savino as well. Who's going to be latest on the brakes heading into turn number 1?
It looks like Pirelli is going to have the inside line, and he's going to take it, but Pirelli looking to fight back, unable to make that move stick. And we see someone running slightly wide from turn 1 and 2. That was Boxberger, but he's able to recover it. He is in P4, I believe, but it's Pirelli who leads. And just to note, as it's coming up to the final part of the race, across the line, it was Pirelli who led coming out of the final corner across the line, but not a lot between them.
Very, very valuable information. And it's there just to note that as we went into turn 1 again, it was Savino who came off worst there. And Alvaro Lucas makes a move to move into P2. It's not quite close enough to do anymore, but absolutely incredible stuff from Alvaro Lucas now in P2.
I think Lucas, if he's on the podium, is going to be delighted. He's going to lose out to Pirelli at turn 7, though. Can he get the cutback and a run through 8 and 9? It doesn't look like it. But Pirelli now in second ahead of Lucas, with Boxberger just behind, and Savino as well.
And Savino as well, as we power down towards turn 10 now. It's a valuable opportunity, and we are running out of them for any of these riders to try and move ahead. Alvaro Lucas is on the inside. Is he able to make a move to move into P2? Not quite close enough. And it is still Pirelli who leads from Pirelli.
Pirelli taking the lead through, or keeping the lead through turn, but he's wide through the right-hander of turn 12. He slots in behind teammate Pirelli, who had a big moment as he put the power down. He is able to keep it through turn 13, but this group of 6 getting closer and closer, if that was somehow possible.
Somehow it does seem to be an absolute gift for Pirelli from his teammate Pirelli. He won't be pleased to have made that slight error, but once again showing that any error will be punished as we go into the last lap here in the Moto 4 European Cup. We're speeding down the start finish straight now. Who's going to be quickest? Who's going to get the best line into turn 1? It is Alvaro Lucas who hits the front. Absolutely incredible from Alvaro Lucas there.
Lucas taking the lead of the race at turn 1. Boxberger was the rider who went straight on at turns 1 and 2. He has rejoined in P4 by the looks of it, but it's now Lucas who leads the race after starting from 28th on the grid.
Absolutely incredible stuff, an absolute dream for Alvaro Lucas, but it's not going to be an easy one, and it could easily turn into a nightmare here. He could easily find himself off the podium, and it does look like the lead is under threat here with a move on the inside from Eduardo Savino. Is he going to be able to make it stick? He is just ahead, it seems, but it's Pirelli who is now ahead.
And Lucas looking to respond at turn 7 to move back into second place, but it was Pirelli who somehow came out of that in P1. The run out of turn 9 and down into turn 10 is going to be crucial. We've seen Pirelli so many times not give anyone a sniff under braking. He needs to repeat that on this final lap.
He needs to be absolutely perfect on the final lap. This is what it all comes down to. This is where it matters. Alvaro Lucas makes the move at turn 10 and does take the lead. Is he able to make it stick? Pirelli has a bit of a moment that could be so costly for the Italian rider. It is Lucas who leads. Started the race in P28. He is currently in P1. Absolutely sensational. And it is Savino currently in P2 as we come through turn 13. There's just nothing left here as we go to P turn 14. It's Alvaro Lucas who leads. He's followed by Savino. Alvaro Lucas could claim an absolutely historic win, but it does seem like he's dropped behind. Who has won there? It is Savino on the Leopard Junior machine who denies Alvaro Lucas at the last. That was the closest of close finishes. He can barely believe it. Eduardo Savino with the first win in the Moment Moto4 European Cup in 2026, snatching it from Alvaro Lucas right at the last. Well, that gives us so much to talk about, doesn't it, Jack?
There's a huge amount to talk about there. Savino with a stunning run out of the final corner to snatch victory from Alvaro Lucas. Perhaps Lucas will be disappointed he couldn't hold on to that, but from P28 on the grid to a podium finish and fighting for the win, and he was in the lead group after 2 or 3 laps. That was a sensational ride from the number 46.
A sensational ride, but controlling those emotions is going to be so difficult for Lucas. P2, he progressed 26 positions, but he was leading coming out of the final corner.
Yeah, he almost led at the perfect time out of turn 1, was able to regain the lead after dropping to P3 on that final lap. And then almost, he was so close, just meters away from taking an incredible, barely believable victory.
Barely believable is exactly what it was. Lorenzo Pretelli completes our podium with a fantastic ride. He finishes P3. What a sensational way to begin the Momova Moto4 European Cup in 2026 here in Barcelona. Any one of these riders would have been a worthy winner. Any one of these riders had been leading at some point in the race. But in the end, it was Eduardo Savino who finished as our winner. Absolutely incredible, incredible stuff. The closest of close finishes. That's exactly what we've come to expect from the Moto4 European Cup over the years. An absolutely sensational ride from all of these, and a well-deserved round of applause from everyone at the track. Absolutely incredible as we approach Parc Fermé. What an absolutely brilliant race these young riders have treated us to here at the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya. There we can see Eduardo Savino just pulling in. Well, he thinks he's won. The timing does say Alvaro Lucas. We could be in for a surprise, and we are. It was Alvaro Lucas. His team is celebrating because Alvaro Lucas has won the race. Well, this is going to take some sorting out. It does look on our timing screens like Alvaro Lucas won by 0.006 seconds. This will all be confirmed as soon as it's possible to confirm it, but that would mean that Alvaro Lucas wins after starting from P28 and will be joined on the podium in P2 by Eduardo Savino and Lorenzo Pretelli in P3. So for the time being, this needs to be confirmed, and it does look like the celebrations are taking place for Eduardo Savino's team, which would mean that he finishes on the top step of the podium. Still a bit of confusion that needs to be sorted out in Parc Fermé. Well, and now it's Alvaro Lucas who celebrates. This is chaos in Parc Fermé, but that celebration looks like the final celebration for the winner. And a flag there for Borja Gomez, who was, of course, part of this paddock last year. Well, it does look like Alvaro Lucas has won this race by the 0.006 seconds that I mentioned earlier. Let's just see exactly what happened there. I mean, that is tight. That is so tight, but it does look as if Alvaro Lucas did win that. What a difficult one for everyone to figure out here in Parc Fermé. What an incredible gift of a race for everyone. right down to the wire, 0.006 seconds, absolutely incredible stuff. Well, he's going to be disappointed, but he's got no need to feel disappointed in himself after such a spectacular display. Does Eduardo Savino, it is P2, it does seem to be confirmed now. And here we are with Lorenzo Pretelli as well. A podium for him, and a podium he's sure to enjoy. Well, we'll hear from Alvaro Lucas very shortly. After an absolutely incredible race. You just see everything being organised there, down in Parc Fermé. Here is what would be the winning overtake then. Alvaro Lucas just pulling ahead. Able to make it stick. Eduardo Savino coming out of turn 14 there, thinking that he was the winner. Denied by the slightest of margins. And there we do see the celebrations in the Aspar box there, the CF Moto Aspar box. And the sheer jubilation on the face of Alvaro Lucas as that win is confirmed. An absolutely historic win from Alvaro Lucas, and we can hear from him now.
Alvaro Lucas, you started from P28 on the grid after a penalty. You were in the lead group after 3 laps, and you claimed victory on the final lap. Just talk us through that.
Yeah, the condition on the track is very hot, and yeah, I'm very happy because I started in the 28th position and I won. But thank you for my team because it's a very good job this weekend, and thank you for my family, David Viguera, my manager, and my friends and the sponsor.
And just in Spanish for all the fans watching.
Sí, la verdad que ha sido una carrera bastante difícil por el calor, que hacía mucho calor, pero bueno, salía el 28 y he logrado ganar y espero, y esta carrera se la quiero dedicar a todo mi equipo, a mis patrocinadores, a David Viguera y también a Iago Cotino, que le debía una y ya está. También se la quiero dedicar a Borja Gómez, que se fue con nosotros el año pasado y la verdad que es bonito recordarlo.
Alvaro, thank you very much. Congratulations.
Thank you.
What a race! The opener of the season in the Momova Moto4 European Cup delivered. Absolutely sensational stuff from start to finish. So many riders in a leading pack at the beginning. Absolutely incredible. We saw Alvaro Lucas ploughing through the field after a penalty. Saw him start the race from P28. Leading for much of the race was Lorenzo Pretelli. Also involved Christian Borelli and Eduardo Savino, all giving it absolutely everything to win. A brief period of those Team Echevit Pessini Racing riders right at the front, but Alvaro Lucas was unrelenting as he tried to get through, taking full advantage of all the possible opportunities that came his way to try and battle his way right to the front. At this point, he progressed 26 positions, but was unable to really fight his way onto the top step of the podium, but he was involved in the battle for almost the entire race. Pretelli was leading come the latter end of proceedings, but he's being pushed all the way by the young Spaniard. We saw Christian Borelli there doing so well, taking the lead from his teammate, and Eduardo Savino as well getting involved. And Alvaro Lucas decided it was time to strike. Made his move at turn 1. Was forced to do so again at turn 10 to get ahead of Lorenzo Pretelli. And then we saw this photo finish coming out of turn number 14. Could not have been closer, but it was Alvaro Lucas who won. Here we have then the podium. A hotly contested battle in Moto4 European Cup. And you can see what it means to the Aspar team. In P3, Lorenzo Pretelli, after a sensational ride as well. All plaudits to the Italian after battling at the front for much of the race. Rewarded with a podium finish. Eduardo Savino has to settle for P2. He did think he'd won, just 0.006 seconds denying him. And it was, in the end, Alvaro Lucas who will step onto the top step of the podium. And it's a very meaningful one as well for him. What a way to begin this campaign. Our FIM representative, Mr. Jean-Marc Deniu, presents the trophy to the Aspar team. Once again, the third place finisher. Not sure if he was doing a choke there or not, given how close that race was. And now, P2, Mr. Ignacio Armengol, the general manager of the circuit, presents the prize for second place. And we'll do so for P1, our victor here, by the slightest of margins, Alvaro Lucas. Which means we will be hearing the Spanish national anthem here in Barcelona.
En honor del guanyador, doncs, anem a escoltar l'himne d'Espanya. Solo 15 años, el murciano es el primer líder.
There we have it then, the Murcian rider leading in Mamova Moto4 European Cup in 2026. That was our only race of the day as well, so we're going to the next round on top of the standings. What a performance. What a performance from all three of our podium finishers.
An incredible race. All 13 laps of it delivered non-stop action. Lucas in the first few laps flying up the grid, flying up the order, and then taking a victory that, I mean, when I got to Parc Fermé, it wasn't his victory. It was Savino's, but obviously photo finish confirmed that it was Lucas's win from P20 on the grid. An incredible fight, an incredible race.
It was an incredible race. It's the kind of race that we've become accustomed to, but we should never take for granted, I think, in the Moto4 European Cup. Absolutely incredible. All three of them on the top step. They all deserve to be there.
They really do. That was an incredible show from all three of them.
Well, the three of them creating memories on the podium here in Barcelona. As we take a look at the final results, it was Alvaro Lucas who won by the slightest of margins, as I said there, 0.006 seconds. Savino forced down to P2, Pretelli also completing the podium. Irfan in P4, Borelli P5, Boxberger P6, in 7th Casadei, Marulanda in P8, Cubeles in P9, and Almeida in P10. Then in 11th it was Sanchez, 12th Ramilla, in P13 Galan, in 14th Dakigan, 15th Ethan Sparks, Ethan Rodriguez in 16th, Eric Ruse in 17th, in P18 Cancellieri, and in 19th Bun Prowers. Behind them, Luc de Vries in 20th, Tamburini in 21st, in P22 Rollin, 23rd Ferrucci, 24th Di Baroli, Benzel in P25, Quattreville in P26, in 27th Sanchez, and in 28th Iker Rodriguez. Behind them, Alessio Arnold in P29, and at the back, Antoine Nativi after an impressive race. His weekend was cut short. Then we have the standings. Alvaro Lucas will lead us into the next round with 25 points. Savino behind him and Pretelli in P3. Irfan in P4, Borelli in P5, Boxberg in P6, Casadei in P7. 8th is Marulanda for the time being. Cubeles in 9th and Almeida in P10. We also have points on the board for Sanchez, Ramila, Galan and Dakigan, as well as Sparks in what has proven to be a fantastic season opener in the Moto4 European Cup. Well, what about that for our season opener in the Moto4 European Cup? An absolutely incredible race for us to have enjoyed. We'll be back very soon with more racing action from Catalonia. But for now, from the Moto4 European Cup, it's goodbye. action isn't over yet in the Moto3 Junior World Championship. Race 2 and the picture is already shifting. We know who showed pace in the opener, but in motorcycle racing, doing it twice in one day is a different challenge entirely. 14 turns, the same unforgiving asphalt, and now the pressure of what's already happened weighing on every decision. The leading group will be hunting, and those who didn't get it right first time around will be pushing harder. This is where characters are revealed. Race 2 at the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya. Let's go racing in Moto3 Junior. Race 1 delivered action from start to finish in the inaugural race of the season. Absolutely incredible stuff. Barroso was leading from pole position early on, but the pressure was on as well. The lead was shifting all the time. Barroso relegated there down to P3 at turn 1. Carlos Cano showing exactly why he was the 2024 champion of the ETC, and Barroso doing just that as well after his crown in the European Talent Cup in 2025. That rivalry looks well and truly renewed. Carlos Cano, Giulio Pugliese, the two CF Moto Aspar Junior team riders, showing tremendous skill. But then we saw a crash between Borg and Karpushin. Both riders fortunately okay after that one. Leonardo Zanni also performing incredibly well, making a move here at turn 1. And any of these riders leading could have been in a real position to take the win. Leonardo Zanni really impressing in this season opener in Barcelona. Barroso high-sided late on, and that was the end of his race, which to that point had been absolutely excellent. He'll be very frustrated and fortunate to have this second opportunity to put things right. Pugliese then took the lead and has lost it to Leonardo Zanni, his Italian compatriot. In what was an absolutely sensational opener to the campaign. Leonardo Zanni there celebrating the first win of the season in Moto3 Junior. And Ivan Ortola presenting the trophy. Welcome back to the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya for another installment of the Moto3 Junior World Championship in 2026. As we just saw there, race 1 was fascinating from start to finish. Race 2, Jack Amy, what do you think is going to be happening?
Who knows? After race 1 this morning, which obviously it was all elbows out action for 14 laps, we're going to have more of the same here. As you mentioned, going through the highlights, another chance for Barroso to put what he'll want to bounce back, obviously, from his turn 5 high side. He'll go from pole position again, so he's got a good starting position to do that. But plenty of competition behind, and as we saw, the renewed rivalry with Carlos Cano. It's the same rivals in a different class.
Yeah, these are the kind of things I absolutely savour when watching this kind of racing. It's absolutely incredible to see these two young riders give it absolutely everything. They've done it for the past 2 years, and we're sure to see more of it over the course of this year as well. One thing to note is that the conditions are different. It was very warm when we got going in race 1. This time around, beyond warm, it's actually fully hot here in Barcelona. The surface of that asphalt has gone up by about 15 degrees at least, I think, over the course of the day. So that's something else that these riders are going to have to get to grips with.
Yeah, air temperature is around 29, 30 degrees outside, but when you stand out in it, and it feels a lot warmer. It really does. It is scorching hot out there. We saw in Moto3 earlier, Moto2 as well, tyre management is key, and it will be even more crucial now with hotter conditions.
Yeah, absolutely, but that is something that these riders do need to be learning. Fernando Barroso, as we mentioned there, he's got his first pole of the campaign, his first pole in this class. This time around, though, he's got an opportunity to make up for that unfortunate high side that we saw at turn 5, a very tricky corner. So this time around, he's got another opportunity to really try and excel and get onto that podium at least.
Yeah, tricky is right about turn 5. It's sort of downhill, off camber. It's wide as well, but that's also partly what makes it tricky because there are so many lines through there. So we do see a lot of crashes there in various motorcycle championships. I think for Barroso, he'll have it out of his mind already, starting from pole position, chance to make amends, and that's it. That will all he'll be focused on.
Yeah, Leonardo Zanni then, the winner of the opening race here in the Moto3 Junior World Championship. A worthy winner, gave it absolutely everything, starting from P2 there.
Yeah, chance to repeat what he did in this morning's race one. 0.006 clear of Giulio Pugliese in P2. And that went right down to the wire.
Right down to the wire, but from start to finish, really gave you the sensation that anything could have happened.
It did, yeah, and we saw it before, obviously, when it was Junior GP. We've seen it now in the Moto3 Junior World Championship. It's a class that always delivers fantastic racing. It doesn't matter the circuit or the conditions, and expect more of the same in race 2.
Well, that's what we want. That's what we want to see. Keandro Romadipa will be completing the front row. Starts from P3 here, finished 5th in that last race. Fantastic performance from him as well. So it's going to be very interesting to see if he can repeat that again. It does look like he's found the vein of form. He was strong on Saturday in qualifying, strong again today, this morning.
Yeah, he was P5 in the race, but only 0.144 away from victory. Just to give an idea of how close it was in race 1. We see Brian Uriarte looking on. He's obviously come to his home round to watch some of his rivals from last year and probably some of his rivals in the future as well.
Absolutely, and to enjoy a bit of racing as well. I mean, we've been treated to some incredible performances across classes here, and I think it's great to see a rider like Brian Uriarte here as well. It's a way to evidence the fact that this program works. I mean, he was absolutely sensational last year. I think he's one of those riders that is just exemplary. He's a real prolific talent, but that's what these riders need to emulate.
And it's good that he's come here to support them, maybe giving some of them some advice on, I mean, obviously early stages of the championship. Great viewpoint from up in the sky there. But great for Uriarte to watch on for his friends that he'll have in this paddock as well. Talk to them, help them out a little bit, give them some idea about the Moto3 World Championship as well.
Oh, he's doing just that. There we are with Carlos Cano, who was obviously part of the same enterprise, the Artbox team last year. Very different position in their careers at the moment. Cano obviously going to be looking forward to moving up to the Moto3 World Championship at some point, and given his performances over the course of this weekend, I mean, there's a clear reason why he's held in such high regard by so many people, not just in this paddock, but in the World Championship paddock as well.
And being with the CF Moto Aspar Junior team is obviously a good platform to have for Cano as he looks to progress into the World Championship.
Yeah, absolutely, and the same can be said, of course, for Yaroslav Karpushin, also on that CF Moto Aspar Junior team machinery, is the young Kyrgyz rider.
Yeah, crashed out of race 1 earlier, was involved in an incident with Travis Borg. It was investigated, but no further action was taken by the stewards. So no further penalty for either of the two riders involved, and both of them will be looking to put things right in this race.
Absolutely, they've got the opportunity to do so. We've got just over 5 minutes still to go before we get underway with the racing here. The final checks, the final advice for these riders as we look at Giulio Pugliese. Did manage to get on the podium, denied the win by such a narrow margin, wasn't he, in that opening race?
Yeah, as we mentioned earlier, 6,000ths of a second separating Pugliese and Zanni at the line after 14 laps of non-stop and flat-out action as well.
It's
to be fair to the guys,
impossible to comprehend these kind of distances, the margins that can separate a race win from a very valuable P2, it has to be said, but it's not that race win which all of these incredibly competitive riders are looking for. He'll be frustrated with that, and here we have Correntines, the Venezuelan. We also saw earlier our cameraman capturing the Venezuelan flag with some fans who I'm certain will be supporting Tinez there.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, Tinez did well, finished P6 in race 1 this morning, half a second from victory. I mean, he was close.
The level of competition on this grid is awesome. It's incredible to behold. There's just nothing between the leading riders in this competition, and it's fantastic to see as well that having seen so many riders progress on the road to MotoGP to the World Championship, well, their boots have been filled. These incredible riders are stepping up and they are delivering. The likes of Kietzek Singapong as well, the Thai rider, on that Honda Asia Dream Racing Junior Team machine. Fantastic so far this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. Finished P9 earlier. We'll look to go a bit further this afternoon. He was around 4 attempts away from P8, so a bit of work to do, but they've had the time to debrief, make some changes, work out the tyres and formulate a plan for this race.
Absolutely, and he's, as we mentioned previously, every time you get onto one of these machines, the idea is to improve. As we look at Mononyani there, the South African, 8 points on the board for him.
Yeah, he was the one that denied Singapore P8 earlier, so I would imagine they will be renewing their rivalry in race 2 this afternoon.
Just 4 minutes to go, and renewing those rivalries, well, I mentioned it before, but I'm here for it. I love seeing it in this paddock.
100%.
Love seeing it in this paddock. These, at times, not so friendly rivalries. I mean, it's absolutely incredible to see, and it's really fought out on track as well.
It is, yeah, and it's good to see for the likes of Cano and Bahosa, who have come through what was then the European Talent Cup, obviously the Motor4 European Cup now, still on the same pace together in a new class, new bikes, obviously same tracks, but it's different, but their rivalry is still going.
The rivalry is still going, and the fact that their talent has grown together as well. So it could be a rivalry that we get to enjoy for years into the future as well. And that's a fantastic thing to think about. In 5 years' time, we'll be seeing these two battling it out in Moto2 maybe, or even in MotoGP.
Perhaps we will, yeah. And I think the thing is, if you speak to both of them, they will both say that they have pushed each other to be even better.
Yeah, absolutely. Just 3 minutes to go then before race 2 in Moto3 Junior. It is Bahosa who gets another chance from pole. He's joined on the front row by Leonardo Zani and Kiandro Ramadipa. Behind them on row 2, Planck, Cano and Yaroslav Karpushin. Then it's Julia Pugliese, Kerr Martinez and Kietesak Singapore. Behind them it's Mononyane, Bellon and Abruzzo. On row 5 we've got Travis Borg, Nicolis and Ojiwara. And on row 6, Christian Daniel Jr., David Gonzalez and David Acosta. Behind them, Benyat Fernandez, who crashed out of the first race, Sullivan Mouncy and Alberto Enriquez of Ecuador. And then it's Michelon Gabarini. And behind them, Gonzalo Perez, Pablo Olivares and Edu Gutierrez, Timo Varga as well. And at the back, we have Levi Russo and Fabio Pilato. Well, we are away with the warm-up lap then, and we already have an issue there.
That looks like it's for Nicholas, who was waving to the riders behind that he was not able to get his bike away, so going straight into pit lane.
Another issue at the beginning of the race there in the Moto3 Junior World Championship. As we get this warm-up lap underway, such an important moment for all of these riders, especially given that change of conditions that we mentioned earlier.
Yeah, good to see another rival team seem to be helping him out here. So just shows that while rivals are on track, off track, they all do everything they can to help each other. Hopefully he's able to get his bike started, and maybe he has to start from pit lane. Yeah. But the main thing will be hopefully he was able to start the race.
Absolutely. Probably the most likely situation, isn't it?
Yes, we can see him lining up at the end of the pit lane here.
It's been resolved, so he'll be ready to at least participate in this race, if not from his original grid position.
A shame to have to start from pit lane, but as we said, the main thing is he's able to get going. We see the air temperature 29 degrees, track temperature 45. I wouldn't be surprised if it is a little bit higher given the heat that's been blasting down on this circuit all day, but obviously it depends where the sensor is. But yeah, it is very, very hot out there.
Yeah, I think in race 1 the track temperature was about 28 degrees as well, at least at the beginning. So that is a tremendous difference, and it's going to incorporate a lot of tyre management concerns into the way this race plays out. Now we can see our championship after race 1. It is Leonardo Zani who leads, with Pugliese and Cano behind after finishing on the podium. Incredible performance as well from Guillaume Planquet, who finished in P4.
It was, yeah. I think perhaps the star package of race 1 to convert a good starting position into P4. Hopefully, for his sake, he'll be able to repeat that.
Yeah, you'd like to think so. As we round turn number 14, the last of this circuit in Montmeló, and approach the starting positions on the grid. It will be Fernando Bahosa who can take his position on pole once again for his second shot at glory to that turn 5 high side in race 1. The red flag is out in the front. And we are just moments away from getting this race to underway. Everyone taking their positions. Zani, who of course won last time out, takes P2. A good spot on the front row. The green flag waving at the back. We'll have the lights on in just a moment. There they are. They're off and we are racing in Moto3 Junior, and Barroso gets away so well yet again. It's a long straight though, and he's got Leonardo Zani just behind him. Who's going to get in the right line going into turn 1 here? Who's going to take advantage of the slipstream? It is Zani who gets away best and takes the lead as we go to turns 1 and 2.
Yeah, a good start from Zani as he took the lead of the race ahead of Barroso. A couple of the Aspar riders were opting not to go to the right-hand side of the track on that run into turn 1, opting to stick to the left, and they've come out of that P3, 4 and 5.
Yeah, it would be very interesting to see exactly what's happening there as the Aspar riders go side by side once again. Carlos Cano, just so impressive, as is Giulio Pugliese and Jaroslav Kapushin.
A bit of debris coming off.
Just lost something there.
Yeah, a lot of debris coming off the back of or the side of one of the bikes there, so the marshals will have time to go and clear that now. But yeah, it is Zani leading from Barroso and Pugliese, Cano in P4 as we head into the third sector of this opening lap.
Yeah, we're going to go through turn 9 shortly, and then there's the rundown to turn 10, which we saw being so important in the previous race. Will it be so again? Is anyone going to make a move early on here? Or are we going to see a more conservative affair?
From Zani, it looks like no. He has bolted on this opening lap. He's 7 tenths clear heading into this final sector and leaving everyone else to squabble for track position behind him.
Which is actually something we didn't see in the opening race. That's very interesting that he's pulling away already. He must just prefer to ride alone, I suppose.
If it works, it works. Barroso will need to start closing that gap though, because he's under pressure from Pugliese and Cano.
Carlos Cano on the inside of his teammate Giulio Pugliese there. Absolutely incredible stuff at the exit of turn 14.
Just to note that the yellow flag that was out at turn 4 for that debris has been cleared. So all good to go racing there. Again, different lines. It's Pugliese. We saw this in race 1 as well, just opting to stay to the more normal racing line. Not taking the slipstream, not using any slipstream ahead of him, but it works for him. He was able to keep P2 there.
Oh, Ramadipa, absolutely impressive stuff. Incredible there to overtake, making his move there as we enter sector 2, go into right-hander turn 4.
It looks like we've had a crash at turns 1 and 2. It looks like Gutierrez has come down off his machine. But we'll wait for confirmation, just looking at who's dropped down the timing tower. As Zani continues to impress out in front. He's 8 tenths clear of Cano in second and Pugliese in P3. Ramadipa P4. Barroso, well, he'll be hoping to move up the order from P5.
Yeah, it is Edu Gutierrez there, who's gone down the exit of turn 2, it looks like. I mean, it's a very tricky corner to deal with. We've seen it time and time again over the course of the last 30 years, really. It's a corner that can catch anyone out. And when you're in a race as competitive as a Moto3 Junior race, well, it's almost to be expected.
Yeah, it is a tricky corner at the best of times. We just see as Cano defends his P2 position, but Zani's lead is now over a second. If these guys want to stop him doing the double, they need to work together and catch up to the back of him, because at the moment, he is pulling away from them.
Yeah, he is, but meanwhile, Kamja Ramadipa has overtaken Giulio Pugliese with a fantastic little move there at the hairpin. As we approach turn 14, who's going to come out well here? Who's going to take advantage of the slipstream? We know how important it is. Who's going to be taking what line? I mean, anything could be happening here early on.
The one thing for Zani is he is now 1.3 seconds clear. So any slipstream that he is giving his rivals is not going to be as effective as the one that, for example, Cano, Ramadipa, Pugliese are giving to their rivals. So Zani, with the fastest lap of the race, a 1 minute 48.5, was half a second quicker than Pugliese and around 2 times quicker than Ramadipa. So he is just bolting at the moment.
Yeah, it looks like he's very happy to just ride alone out there as well. So Leonardo Zani leading, and he's got a gap of 1.324 seconds at the moment.
Yeah, just building and building that lead, and the more these guys squabble over P2, the better it is for the number 57.
Yeah, Ramadipa on the inside on Pugliese there, just not quite close enough to make the move. It is currently Cano who is in P2, and there we have Bujosa, who does make the move on Ramadipa on the inside at turn 5. He moves ahead and takes a second for the other riders to pull into the camera shot there, because Zani's lead is just that extensive at the moment. He's got quite a gap.
It's now up to
1.6 seconds.
Yeah, up to 1.6 seconds now. And again, the more these guys are fighting over P2, the more he'll just keep extending that lead, and then they won't catch him using the slipstream. I mean, you can see the gap now. It's huge, and he's able to take a normal racing line. The other riders are having to squabble over track position as Cano looks to defend his P2 around the outside, and he's able to do so from his teammate. But again, the lead now for Zani up to 1.8.
Well, Guillaume Planks has moved up to P4 there with a fantastic move. He's just behind Bujosa. Oh, P5. Zani so far ahead, I almost miscounted him. We're coming out of turn 14 then. And again, we're going to see various lines here adopted by riders. As you mentioned there, Zani so far ahead that all this bickering behind doesn't really affect him too much. Now we have Sullivan Moundy making the move on Remy San Juan, pulling ahead.
Zani's lead is just around it was 2 seconds. Now it's come down to about 1.8 on this run. And it's a big battle there for P2.
Yeah.
One of the riders getting held up on the apex of turn 1.
I think it was Guillaume Planck who just tried to make his move, wasn't able to do it, and then
just there was a crash.
We've just seen a crash at the front there. Sparks flying in sector 2. The yellow flag is out of turn 3. I think that might be Zani.
It is Zani. Zani has crashed from P1. He was pushing hard, but he has gone down at turn 3 in the early stages of this race, and Pugliese has inherited P1.
Well, it's just, it leaves you breathless, doesn't it? Because anything can happen in a Moto3 junior race. He's going to be so frustrated with that. He was leading, and he was leading comfortably. He wasn't under any pressure, and it does look like he might have hurt his hand a bit there. Well, he's able to move it. But yeah, they'll be so disappointed in that Mamovan box right now, because Zani had put in such a performance so far. He was about 2 seconds ahead, and now it is Pugliese who's leading, and it's going to be anyone's game now, because this is one big leading pack.
It was. Zani had the advantage of that 2 second margin, so he didn't need to be pushing as hard as he was at that point. But the main thing is he looks okay. He's walking away. Pugliese inheriting the lead, but that battle for the win is coming out. We're just going to see the end of it, and I would imagine he's just lost the front going through turn 3, and yeah, that's the end of his race. Yeah. We'll see it better here. No, it's a huge high side.
Big high side
for Zani. So yeah, no wonder he was just checking his wrist after that, because that was a heavy landing on the outside of turn 3.
Well, hopefully he's all right. He's probably wounded after crashing out of this race. But the race does go on, and it is currently Julien Pugliese who is leading, and currently leading in the live championship as well. He's currently followed by Carlos Cano, both on track and without, as Ramadipa tries to make a move on Cano there. As it stands, Ramadipa would now move into P4 as well. Zani. Oh, and another big crash there at turn 3. Yellow flags are out.
That was another big high side for, that was Tinez, I believe. Number 77 is the one dropping down our timing tower, so I think it was him. That was another big high side on the exit of turn 3.
Ramadipa going through on the inside and able to make it stick there. Bujosa holding on to P4, but the pressure is building for both of the Honda Asia Dream Racing Junior Team riders.
Just to note that Nicholas also crashed at turn 14. There are yellow flags out. We just see Tinez here, obviously getting some assistance because that was another big hit. Yep. But Nicholas also crashed at turn 14.
Well, as we approach turn number 10, is anyone going to try and make a move here? Pugliese, Ramadipa again on the inside, lunging in.
Travis Borg has made progress as well. He's up into P3 at the moment on the number 23 machine as he fights for a podium. He's just behind Pugliese and Cano.
Yeah, he's right on the back wheel of Cano as well. As we approach turns 13 and 14, it could be a prime position to try and take advantage of the slipstream as they emerge from turn 14 here.
He could, yeah, he has the advantage of a double slipstream from the CF Moto Aspar riders ahead of him, but obviously we've seen that both Pugliese and Cano will happily defend into turn 1 under braking, and yeah, we'll just see what happens. Pugliese still leading. It's Ramadipa who's actually making progress, moving up into P2.
Buhosa piling on the pressure, as is Ramadipa, just held up there. But Buhosa, who now moves into P2, just behind Pugliese, and that's relegated Carlos Cano down to P5.
Cano down into P5, and there's a bit of a gap there forming between the lead 3 and the rest of the pack, but you would imagine that will close up quite quickly. It's Cano in P4, sorry.
Yeah, Cano in P4. Pugliese still leading. Buhosa giving it absolutely everything, and Ramadipa, closed out the front row of the grid, is really giving it absolutely everything. He's going to move on the inside here at turn 5. Not quite close enough on the exit.
Just get a replay here. That is the crash for Tinez earlier at turn 3. So again, very similar from what we saw from Zani earlier, apologies. Yeah, high side through turn 3. It's a corner where you're on the power for a long time, just trying to build up that speed. So it does happen quite a lot. But yeah, another hefty hit there for Tinez.
Yeah. And there's 2 consecutive races where we've seen not just race win contenders, but title contenders crashing out. I mean, it's anyone's game.
It really is anyone's game, and it isn't a surprise because they're all pushing so hard. They want to get their season off to a superb start, and especially if you're then making amends from race 1, for example, you're going to be pushing even harder. Zani's is different because he was 2 seconds out in front. He didn't need to be pushing that hard at that point because everyone else was squabbling. He had the advantage, but obviously he felt he was in his rhythm and was able to keep pushing, and unfortunately for the Italian, he crashed out.
Yeah, well, there's a lesson in racecraft to be learned there, I think. It's a lesson that many riders struggle to learn. It's a very important one, as Buhosa does make the move there on Cano. He is ahead.
Buhosa running in P3 then against Cano again. As we said earlier, their rivalry continuing in a new class on new bikes. But it's the same story with those two, just fighting it out.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like Buhosa's hungry for more as well. He looked up on the inside of Ramadipa, saw that there was an opportunity at that particular corner, but going into turn 5, is he going to try and make the move there? It looks like he's just going to lay off a bit there. He might be a bit cautious given what happened earlier as well.
Yeah, understandably so. It looked like Planque was just moving forward there as well, getting ahead of, or moving out into P7 at turn 5.
Yeah, with Ojuara into P6 as well. So fantastic from the Japanese rider.
A great performance so far, sort of quietly moving up the order, taking advantage of the riders fighting around him to make sure he's in contention.
Yeah, as we approach turn 10, we've seen so many moves made here before. Is anyone going to try and make the move here? Well, on the outside there, just a bit wide. Looks like things are as they were.
Pugliese is so good on the brakes at turn 10 and turn 1. It's very difficult to pass him unless you're pretty much ahead of him before the braking zone. He's very strong.
Yeah, absolutely. Pugliese has been showing us over the course of this weekend why he's someone to really hold in very, very high regard. And we've got Cano.
7 laps to go and a group of 14, I think that was potentially showing for Cano. And it's not wrong, there's a huge group fighting for this win. As Ramadipa looks on the inside of Pugliese, but no, the Italian able to defend once again. And Buhosa had a look at Ramadipa, but couldn't make that move stick either.
No, he had a long look, didn't he, there? It looked like he'd almost made it, but Ramadipa did so well to just hold him off. Excellent riding from Ramadipa there.
Very good riding, very good defensive riding as well. And Buhosa's now under pressure from Travis Borg. Just going to have a look at a replay, a slow motion replay of all of the riders braking at turn 1, and Buhosa Pugliese, sorry, coming out ahead, but Ramadipa and Buhosa side by side through turn 1.
Yeah. Turn 1 is delivering so much action here today in Montmelon. Absolutely fantastic to see as we go into sector 3 here at turn 7 and 8.
Great curb cam, just to show how close these riders are through turn 7 and 8, which is a very tricky part of the track. Turn 9 is another challenging part for very different reasons. It's uphill, it's a bit of a blind apex. But yeah, heading down into turn 10, the slipstream is crucial, but Pugliese still able to defend from Buhosa. Ramadipa having a look on the inside, but unable to get close. And Travis Borg as well, remaining in P4 with Cano side by side there with
Plank.
with Plank, but it's Plank that comes out on top.
Yeah, Plank made a move there. I think he managed to actually get a bit of a two for one. He overtook two riders at the same time. Absolutely fantastic work from Guillaume Plank. The French rider showing us why he's really battling at the front there, because he's not afraid to get his elbows out and make a move like that where the opportunity presents itself.
No, and that's key in this class. You can be as fast as you want, but you know you're going to have a big group of riders fighting because everyone is fast. So you need to be able to fight fight as aggressively as you can. Into turn 1, it's Barroso moving into P2. Pugliese staying in the lead with Plank in P1, and we're just seeing there's a yellow flag out at turn 3, which has appeared on our timing screen. So we're just going to see if there's anything that's happened, or maybe it's debris on track, but it's quickly gone in, so not entirely sure what that was for.
Yellow flag removed at turn 3. Didn't even realise it was there. As we approach turn 5 and another opportunity for someone to make a move. That tight left-hander. Plank again, he always seems to be taking that inside line. This time he's managed to take the lead. Is he going to be able to make it stick? It looks like he is. Oh, what a move there from Guillaume Plank, the Frenchman. He's lost the lead, but he's still in P2. Pugliese fighting back straight away, but Pugliese giving as good as he gets.
Pugliese was wide on the entry into 7, which allowed Plank to take the lead through turn 8, which is a very, very unusual place to make a move, but that has bunched everyone up as well.
Well, it's an unusual place to make a move, but he's made it work so well there. Absolutely incredible stuff. As we go through turn 10, Plank is leading now into sector 4.
Yeah, Plank with the lead ahead of Pugliese. Barroso in P3. Ramadipa is just behind, but turn 13 and 14 are going to be crucial. And when we cross the line to start the next lap, it will be just 5 laps to go.
Yeah, I think it's almost time for us to start looking at exactly who's crossing the line first as well, given how close the previous race was.
Yeah, I mean, as they crossed the line here, it was 0.081 between Plank and Pugliese. So Plank was able to hold that lead through from turn 14 to the start-finish straight.
Well,
Ramadipa on the inside, turn 1 looks to make a move, but Barroso is able to go back through turn 1, but can't get through on turn 2. So Ramadipa moves into P3.
Yeah, and Plank lost out massively on the stripstream there on the start-finish straight.
Also, just to note that Travis Borg was a big mover in that fight as well. He's moved up into 2nd, although that could be about to become 3rd, as Barroso on the inside at turn 4 makes the move stick on the rider from Malta.
Yeah, Pugliese leading into turn 5. Ramadipa looking to move on the inside, looking to try and take 3rd. Is he going to be able to get a good line out of it? No, he's not. Travis Borg holding on there.
Yeah, Borg was able to hold on to that P3 for now, but Ramadipa is going to have a good run on him through, well, into turn 9 and into turn 10, you would think. But the number 23 might be able to hold on under braking, because Ramadipa is also under pressure from Plank.
And now they're running towards turn 10. We've seen so much action here. This is where we saw Guillaume Plank make that move earlier. This time he's not in the right position to do so.
As we said, Borg was able to had enough to defend from Ramadipa into turn 10, but Ramadipa at turn 11 has a look on the inside. That would have been brave, but he's not able to make it stick, and it's cost him a couple of bike lengths to Borg, but he'll be able to make those up on the runs through turn 13 and 14.
And again, it's been so interesting to see, however it exits from turn 14, who's going to take advantage of the slipstream. We've got just 4 laps left now.
Again, Pugliese was able to lead over the line coming out of that final corner. So I think the run to the line, unless they're really, really close, should be with the rider who leads coming out of turn 14. As we see car push in on the inside of Travis Borg, looking for P3, unable to make the move stick under braking at turns 1 and 2.
Yeah, into sector 2 now. It's still Pugliese who leads from Barroso. Travis Borg just behind, who's done so well to get himself into a podium position. Is he going to be able to maintain it with the amount of pressure building behind him? He's got the likes of Carbushin, Planks, Carlos Cano, Keandre Ramadipa, Ojuara, all behind him, and any one of them in with a chance of finishing on the podium or even with a race win.
Yeah, this is anyone's game with 4 laps to go, as there's a move there from Plank on the inside, unable to make it stick on Borg. Borg retaining P4 from the French rider.
Yeah, he's too heavy on the brakes there and just allowed Borg to roll around the outside of the move.
Yeah, as we say, Pugliese still leading ahead of Bahosa, just a 10th or so in it. Karpushin up into P3. But again, it's to run into turn 10. This is where Bahosa has a chance to get alongside the Italian for P1, but we know how good the number 31 is under braking. He doesn't really give riders a sniff. And it's Karpushin making the move on Bahosa for P2. Is he able to make that one stick through turns 11? He'll have the outside into 12. It's going to be tight between the pair.
Absolutely incredible stuff here in Barcelona. Once again, entering sector 4, and we see it chop and change. So much action.
Always delivers action, does the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya. Bahosa with the run through turn 14 on Pugliese. Is he going to be able to make the slipstream count on this time? We have 3 laps to go. The race really reaching a crescendo here in Barcelona.
Well, it's been a crescendo from start to finish here, really. Absolutely incredible as we see all the lines the riders are preparing to take. It's Pugliese who leads. Cano tries to make a move there.
It's Travis Borg moves into P2.
Cano moves into P4 as well.
Borg on the move through turn 1, moving up into second place, and he's already on the back of Pugliese. Will he be able to make a move into turn 4? No, Bahosa's on the inside of the number 23. So it's Bahosa who is making the late move once again, moving into second place.
Yeah, just forcing Borg out wide there as well. That could provide a bit of room for Cano. He now is able to take advantage of it and move ahead at turn 5. No! It looked like he was almost able to do so, but Borg holds off Carlos Cano.
Borg was able to take the tighter line through turn 5, and that just enabled him to keep position. Again, the curb camera here showing just how close this field is heading into the final couple of laps.
Yeah, absolutely incredible stuff. Currently Pugliese who's leading from Bahosa, with Travis Borg occupying the final spot. No, it's now Guillaume Planks who's into P3.
Yeah, Borg has dropped to P4. I didn't quite see what happened there, but the rider from Motor, is in P4 behind Plank. Karpushin, who was fighting in this lead group a couple of laps ago, is now down in P8.
P8, still part of the group, but at the wrong end of it, I think it's fair to say, as we prepare to watch the riders emerge from turn 14 and hit the start-finish straight again. It is currently Pugliese who leads. Bahosa looking to take advantage of that slipstream.
Yeah, Bahosa is in a perfect position to take the slipstream advantage with 2 laps to go on the run into turn 1. But Plank is on the inside, as is Borg, and it looks like it's Borg who is making the moves on the inside and the braking at turn 1, and the 23 moves back into second place.
Yeah, absolutely sensational stuff from Travis Borg there. Unable to get ahead of Giulio Pugliese, but he is ahead of everyone else behind him.
He's taken an inside line through 3 as well, which gave him the inside for turn 4. Is he close enough to make that move for P1, or is he going to have to defend? Well, neither really. He stays in second. Running into turn 5 though, the number 23. The inside line is blocked for him. Now he has to defend from Blank, as we see Cano
Carlos Cano as well. Oh, a bit of a moment there for Borg. Just adjusting himself. As Plank looked to be setting himself up to make a move there as we go through turn 7 and 8. Just readjusting.
That's a brave move from Plank on the inside of turn 9 to get ahead of Borg for P2. That is an incredible move from the French rider.
As we approach turn 10, once again, for the penultimate time.
And Plank goes again for the lead on Pugliese. He's able to keep the tighter line.
Oh, no, yes, as well.
And Borg moves into P2 provisionally. It was a big moment for Ramadipa on the curb. He goes slightly wide. It's a bit chaotic behind. So it's Borg who moves into P3 with Plank and Pugliese ahead of him. Ramadipa in P4, heading on to the final lap of this race.
Yeah, the final lap, and as you mentioned before, an absolute crescendo. Plank moving into P1 at such a vital time. He's not going to be able to take advantage of any slipstream here. He's going to need to try and pull away as much as he can as we power down this 1 kilometre straight in Barcelona. And it does look like Pugliese has managed to get ahead as we approach turn 1. Who's going to be able to battle in this battle for first? How many riders do you need? It's Pugliese who gets ahead going into turn 1, into turn 2. And it's Travis Borg who takes P2. Bahosa just behind in P3.
Borg was able to stay on the outside through turns 1 and give him a good position through 2 to keep P2 ahead of Barroso, but Barroso is close to the number 23. Is he going to make the move into turn 4? No, so Borg holds it for now.
And Planck has dropped down to P8, so he started this lap just about in P1, and he's finishing it in P8. It looks like, for the time being, there's still plenty more action to come.
Barroso on the inside of Borg at turn 5. That moves him into P2. He's got a couple of attempts to make up on Pugliese, but he'll have the run
Watch out for Cano as well. There goes Travis Borg. Down as we approach turn 10, the hairpin. We've seen so many moves here made before. Planck in previous laps. This time around,
Barroso's wide. Barroso is wide. That is a promoted Borg into P2. He'll have a good run through on Pugliese behind, and there is a crash behind. But we need to see the leaders to see how they are getting on through the final couple of corners.
They're going through turn 13 now. Oh, we have 2 riders down. They both seem to be okay. We're about to be hitting turn 14. It is Pugliese who's leading. He's got Travis Borg just behind. Barroso's not out of this yet, though, nor is Carlos Cano. How's he going to finish? This is neck and neck. Who's claiming the win? Well, 2 riders out, both Travis Borg and Giulio Pugliese claim the win there. It's another photo finish. The Aspar team seems to think it's Pugliese who's won. I have to say, on our timing sheets, it looks like that is the case as well, with a gap of just 0.091 seconds. Absolutely incredible stuff from Giulio Pugliese. Travis Borg won't believe it. It could have gone any way there.
It really could have gone any way, but it does look like Pugliese has taken victory. As you say, less than a tenth between him and Borg, with Barroso not far away either. He was just 0.14 away from victory. It was an incredible, incredible race. The crash that we saw at the end of during that last lap, that was Sullivan Mousy and Remy San Juan at turn 10.
Well, they'll be tremendously frustrated that their race came to an end. It's such a late point after really having quite a fantastic weekend, both of them, I think.
Yeah, Mousy was a bit disappointed because he had a crash in practice yesterday and was aiming to get through Q1, but was unable to do so, but has battled his way up into the point. So yeah, he'll be a bit disappointed it ended in the gravel trap.
Well, it does look like Pugliese is our worthy winner as he celebrates with a wheelie here in Barcelona, as this second race in the Moto3 Junior World Championship comes to a thrilling conclusion. Well, he'll be making his way to Parc Fermé. Barroso will finish on the podium as well. P3. Absolutely fantastic finish for him after his opening race of the campaign came to such a tricky end with that high side at turn 5. He'll be thrilled to have come back swinging, I think it's fair to say. He also managed to edge out by just 0.014 seconds his rival for the ETC last year, Carlos Cano. He gets 16 points on the tally. Travis Borg there. Did so well to get himself into a position to fight for that podium. Finishes P2. There are the raucous celebrations in Parc Fermé for Fernando Barroso as well. What a moment for these 2 riders as our race winner, Giulio Pugliese, enters as well. He's asking for applause, and it's well deserved. CF Moto Aspar Junior team with a win here in Barcelona. Travis Borg and Pugliese there at the back, just congratulating each other after a fantastic battle. It really did look like it could have finished with any one of our leading pack, who were throughout the race competing start to finish, showing that there's just so much talent here. Here we can just see the move that secured the win for Giulio Pugliese. Just building up such speed on that kilometre-long straight here in Barcelona. Getting his line absolutely perfect heading into turn 1. And he was able to maintain it for the entire lap as well. It was close though, he was pushed all the way by Travis Borg. Number 1 here in race 2 in Moto3 Junior. And here we are back down in Park Fermé. We'll be hearing from him shortly. For the time being, we can just see how he enjoys it. Fantastic race, very well deserved to celebrate with friends and family. Always a very emotional moment in Park Fermé. We have Travis Borg celebrating P2, as he's right to do so. Fantastic ride for him. And there, Fernando Bujosa. Complimenti. Congratulations to the young Spaniard. Well, great scenes down in Park Fermé. We shall be hearing very shortly from Giulio Pugliese as he celebrates this win. We're just about ready to go down with Jack Amy to hear from Giulio after this race 2 win.
Giulio, race 2 here, what a race that was. Just talk us through that win and your victory.
Yes, the race was a lot hot, was difficult for the grip because the track was very hot, but I was not pushing a lot for this and for prepare the last lap, and we are first, so very happy in the championship. We are good now. Thanks a lot of Aspar team because it's a really incredible team. Thanks Rafa Alsina because I'm training a lot with him. Thanks sponsor, thanks Talenti Azzurri, and I'm very very happy. Thank you.
And now in Italian for your fans back home.
È stata una gara difficile perché faceva molto caldo, c'era pochissimo grip. Ho visto che non avevo molto grip sulla moto, quindi ho cercato di stare calmo e gestire la gara e giocarmi l'ultimo giro la vittoria. Sono riuscito a vincere, incredibile. Ringrazio il team, gli sponsor, Talenti Azzurri e Rafa Alsina.
Giulio, thank you, congratulations.
Thank you.
Let's take a look back at race 2 in Moto3 Junior. Fernando Bujosa got away well from pole position, but it was Leonardo Zanni who excelled early on, building a lead that looked almost, and that's the key word, almost, insurmountable. The leading pack, well, was of 1 initially, with Zanni extending a lead to almost 2 seconds, with the riders behind him battling it out. And that was all, of course, playing into Leonardo Zanni's hands. But then, this high side brought his race to an end, And that left the door wide open for any of the riders chasing to follow. We also saw Martinez go down as well. Giulio Pugliese managed to pull ahead in turn 1 there. It was a lead that was chopping and changing a bit, but Pugliese managed to show himself as the strongest of a group of very, very strong riders. We saw Plank briefly taking the lead as well, was able to sustain it after doing so at turn 5 for too long. And once again, what was quickly becoming a routine move for Pugliese, pulled ahead again at turn 1. The pressure was on though, with Bujosa behind him all the way, always trying to make a move. The likes of Travis Borg as well, fighting his way into the podium positions, eventually managing to force his way onto it. Would eventually finish in P2 after a fantastic move there. Frustration on the last lap, also mounted, but it was a close one in the end. A close one that Giulio Pugliese came out on top of, finishing with the win. And here we are then at the podium for the last time today in Moto3 Junior, the second time today, and the second time in 2026. Here we have Fernando Bujosa taking his place after finishing third. A well thought out race, especially considering what happened in the opening race. Now we have Travis Borg of Malta in second place after a fantastic performance here. And our winner, Giulio Pugliese, the Italian. Takes the top spot. Salutes his rivals. And they did push him all the way there, didn't they? We have Mr. Ignacio Armengol, Circuit General Manager, presenting the first trophy to the winning team.
De nou, el senyor Ignasi Armengol, com a director general de FIM Circuit, entrega el premi al tercer.
He'll do so
Esa
again.
tercera posición desde Palma de Mallorca, ganador de la Talent del año pasado.
Fernando Bujosa.
Primer podio de Moto3 Junior.
His
Fernando
first
Bujosa.
podium here in the Moto3 Junior class. After stepping up.
En representación de la
There we have the FIM representative, Mr. Jean-Marc Denis, as well. Presenting the present for the prize for the second place finisher.
Y de nuevo, y ahora, vencedor. Tenemos un pedazo de piloto aquí con nosotros porque es Brian Uriarte.
And Brian Uriarte will be presenting the winner's trophy as well. Absolutely fantastic stuff.
Aquí el Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya. Enhorabuena, aplausos para Brian Uriarte. Entrega
We will be hearing the Italian
el
anthem
trofeu
now.
vencedor a Giulio Pugliese. En honor del guanyador, escoltem l'himne d'Itàlia.
Giulio Pugliese, what a winner here in Barcelona in the second race of the Moto3 Junior World Championship here in 2026. What a way to finish this round, go into Estoril, to round 2 in the best possible way. But now he's seen that these rivals are capable of taking it right down to the wire. I think we can be sure that we're in for an absolutely incredible season in Moto3 Junior.
por venir y agradecemos a todos los amigos. Vinga, doncs, aquí tenim el pilot de Montbau en aquesta... Fem la foto. Fem la foto.
Here we have then the final results. Pugliese with that win, taking another 25 points. Travis Borg and Fernando Barroso joining him on the podium. Carlos Cano in P4, Abruzzo in P5, Ramadipa in P6 in the end, Ojiwara in P7, Guillaume Plong in P8, Carbuche in P9, and Christian Daniel in P10, Monignani in 11th, Singapong in 12th, Bellon in 13th, Da Costa in 14th, Gabarini in 15th, P16 Benyat Fernandez, in 17th Enriquez, 18th Perez, and 19th Michiello. Then in 20th we have Thibaut Vargas, Soroyak in P21, Mignot in 22nd, Olivares in 23rd, P24 Russo, P25 Pilato, San Juan in 26th, Silvan Mounty 27th, and David Gonzalez in 28th. And then Edu Gutierrez at the bottom with Nicolas and Dani Martinez behind as well. These are the rider standings then, and Giulio Pugliese does take the lead. Carlos Cano into P2 in the standings, Zani in 3rd. Very fascinating. Travis Borg moves up after the second race, 14 positions to P6. Barroso also moving up 12 positions into P8. Carbuche moves up to P14, Christian Daniel into P16. A lot of chopping and changing in this opening round over the course of the two races. Remy San Juan in P20th. An absolutely incredible edition of Moto3 Junior. An absolutely sensational performance from all of these riders. Absolutely fantastic racing, and it's the racing that we've become accustomed to when we see this class in action. It was Pugliese who came out on top in race 2, but everyone will be raring to go in Estoril for round 2. We'll see you there. action at the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya, and the Moto2 European Championship goes again. Race 2, and after everything that happened in Race 1, the standings are beginning to take shape at a track that has already proved its ability to sort the quick from the consistent. The next laps matter enormously. Early point leads can evaporate, championships have been won and lost before they felt like they'd even started. The pressure is on, the riders are ready, and Mont Below is waiting. Race 2 of the Moto2 European Championship. It's time to go racing. Race 1 in the Moto2 European Championship in 2026, delivered from start to finish. Eric Fernandez from pole was absolutely sensational, developing what looked like a very significant lead early on. But his challenges were never too far behind. The likes of Milan Pavlic, Denis Foggia, for example, putting on the pressure as well as they could. But it was Eric Labala, the bullet, who seized an early lead that began to look very difficult to rein in indeed. Pavlic moved into P2. A fantastic move turn 5 there, a very tricky left-hander to get to grips with. But then we saw Eric Fernandez crashing out of the lead. He wasn't under pressure and yet was able to rejoin and did so in style, managing to forge his way through the ranks, plough his way through the field to try and get back into the points, while Unai Aradri and Milan Pavlic traded blows in the battle for the top spot on the podium. As you can see there, Eric Fernandez was not giving up whatsoever. He wanted points. A different rider might have been a bit more relaxed about it, not Fernandez. Meanwhile, at the front, Aradri was being pursued and eventually hunted down at turn 1 by our reigning champion, Milan Pavlic. As you can see there, Fernandez not giving an inch as he looked to try and finish in the points. Just getting all the experience he can on that Moto2 machine. In the end, it was Pavlic who win ahead of Unai Aradri, beginning his season as he left off last year. Well, it's time for race 2 here in Catalonia in the Moto2 European Championship. Race 1 delivered drama, it delivered action, it delivered absolutely everything that you might want from a motorcycle race here in Barcelona. My name's Conor Doty and I'm joined by Jack Amy for proceedings, our penultimate race of round 1 in the FIM MotoJunior World Championship, Jack, and it's been absolutely sensational so far, hasn't it?
It has been a sensational day of racing so far, none more so than Moto2 Race 1. Earlier, as we saw in the highlights, Fernandez looked like he was able to control proceedings but crashed at turn 10 and then dropped all the way back down the order before quite literally carving his way through the field to claim P11. So a good recovery from him, but out in front it was Pavlic versus Aradri, and it was the reigning champion who came out on top.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be very interesting to see how Eric Fernandez manages to recalibrate his mind after that, because it looked like he didn't need to really do anything. You say carved through the field. He did that, but with a very sharp knife. It was incredible to watch. There was a reason why we included someone who finished in P11, I think it was, in the highlights so frequently. He was taking risks. He was determined to try and finish as high up as possible because he thinks that he is a real contender for this year's Moto2 crown.
Yeah, and he should feel he's a contender. Based on what we saw last year, he was fighting at the front fairly consistently. He was on pole here, so we know he's got the 1 lap speed. The question is whether he can bounce back from what happened in race 1. And I guess, obviously we haven't been able to speak to him since, but part of wanting to carve through the field, A, get 5 points on the board. Even if it's only 5 points, it could be crucial at the end of the year.
Absolutely.
B, just prove that you can still race without, I would say, without crashing. He did obviously hit someone going through turn 5, but
didn't crash though.
Didn't crash, made contact with. But just to make sure that in the mindset he has that he can still, well, he can race and it's fine and he doesn't have to worry for race 2. And like you said earlier, data. He'll understand how the tyres work over 15 laps, but also 15 laps in the pack, or 13 laps in the pack, or whatever it was. So he'll have a lot of crucial data as well, which should help him in race 2.
Yeah, absolutely. He's going to be using everything he can to try and... Well, I wouldn't say he needs to make amends for the opening race because he performed so well after that initial crash, but...
To get the result on the board
Exactly,
that his pace probably deserves.
Probably deserves, absolutely. So it'll be very interesting to see whether he's able to pull away as well as he did in that opening race this time around as well. I mean, his rivals have now been warned. They know what he's going to try to do. Whether they're able to stop him is another question entirely.
It is, and they would have seen him pull away, push it to build a gap, but also then crash. So maybe from their point of view, they can just think, if we keep the pressure on, maybe something else happens. We see Dennis Foggia here starting from P2, drop back a bit in race 1 in his first race in the Moto2 European Championship, which perhaps isn't too much of a surprise given that it's fairly new to him, but still a strong performance so far.
Yeah, absolutely. We actually saw him briefly taking the lead, very, very briefly, over Eric Fernandez, who struck back immediately, showing him at this level, no one's going to be giving you any quarter whatsoever. And this rider from Poland, least of all, Milan Pavlic, his first race of the year, first win. He's the reigning champion. He's got to be so happy right now. It's a shame that he's unable to have really celebrated what was an incredible opening race for him.
Yeah, great race from Pavlet, starting his title campaign in the perfect fashion, claiming victory. It was a tactical battle, I think, is the way to describe it with Aradre. Aradre sort of took the lead and then looked like he had a gap, looked like he was managing it, but Pavlet was just closing and closing and closing, and eventually was able to pass the number 10 to take victory.
Yeah, that's something that we've seen Aradre do before, actually. Over the course of last season, he showed that he's got tremendous pace. He's able to really ride by himself as well, but this time around feels like Pavlic was just able to stay close enough and pounce when the moment was right.
The thing for Aradre is that when Pavlet got past is to make sure that he was able to learn from what the Polish rider was doing. If he can do that and take that into race 2, then he's got a good chance of fighting for the podium, for the win.
I'm not sure how he's going to be able to really try and combat that either. As we look at Javier Palomera, that Yamaha machine, had an impressive opening race as well.
He did, yeah. He, in the end...
P5 after starting P5.
Yeah, I mean, starting P5, finishing P5, it's obviously decent, it's good. He was 9.5 seconds away from Pavlets in the lead of the race, but we know how strong Pavlets is, so a very good opening race effort from Palomera.
There we have the 5 minutes to go mark. Yeah, it was. I think the way that the first race unfolded, we had the obvious push from Fernandez right from the start. He very much pulled away. Then the battle behind with Palomera, the likes of Aradre and Pavlic. So it'll be interesting to see how this race develops as well. If it's going to progress in the same kind of way, or now everyone's shown their cards, who's going to be the first to react?
It's also going to be who's been able to learn the most from race 1 now that the temperatures are even hotter. We just saw Francesco Mongiardo on the podium earlier in race 1. Was able to have a bit of a chat with him on the way down to Parc Ferme earlier. Knee and shoulder is okay, not giving him any grief. He described race 1 as hot, which I feel like is an understatement.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of the riders have been describing the races as hot so far, whether you're asking them in English, Italian or Spanish or whatever other language you fancy speaking to them in.
Maybe not for Jacob Ralston from Australia. This is relatively cool, I would imagine, for him, but a solid effort on his first appearance in the Moto2 European Championship as well.
Yeah, he can only be proud of himself for the performance that he delivered in that opening race. A very good way to get to grips with what is a very, very competitive class. And he showed that he's capable of this and that he's capable of taking the battle to other riders as well.
Yeah, P7 in race 1, just behind teammate Dennis Foggia, and the two were the leading Boscoscura riders in the field. So a solid effort for both Foggia and Ralston.
Speaking of solid efforts, Alessandro Morossi had a fantastic opening race.
Yes, finished in P4, 9 seconds away from victory. Just fended off Palomera in the latter stages, but a very good race from the Italian.
There's 3 minutes then to go. The final preparations taking place. The last words of advice ahead of the final Moto2 European Championship race of round 1 in the FIM MotoJunior World Championship. Harrison Voigt then.
Yeah, P8 in race 1 this morning, just a few seconds away from Ralston and, well, a few seconds from Ralston, a few more seconds from Foggia, but a solid top 10 effort for the Australian rider.
Yeah, you can be pleased with that initial foray here in Barcelona-Catalunya. As the clock ticks down, everyone doing everything they can to preserve the coolness of the riders. Parasol, umbrella, whatever you want to call it. It's very much necessary out here today in Barcelona. Very much the kind of day that if you weren't at the circuit, well, maybe you'd go to the beach.
100% you would be, if you weren't, as you say, at the circuit watching this incredible racing, these incredible championships, you would more than likely be heading to the beach or maybe a barbecue or
well, the
something.
Australians can have a barbecue, the Catalans can go to the beach. But I think everyone's in agreement that it's better to be here at the circuit, watching Moto2, watching this European Championship unfold, because the calibre of the racing is second to none. It's been absolutely sensational so far here in Montmeló.
Yeah, race 1 delivered in the end of the season, or the second penultimate round of the season last year was held here, and again, it was an incredible fight, and Pavlets and Oradre were the protagonists there as well, so expect more of the same.
Yeah, absolutely, here in the foothills of Mount Tibidabo. If you'll pardon the reference, it's about 20 years old. Anyone who gets it, please send me a message. So ahead of race 2, let's take a look at this starting grid then. As everyone makes their final preparations, Eric Fernandez on pole, joined on the front row by Dennis Foggia and Milan Pavelic. Behind them on row 2 is Unai Oradre, Javier Palomera and Francesco Mongiardo. On row 3, we've got Jacob Ralston, Alessandro Morosi and Harrison Voigt. On row 4, Facundo Yambias of Uruguay, Marco Tapia and Stefano Nepo. Rounding out row 4. On row 5, we've got Ruben Romero, Rossi Moore and Joan Guimbert. In P16, we've got Jonathan Nalus, Juan Santos in P17 and Ludenia in P18, Marcos Arati in 19th. In 20th, Emmanuel Brinton, David Real in 21st, Venturini, Van Tricht and Toth. And then after them, it's Uriostegui, Del Olmo, Van Rosmalen and Eisenkolb at the back. Well, we are underway with the warm-up lap. Not sure how much warmer we need to get, but here we are. It's a very important moment, actually, for the riders as they make their final preparations, get to grips with the tarmac out here in Barcelona, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm going to ignore the joke that you made about the temperature just there. It is a very important lap. They obviously had the sighting lap to the grid, so they would have been able to get a rough idea of how the track feels, how the tyres feel, everything that you need to know ahead of the race. But this is the last chance to get that information to prepare to adapt to what the track's going to throw at you, because it will be different from this morning because the temperatures have risen that much more. Air temperature is still hovering around 29-30 degrees. Track temperature will be considerably higher, but yeah, it's the last chance to sort of understand where the feeling is, where the grip is.
Yeah, absolutely. And as such, an absolutely crucial moment ahead of the race as we go through turn 7 now, approaching sector 3. There we have it. Confirmation of the track temperature, 49 degrees.
It's quite hot.
That is quite hot. We began today's session with 28 degrees. So that's 20 degrees hotter. So,
but it also will depend on where the sensor is,
yeah.
Because if it's right in the sun, it's going to be considerably more. If it's closer to the shade, then it's quite cool.
I can only work with the information I have provided by our wonderful graphics team, who do deserve a special round of applause as well, because the new graphic package for the entire FIM MotoJunior World Championship is absolutely incredible.
It is fantastic.
And we can see the championship there, Paulette leading after seizing the 25 points in the opening race in the Moto2 European Championship, followed by Unai Oradre. Fantastic to see that rivalry renewed. So we've seen rivalries renewed across the board here in Moto Junior.
Fernandez just waving his hand there as he comes through the final corner to start or to get onto the grid for the race start.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that was a wave of frustration or irritated with another rider, as we see Eric Fernandez taking pole position, looking to get away as well as he did last time. So there is the red flag at the front, just about ready to go. Dennis Foggia there, the green flag is waving now at the back. We'll have the lights on at any moment. There they are. The revs are rising. It's lights out and we are away in Moto2 European Championship. It's race 2 and once again Eric Fernandez gets away so well on this kilometre-long start-finish straight. The pressure is immediately there. It's Dennis Foggia who's putting it on. He tries to get on the inside of Eric Fernandez, unable to do so, and that's very much how the race 1 unfolded as well.
Yeah, in race 1, Foggia was able to get alongside and ahead for turn 1, and that was it. So Fernandez improving there, not letting Foggia get ahead of him at the opening corner, but Foggia is currently staying right on Fernandez's tail.
Yeah, Foggia is really piling on the pressure onto Fernandez early on here. We'll have to see how the race develops though, but you'd have to imagine that Dennis Foggia is going to be employing that maturity, that experience from the World Championship here. This time around, he's going to be able to make it count for a little bit more.
This is all about learning for Foggia at this stage of the race. We just see someone running slightly wide at turn 5, but no harm done there. Just on Unai Eradre, he has dropped to P9 on this opening lap. He's 1.5 seconds behind Fernandez already.
That's going to be very impressive then. Very interesting to see how that develops there. As we approach turn 10, a real overtaking hotspot, a real opportunity for someone to make a move. No one in this lead group seems to be taking the bait just yet, although Foggia did seem to be going a little bit wide there.
There's multiple lines you can take through turns 10 and 11, so I don't think it was anything to worry about for Foggia. Perhaps he just prefers taking a slightly wider line through turns 10 and 11.
As we approach turn 14 for the first time in this 15-lap race.
Emmanuel Brinton there, he retired from race 1 earlier, so hoping to put things right. Currently in P18, maybe he'll be able to get ahead and fight for the points.
Foggia trying to get as close as possible here, approaching turn 1.
Just to note, Jacob Ralston currently in P4. I think he's just been demoted to P5 by Palomera, who's up 1 place, but Ralston had a good start on lap 1, moving up into what was P4.
Yeah, now it's P5, as you said. He is up 2 positions, though. Facundo Yambia is up 4 positions into P6. He did something very similar in the first race as well, didn't he? He was able to really fight his way through, got towards the front of the pack, but then kind of just lost a bit of momentum as the race went on.
Yeah, perhaps pushed a bit too much in the opening few laps, and that cost him at the end of the race. We know in any class, tyre management is crucial in Barcelona because of the track surface, especially when it's hot. So I would imagine it was just pushed too much, and that cost him at the end of the race. Foggia is still all over the back of Fernandez, just 0.174 between them at the last timing point. And it looks like he's even closer through turn 9. Will he get the run on Fernandez into turn 10?
Yeah, that's going to be very interesting. It's Pavlec behind as well, watching this battle unfold between these two. It goes a bit tighter, but he's unable to make the move there.
That was Foggia ahead. Foggia is ahead of Fernandez.
Dennis Foggia takes the lead for the first time here in the Moto2 European Championship. As we head towards turn number 14, Foggia leads from Eric Fernandez, and he's already building a bit of a gap.
The gap out to 2.5 tenths before they cross the line. Let's see what it is as they do cross the start-finish line, up to 0.282. So Foggia really pushing. He was half a second quicker than Fernandez on that last lap. And Pavlec is now all over the back of Fernandez as well. The number 44 up the inside of turn 1 for P2.
Yeah, it's going from bad to worse for Eric Fernandez. It's now Foggia who leads. Pavlec, who won race 1, currently in P2. Well, Foggia has reasons to be concerned if he's got Pavlec behind him as well, our reigning champion. But just there as well, Unai Eradre incredibly quick, but Marco Tapia, they seem to have some kind of technical issue and will have to withdraw here.
Yeah, he's pulled off his bike on the exit of turn 14, I think. So it looks like that will be fairly easy to recover for the Marshals as Foggia leads, and the gap is extending. It's 0.367. Oladre in P8 now with the fastest lap of the race. And just like Mongiardo has also dropped down. He's down into P9 behind Oladre.
Yeah, Oladre has made a move on Alessandro Morossi as well. So Oladre going from strength to strength, which is, again, what we saw in race 1. Oladre very capable of ploughing his way through the pack and taking the fight to the leaders.
He is, yeah. Well, it's nothing that we didn't expect, really, given his form last year. There was a bit of smoke, I think, from Pavlets under braking, really pushing hard. He's gone slightly wide, but Fernandez not able to get up the inside at turn 11. So Pavlets just about holds on to P2, but that will allow Foggia to build a bit more of a gap as well.
Yeah, that's exactly what Foggia needs as well at this point. Allow the bickering behind him to continue. He can pull away, try and do exactly what Eric Fernandez did in the first race, but take it to a conclusion that's more favourable.
Yeah, without the crashing from the lead thing, I think is what Foggia will be aiming for. The number 7 leading.
It's quite key.
Yeah, it's very key. 1:43.343 last time round for. Sorry, that is Foggia's best lap. So he's still 2 tenths clear of Pavlets. Pavlets not letting him go, and Fernandez also still in the mix as well.
Yeah, Palomero as well, just behind Eric Fernandez. Then we've got the number 43.
It's Emmanuel Brinton once again bringing his bike into the pits.
I wonder what the issue is there then. As we return to Sector 2 and our race leaders, Dennis Foggia, the Italian, on his initial round here in the Moto2 European Championship. And we head down towards turn 5. The tough left-hander, Unai Oradre, making a very, very bold move there on the inside of turn 5. And now he's up to P6.
Yeah, Oradre on the inside of Facundo Yambias at 5. A brave move considering how far back he was when they started braking for turn 5, but he made it work.
Absolutely. Now he's got to get ahead of Jacob Rolston there. Well, he's got about 0.2 of a second of a margin.
Yeah, he's all over the back of Rolston already. So, and Yambias, I think, has dropped another position as well.
P8. So we go into Sector 4. It's still Foggia who leads. He's done ever so well to maintain the lead since taking it. As we approach turn 14. The exit, of course, so important.
Look at the gap Foggia's been able to build already. Just visually, he keeps extending it and extending it. Now just under half a second to Pavlets. But we know how strong Pavlets is in the second half of a race. So if the number 44 stays in this position, I think he'll consider himself favourite at this point.
Well, he's got a lot of self-belief, so I'm sure he will. We've got Palomero on the back of Eric Fernandez there. He's so close. He's going to try and make a move here on the inside. Not quite close enough. Yeah, Eric Fernandez not getting away as well in this race at all as he did in the opener.
I wonder if he's decided just to sit behind Pavlets and Foggia and just see what they're doing and not necessarily push too much. We're just getting a replay heading into turn 1 of the heavy braking zone, and it's Foggia first of all, of course, and then Pavlets as the field goes through. It's an incredible camera angle in slow motion that we have down at turns 1 and 2.
Very professional camera team, and I'm very grateful for it. Dennis Foggia still leading then.
The gap now up to nearly 0.7 of a second.
Yeah,
Fernandez
really
looking
away,
back behind just to see who's close. It's still Palomera all over the back of the number 4. But yeah, Foggia is starting to pull away. Did lose a couple of attempts in that sector, but still got enough of a gap to Pavlets behind.
No, it's half a second really. So he'll be very happy with the way this race is unfolding so far. For the rest of the riders, this is much closer than maybe some of them would have been expecting, even after so few laps so far.
Perhaps, yeah, but we know that in these conditions, this heat, it's going to be tyre management more than outright pace. So if Foggia is able to do this pace while managing his tyres, he's in a very good position. But again, we know how strong Pavlets is at the end of a race. And Oladre has got ahead of Jacob Rolston now, so he moves up into P5.
Yeah, Oladre is really going for it here, isn't he? I mean, he did it in the first race, he's doing it again in the second. Oladre showing us exactly why he's an early favourite, a contender for the title once again this year.
He is, yeah. His racecraft is very good. He obviously came through the World Supersport 300 World Supersport ranks, where racecraft is hugely important. So it's no surprise to see that that has transferred into the Moto2 European Championship.
No surprise whatsoever. Unai Aradre then doing exceptionally well. Now up into P5. It's still Foggia who leads though.
It looks like Palomera has just dropped a couple of bike links to Fernandez as well. Bit of a moment there on the change of direction through turn 7 and 8, but I don't think anything to worry about. And actually now through turn 9, it looks like he's a little bit closer again. So just a bit of ebbing and flowing at this stage.
Yeah, we've still got 9.5 laps to go. Oh, more of the same, please. Eric Fernandez currently in P3, occupying the final spot on the podium. Desperate to get on to the top step this time around. He looked so strong in the first race. He's looked strong here, but looks like everyone stepped it up a notch for race 2.
Everyone would have learned something from race 1 with tyre degradation and everything that goes with the grip, the temperatures, etc., etc. So no surprise. I think it's good for Fernandez at this stage that he's just a little bit of a gap to Palomera, who's now having to defend from Unai Aradre, but also staying in the mix for a podium or a win. Aradre on the inside at turn 1. Palomera with his leg dangling, but Aradre just comes on through, moves up into P4.
Yeah, Aradre showing real aggression, real strength. He knows exactly how to get the best out of that bike, and he's done that once again to move up to P4.
Palomera fighting back. We just cut to a replay of another riding style comparison at turn 1. Foggia, first of all, as he is leading this race through into turn 1. But it did look like Palomera was fighting back on Aradre through turns 3 and 4.
Yeah, absolutely incredible stuff for all of these riders in these opening exchanges. The first blows, you just see the fairing there on Eric Fernandez's bike. And here we have that.
Aradre is ahead of Palomera again, so I wonder if that came at turns 4 or 5. But the number 10 seems to be ahead. If he can defend now into turn 10, you would think that would be his position.
Yeah, he's going to have to be strong here, though, and it does look like he's going to be able to defend well. As you mentioned, the racecraft that Unai Aradre is capable of demonstrating is absolutely fantastic.
Here's the move from Aradre to regain P4 then, done under braking at turn 5 on the inside, leaving Palomera nowhere to go.
Yeah, absolutely incredible move there from Aradre to take P4.
Yeah, a great move from the Spanish rider to move into P4, and now he's chasing down Eric Fernandez. A few attempts between them at the last timing point, and that gap is pretty much the same as they start this lap.
Yeah, Aradre's going to be thinking though about the riders who's got ahead of him, because it does look like he's got the pace. I mean, he set the fastest lap earlier, and he's been so strong. He needs to try and find his way through the likes of Eric Fernandez and Pavlic and apply the pressure on Foggia.
He does, yeah. It does look like he is a bit more comfortable on the bike at this stage, and given the chatter we saw him have in race 1, it's quite the turnaround for Aradre. Already latched onto the back of Fernandez heading into turn 4.
Yeah, it does look like he's brought Palomera and Morosi with him as well, so what was looking like a 3-4-way battle could well become a 5 or 6-way battle at the front.
It does look that way. Aradre was all over the back of Palomera heading into, all over the back of Fernandez heading into turn 5. No move to make through turn 6, 7 or 8, and you would think not turn 9 either, but turn 10, Aradre, if he gets a good run out of Kamsa, then he has a very good chance of making the move under braking at turn 10.
Now we know he's not scared to make that move either, as we are on the rundown. Is he going to line it up here?
Did have a look, did show Fernandez his front wheel, but opted against going for the actual move. But tighter line through 10 and 11, and no, Fernandez is able to hold on.
Yeah, Fernandez really well defending there, but he's got a problem on his hands here. He's got a real problem in the shape of Unai Aradre, who is going to be waiting for the right moment to make that move and to move into the final of the podium positions.
Yeah, Aradre, you would think, I mean, it looks like he has the pace advantage over Fernandez at this point, so you would think the number 10 will want to make this move as quickly as he can so he can latch onto Pavlet and Foggia. At the front, the gap has come down to just 0.3 of a second as Oradre does make the move at turn 1. I think that was a little bit of contact there. No harm done. Both riders able to continue, and Oradre is up into the podium places.
Yeah, Oradre moves into P3, and he's shown us time and time again that he's just so strong in Sector 1. On that previous lap, he was the fastest in the sector, and this time around, well, it's likely to be the same. Unai Oradre now on the podium, and he's going to be hunting down Milan Pavelic as well, his old rival from last year.
Pavelic is around 0.4 of a second clear of Oradre as we see a replay of the move. Under braking, Oradre is on the inside, but did they make any contact? They were close for sure. It looked like, yeah, just Oradre's foot looked like it just tapped Fernandez's bike, but both are able to continue, and Oradre up into the podium places.
Yeah, he'll be thrilled. It did look like it was a matter of time for Oradre. He'd been so strong over the course of this race so far, getting his way towards the front, and once he was in a position to take a podium, well, he just took it.
Yeah, exactly. And now Oradre already looking at Pavelic at turn 10 on the inside. Can't get alongside the Polish rider under braking, but Pavelic is wide, and that should allow Oradre through. No, Pavelic is able to hold the outside line and defend P2. He's wide again through 11 and 12, though. Can Oradre get close, or is Fernandez going to fight back? Fernandez is all over the back of the number 10 as well now.
Yeah, you can't imagine that Fernandez is going to give this up at all. There's still plenty to play for here. Fernandez is going to look to take that position back on the podium from Unai Oradre, and he's going to be looking as well to try and fight his way to the front for a potential win as well. He started on pole position, he's fallen down to P4 now. He's going to be biding his time, but he needs to make this move quickly on Unai Oradre, who's proven himself to be one of the strongest riders out on track right now.
He has, yep. It looked like Oradre and Pavelic, the gap went in favour of Pavelic last time around, but there's still only 1.5 2 tenths between them. So again, it's just a bit of ebbing and flowing. Fernandez will need to defend for Palomera at this point, but he does really need to focus on Oradre ahead of him. But Palomera is all over the back of the number 4 into turn 4.
Yeah, Palomera looked really close there, not quite close enough to make a move though. It's still Foggia who's leading, but that's just 0.3 of a second now from Pavelic, and Oradre getting close as well as we go through turn 5. Not quite close enough either to make a move, but knowing Oradre, it's a matter of time as well. If he can just get a bit closer, and then he'll just have himself ahead.
It is probably a matter of time for Oradre, but again, we know how strong Pavelic is in this stage of the race. So 0.3 to Foggia. You would think, based on what we know from Pavelic, and obviously we know Foggia is very experienced in World Championship racing, but this is a new championship for him. And it looked like, again, Pavelic's a bit wide, but Oradre couldn't quite make the move stick. But they're soon going to be all over the back of Foggia. The gap is now under 2 tenths.
Yeah, Pavelic's just fighting 2 battles really at the same time. He needs to be aggressive to try and reach Foggia, but he needs to be defensive to hold back Oradre's seemingly relentless assault here.
As soon as you start riding defensively, you're going to lose touch with the guy in front. So for Pavelic, just focus on Foggia, and if Oradre comes through, go with him, because he will have good race pace that you can use to your advantage as well.
And it could be coming through right now. Not quite close enough there. Pavelic also considering a move going into turn 1.
Oradre on the back of Pavelic through turns 1 and 2. Foggia looks like just able to extend that gap out a little bit through that opening chicane and into turn 3, up to around 2.5 tenths, but that's nothing. And we've got a 5-rider scrap for victory going on right now.
Yeah, it's Moto2 European Championship at its very best.
Oradre was wide, and that's going to allow Fernandez through on the inside of turn 4, but Oradre will have the inside at turn 5, and he's able to keep that position. But a rare mistake from Oradre.
A rare mistake, and Fernandez will be fuming that he wasn't able to take advantage of it as well as he might have done as well. You don't think he saw it coming?
No, and it was a good recovery from Oradre as well to make sure that he was able to keep position. And he just immediately made sure he had the ideal line into turn 5 to keep Fernandez at bay.
Yeah, what a battle this is being. Oradre really the protagonist of proceedings of the last couple of laps as well. Just be trying to get ahead of Pavelic now at turn 10, not quite close enough.
This is just a mistake of Oradre running slightly wide and allowing Fernandez through on the inside, but that gave Oradre the inside for turn 5, and that allowed him to defend position.
I mean, if you're gonna make that kind of mistake, he's recovered so well. as we prepare to cross over the finish line again. We do have a rider down here, Facundo Yambia.
That's a shame for the Uruguayan after what was a strong opening half of the race, really, for the number 94. It looks like turn 10 he's come down at, but good to see him walking away.
Yeah, absolutely. He was so strong. I think at one point he was around P6 as well.
Aladre is all over the back of Pavlets once again, heading into the second sector. We'll just see the end of Yambias's crash. It looks like the typical turn 10, lose the front under braking, and that's the hopes of a strong result over. But good to see him walking away. As we see Aladre, is he going to make the move at turn 5?
Like
he is.
Aladre gets ahead of Milan Pavlic, and now will be in a position to hunt down Foggia at the front of this Moto2 race, unless Pavlic tries to hit back. He's not able to get close enough to do so. So as it stands, it's Foggia, Aladre and Pavlic.
Pavlets will need to respond immediately. We still have yellow flags at turn 10 though after the Yambias crash. So no overtaking into this corner as it stands. You could just see in the background the marshals work. Well, no, the yellow flag's now in. The yellow flags are in, so they could make a move, but no one is close enough at this point. Foggia is still leading. He's a bit wide through 10, but I think it's just his preferred line. 3 tenths clear of Aladre, with Pavlets now in P3, sorry.
Yeah, as we come through turn 13, the right-hander there, and into turn 14. Aladre now looking to get as close as possible to this Foggia, to show him what life's like in the Moto2 European Championship.
The gap over the line, just 0.16 seconds, so very, very close. A tenth and a half between the top two. 3 tenths covering the top 3.
Look at Pavlic now. Pavlic is making the move on the inside of Aladre into turn 1. Is he able to make it stick? No. Aladre hits right back, but then Pavlic gives him another blow. Absolutely incredible opening to this lap.
Pavlets will try and cut back through turn 3, I would imagine, but Aladre has it covered. That is great news for Foggia, who's able just to build a bit of a gap without really doing anything. Can Pavlets fight back at turn 4? No.
Yeah, a gap that Foggia really had lost over the course of that last lap as well. So yeah, he'll be very, very grateful.
Panamera on the inside of Pavlets at turn 5. That's a brave move from the Spaniard, unable to make it stick. Pavlets defending really well on the outside line, and that will mean Fernandez has the opportunity to get past Panamera, but he defends into turn 7.
Yeah, it's really
he's wide through 7 though.
Now.
He was wide through 7. That might give Fernandez an opportunity through turns 8 and 9. We just wait to see what happens with that fight. It's Fernandez in P5, so Panamera was able to hold position for now.
2.5 laps to go then as we approach turn 10. No one in this opening group, this leading group, is going to be making a move here just yet. Although it looks like Aladre is getting very, very close to Foggia there. It's worked very much in Pavlic's favour as well to have allowed, if that's the word you'll permit me, Aladre through, because he's dragged Foggia back into this battle for the top step on the podium.
That gap that Foggia had lost over the last lap and then regained through turns 1, 2 and 3 has been wiped out already. Aladre a tenth and a half behind him. Let's just see what the gap is across the line. 0.127. Aladre will be close enough to make a move, but will he have to defend from Pavlets?
Well, it remains to be seen. Pavlic is not going to be... There it is. There it is. Aladre hits the front then with just 2 laps to go here in the Moto2 European Championship. The Spaniard is now in P1 and has wrested that position from Denis Foggia. Pavlic remains in P3.
A great overtake from Aladre under braking at turn 1, the common overtaking spot, but he was able to get ahead of Foggia using those brakes. We'll just see a replay of it here, taking the inside line and able to get ahead of the number 7 sideways, sliding his bike as he got it stopped, but able to gain the position.
An absolutely fantastic move from Unai Aladre, and he's done so well to get himself into this position. He had to fight his way through the pack. He had to take the fight to the leading 3. He's done just that, and he's done it at exactly the right time there.
We just see a replay of Panamera coming through on Pavlets at turn 5. That's an aggressive move from the Spanish rider, and then there's a bit of contact on the exit as well, but that has promoted Panamera into P3.
Yeah, Panamera now in a podium position. Pavlic down to P4. There's still plenty of time for this to change. It's chopping and it's changing, but it is currently at the front. Unai Aladre, who's ahead of Foggia, and Pavlic out of the podium positions for the first time in this race.
Aradre has a gap of around 3 tenths over Foggia heading through turn 13 on the penultimate lap. That would be enough if this is replicated on the last lap to hold the lead through to the line.
And it's getting wider and wider as well. It's now 0.443. Yeah, Aradre, once he hit the front on this last lap now, Aradre is going to be determined to maintain this lead. Foggia getting as close as he can to try and make a move on the inside. It's not quite close enough. Aradre still ahead, but Pavelic does have time and make the move on Palomera. Pavelic, our reigning champion, moves back into P3.
A good move from Pavlets to regain that podium place under braking at turn 1. Palomera was very, had a big moment basically through turn 3, so I think he might have pushed a little bit too hard, and that allowed Pavlets to come back through.
Is Foggia going to try and make a move here as we approach turn 5? The left-hander, where we've seen moves time and time again here, doesn't look like he's quite close enough. It's still Aradre who leads, and he's leading quite, I'm reluctant to say comfortably, but he's leading with the kind of precision we've seen him racing with all day here.
It's relatively comfortable, you would say. Relatively being the operative word. Around 3 tenths still over Foggia, so barring him not hitting his marks, you would think it's under control on this last lap. The interesting thing will be Pavlets and Palomera, whether they are still close heading into turn 10. It looks like Pavlets has got that covered now.
Yeah, just about, but of course anything can happen. It's still Aradre leading as we go into sector 4, the final sector of the final lap of the race. It's still Aradre. We're going through turn 12 now. Aradre ahead of Denis Foggia. Pavelic on the podium for the time being. Going through turn number 13, approaching 14, the last opportunity for any of these riders to claim a place on the podium. One of them is going to miss out. One of these 4, Unai Aradre, is leading as we go through the final quarter onto the start-finish straight, and it is Unai Aradre who wins for the first time in 2026 in the Moto2 European Championship. The Moment Racing team is thrilled, and he will be as well. He's joined on the podium by Denis Foggia and Milan Pavelic. What a race that was. Unai Aradre showing his strength here from start to finish. It was such a tough battle. It was a long and drawn-out battle, but he's come out on top.
He has come out on top, and after starting from P4, he dropped down to around P9, P10 over the opening couple of laps. But that was a sensational ride for the number 10 as he fought his way back up and to claim a late victory.
Yeah, absolutely incredible stuff from Unai Aradre. He's got those 25 points, absolutely vital for him as he looks to really challenge for the Moto2 European Championship this year as well. Last year it came down to the very last race of the campaign. This time around, well, it might well be as dramatic as that as well. It remains to be seen. A little wheelie to celebrate from the Spaniard. Foggia with his first podium here in the Moto2 European Championship, and you can see exactly what that means to him as well. He'll be absolutely thrilled with that performance, and another wheelie to show us exactly how happy he is. And there is Pavelic, who gains 16 more points after another excellent race. He's on the podium for the second time. He did win, of course, in that first encounter here in Barcelona. Has to settle for P3 this time around. He leaves here with 41 points. He can be very happy with that. It's a solid start to his 2026 campaign. And there he's being congratulated by Unai Aradre. Rivalry, but a friendly one. Eric Fernandez finished P5 in the end after starting from pole and after leading in race 1 before crashing out. He does get points on the board though. Aradre then waves on, celebrating in style what was a fantastic and well-deserved win as he heads towards Parc Fermé. Denis Foggia now entering. Chiatti and Boscoscuro team. Very, very happy with that. Unai Radja now. Scenes of delight down in Parc Fermé. We'll be hearing from Unai Radja shortly. Jack has already made his way down. And will be conducting an interview when he can. Someone playing Hotel California down in Parc Fermé. Maybe something more cheerful for the podium, let's say. So apparently Dennis Foggia has actually won the race. It's just being reported on now. So another incident of confusion down in Parc Fermé. Foggia is a Moto2 European Championship winner. Well, on the timing screen, I've got 0.000, so absolutely nothing between Dennis Foggia and Unai Radja. It looked like Radja had done enough. And there it is, there is confirmation of the win for Dennis Foggia. Well, a bit of confusion there, but Dennis Foggia has won. So we won't be hearing from Unai Radja, we will be hearing from Dennis Foggia. Celebrating there, #1. Well, some friendly kisses there. Right, Radja exceeding track limits on last lap, dropped 1 position. There's the confirmation of exactly what happened there. So Unai Radja exceeding track limits on the last lap. Well, a P2 is what he'll have to accept after what was an exceptional performance from Unai Radja. 20 points on the board. Suddenly Hotel California seems a bit more appropriate as well down in Parc Fermé. So a bit of confusion like that. And here we have then Polish rider Milan Pavelet, who is leading the championship, as you see there, with 41 points. Adding 16 after race 2 to the 25 he earned in race 1. A solid Barcelona weekend for Milan. Unai Radja taking a selfie with his Momovan Racing team. Let's see. There it is. There's the confirmation from Race Direction. Exceeding track limits on the last lap, meaning that he had to drop 1 position. He'll be so frustrated with that. Once again showing that the tightest of margins can make all the difference in the Moto2 European Championship. It's quite clear though. So he'll be very frustrated. And we'll be hearing from Dennis Foggia then very shortly, who was there, was in the position he needed to be in to take advantage of that penalty for Unai Radja. Is he just explaining what happened there, venting his frustration? So we are just about ready to hear from Dennis Foggia then, after he was promoted to P1. He's with Jack.
Dennis, you were second on the grid. You led for a lot of that race, eventually fell behind Unai, but came out with the win. How do you feel after that?
Yeah, I was a little bit angry about this morning because I had the pass, but something happened with the tires, and So nothing, was bad race, but I know my potential, and I would like to thank all my team, all my family, all the people that support me in the team, especially Luca, Alessandro, that are like my family, and so I'm really happy. This race was quite hard, but I know that was Radre Unai a little bit faster than me, but so nothing. I'm happy because in the last lap I saw that he think that the last lap was the last, so he make like this, but say it's not focus, and then he touched the green, and I say okay, it's not important to attack another time in the last 2 corners that I was fastest, but so nothing, happy. Now a little bit rest in home, and then come back train for the next race.
And just in Italian for your friends, family, fans back home.
Sì, sono molto contento. Questa mattina è stata una gara difficile perché è successo qualcosa con le gomme, quindi non sono riuscito a mostrare il mio potenziale, ma niente, sono stato molto contento e alla fine sapevo che avevamo il passo. Gara 2 ho cercato di andare avanti e dettare il mio passo, sapevo che Orrate ne aveva un po' di più, quindi ho cercato di fare, diciamo, quel gap, anche se non ce l'ho fatta. Vorrei ringraziare tutto il mio team che mi è sempre molto vicino, sicuramente Luca, Davide, Alessandro, anche Luca Boscoscuro di questa opportunità. Spero di tornare presto al mondiale e so che c'è ancora molta strada, ma continuerò così.
Dennis, thank you, congratulations.
Race 2 in the Moto2 European Championship in 2026 here in Barcelona was an absolutely incredible feat from all of our riders. On pole it was Eric Fernandez, and he looked to try and get away as well as he did in race 1. He was to be denied though by the Italian Dennis Foggia, a feature of Moto3 and Moto2 World Championships over the last few years. The battle behind raged with Milan Pavlic getting into P2 and really making life difficult for Eric Fernandez. Just saw briefly there, Unai Oradre getting himself into the podium picture, doing so incredibly well at turn 1 there. And here again at turn 5, Oradre was just unstoppable. He was so fast throughout after having to plough his way through the field. But he showed just how fast and how capable a rider he is. Got himself into a position behind the race leader Dennis Foggia, and then made his move at turn 10. Wasn't able to make it stick just there, with Pavlic just behind the 2. And then at turn 1 he did get ahead. Unai Oradre started putting bike lengths between himself and Dennis Foggia. So he managed to make the overtake with just 2 laps to go. Then he did touch the green on the last lap and was relegated 1 position. And that meant that the win went to Dennis Foggia for the first time in the Moto2 European Championship. Now we have the podium then for race 2 in the Moto2 European Championship in 2026.
Ahí está. Vámonos con el tercer clasificado. Antes ha sido victoria. Ahora tercero desde Polonia, Milan Pavlic.
Milan Pavlic, our race 1 winner, this time around in P3. 2 podiums to get 2026 underway. He'd be very happy with that. 41 points in his pocket.
Aplausos para Unai Oradre.
Unai Oradre in P2 after being relegated for touching the green on the last lap there.
Ha vuelto, sí, sí, ha vuelto, ahí está, Dennis Foggia.
And Dennis Foggia, who has won this race and will take the top step of the podium. Quick hug for Unai Oradre there. Foggia, of course, acknowledging earlier that Oradre did seem to be faster, but that he didn't need to attack on that last lap because he saw him touching the green.
Vámonos con el tercer clasificado. Third place trophy for Milan de l'equipo AGR Team, que abans han guanyat. Anem ara a Monsieur Jean-Marc Disney, como vicepresidente de la FIM Europa. Vice President of FIM Europe. Segunda carrera para Unai Orradre.
Given the second place trophy, and finally, for our winner, Denis Foggia. It's going to be a very special one for him as well. Complimenti. And as a consequence, we will be hearing the Italian national anthem. The Italian national anthem then, after Denis Foggia was promoted to P1 after Unai Orradre, who won the race on the track, touched the green on the last lap. Now they can enjoy the Prosecco on the podium after a fantastic Moto2 European Championship opening encounter here in Barcelona. These are the final results then. Denis Foggia taking 25 points, Unai Orradre just 20 and completing the podium. Milan Pavelic in P4, Palomera, P5 Fernandez, P6 Morosi, P7 Ralston, Mongiado in 8th, Voigt in P9 and Gimbert in P10. Behind them in P11 it's Rossi Moore, Ludenya in 12th, in 13th Nalus, in 14th Romero, 15th Nepper, Joan Santos in P16, Venturini in 17th, Uriarte in 18th and Uriostegui in P19. Owen van Tricht in P20, in 21 it's Maxwell Toth, Buden Rosmalen in 22nd, Del Olmo in 23rd, Azencold 24th, Real in 25th. These are the rider standings then. Milan Pavelic is in the lead with 41 points. Unai Orradre just 1 point behind with 40. How much did touching the green on that last lap impact already the rider standings then? Eric Fernandez moves up 3 spots to P8. Eric Fernandez then very much in contention still as we finish the first round here in Barcelona after a fantastic Moto2 European Championship opening day. Absolutely incredible action in the Moto2 European Championship. In race 1 and in race 2, the drama was delivered as ordered from start to finish. It went right down to the last lap, and it was an incredible race to behold. That does bring the Moto2 action in the European Championship to a conclusion, although we still have stock to enjoy. European Championship battle for 2026 begins right here in Catalonia, with the riders looking to get to grips with one of the toughest tracks on the circuit. On the calendar, they'll need to show all of their racecraft over the 14-corner course, tricky moments to master at turn 1, the left-hander at turn 5, and especially the hairpin at turn 10, where decisions are made under pressure. Iker Garcia took the stock title last year and has moved on to Moto2, so who steps into that void? Stock has delivered some incredible racing in recent seasons, so let's get the 2026 campaign underway here in Montmeló. The 2025 European Championship in Stock was fiercely contested from the very first race, with Iker Garcia announcing his title intentions with a dominant win. Before Borja Gomez delivered a moment of real joy in Jerez, taking victory on home soil. A red-flagged race in Magny Cours gave Pier Francesco Venturini his moment in the spotlight, while round 4 in Aragon saw Jacopo Quartararo step onto the top step. Quartararo looked set to repeat the trick on home ground in Misano, but crashed out of the lead, and Garcia was there to capitalise. Here in Catalunya, it was Hungary's Timo Varga who seized his opportunity in the early chaos to claim his first victory in the Stock European Championship, with everything still to play for heading to Valencia. Iker Garcia settled it in the most emphatic terms, crossing the line first to take the win, the 25 points, and the Stock European Championship title. Here we have then the class of 2026 in the Stock European Championship. We've seen the likes of Iker Garcia move on to Moto2, and there's a real opportunity for someone else to try and wrest that title away. It's always one of the most exciting classes in this FIM MotoJunior World Championship. We're back with the last race of the day. It's the Stock European Championship. It's round 1 here in Barcelona as we look on at the grid and the beautiful skyline, Mount Tibidabo there in Barcelona. My name's Conor Doherty and I'm joined by Jack Amy for the last race of the day in this fantastic weather.
Yeah, fantastic weather indeed, Connor. 30 degrees air temperature now, 48 degrees track temperature. It's still going up even though it's approaching 4 o'clock in the afternoon here. So yeah, it's the perfect day to go racing really, although maybe if you're actually racing you might disagree and think it's too hot.
I feel like we might be the beneficiaries of a very good air conditioning system here, which
very
allows us to make light of the situation. But it is very, very warm out here for everyone out there watching. It's difficult to convey exactly how warm it is, but since the beginning of the action today, the track temperature's gone up by about 20 degrees. It's absolutely incredible there as we look at the final preparations and how we've got our pole position.
I'm really happy for my first pole position in Stock European Championship and try to push tomorrow in the first laps, and I will try to win thanks to all my sponsors and all the team, and thanks to the championship also. I will try to be alone, but it's so difficult because there are so many fast riders here, and I will try to be alone, but we will see tomorrow.
Trias then with his first pole position in Stock. Looks very much like he's set down a benchmark for what he wants from the 2026 campaign. He's certainly been very impressive in qualifying.
It was very impressive from the Spanish rider, 19 years of age, claiming, as he said, his first pole position in the championship. Hopefully for him, he'll be able to convert that into a strong finish.
He did get on the podium, I think, last year. So it's going to be very interesting. Well, there we are. He didn't. The stats confirm that that was not the case. But it's going to be fascinating to see and just to express again just how warm it is out there. You can see that lovely little fan he's got on top of his bike there.
I'm not sure how much that fan will be doing on the grid,
There we
in
have
all
some
fairness.
fans waving on. Enjoying everything that's happening here at the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya. I'm sure the fan will be doing something. There's a reason why he's got it there. Starting from P2, Uriah Ruiz.
A strong result, obviously, again, for the number 72 with the Honda machine, and he'll be hoping he can take that to victory as well.
Yeah, absolutely. A very, very strong front row here. Blai Trias and Uriah Ruiz will be joined by Alberto Garcia on the front row.
Yeah, Garcia ended last season with 2 podiums in 3 races and has started this season in much similar form. So he'll be hoping he can stand on the rostrum in 3 of the last 4 races by getting one here.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're just under 10 minutes away from getting underway here in the Stock European Championship. The final race of the day in the FIM MotoJunior World Championship. Lorenzo Felon with SF Racing is going to be leading the second row.
One of the most experienced riders in the class, although not specifically in the Stock European Championship. Came through European Talent Cup as it was then in 2018, Red Bull Rookies, Spanish Moto3 World Championship. So he's got lots of experience, and he'll be hoping he can use that to his advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. Bence Kekskes as well with the IUM Motorsports team. Another Hungarian rider who's really looking to take this competition by the scruff of the neck. Let's see what he's able to do from the middle of the second row.
Yeah, he's put himself in a good position at least to challenge for obviously a top 5, potentially a podium, depending on what happens around him, but he'll be hoping to go well from that P5 starting position.
David Jimenez as well with that MDR Competition machine. Going to be starting from P6.
Yeah, end of the second row, or the back of the second row for Jimenez. Good starting spot, gives him the inside heading into turn 1 if he's able to maintain that and gets a good start. But we'll see how he gets on.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see as we confirm that. There's just 5 minutes to go here prior to the action in the last race of the day, Stock European Championship. Now we have the Colombian flag again, Alfonso Linares.
Yep, P7 on the grid for Linares, hoping he can obviously turn that into a strong position on the Yamaha R6 machine.
Now that's style. Juanes Rivera with the Da Corsa Racing team with an absolutely fantastic hat. Sombrero, I think you could call it here.
I think it caught you a bit by surprise, Connor.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting the hat, I can't lie.
P8 on the grid for Rivera, again, obviously looking to make his mark in the championship, and a good, solid Saturday to start his campaign off.
And definitely with the best headwear possible. Definitely the best we've seen so far today. Filippo Foligni, starting from P9.
Again, a rider with a lot of experience, has come through World Supersport and had a lot of sporadic World Supersport appearances. Did score points in that championship when the Yamaha R6 was the bike to be on. So I believe he was on the Yamaha at that point as well. I could be misremembering, but he'll be hoping to go well ahead of Miguel Bernal.
Yeah, I'm sure you aren't misremembering whatsoever. Yeah, Miguel Bernal there, starting from P10. See what he's able to do from that position. It's going to be obviously tougher finding himself in the middle of the pack. He's going to be faced with a different kind of issue to resolve. He's going to be challenging at the front at any point over the course of this race.
Yeah, it will be tough for him, but he's also not in a bad starting position to challenge if he can get a good run from the start. Same with Filippo Orlandi from P11.
Yeah, Orlandi His first season here, just 16 years old. Quite young for one of the Stock European Championship races. But if he's here, it's because he's capable of performing at this level. So we'll see what he's capable of doing.
Exactly, and P11 on the grid, again, it's a good starting position considering his age, and obviously it's his first season in this championship.
Absolutely. So just getting the final preparations ready for the sole Stock European Championship race of the day, which will bring proceedings here in round 1 in Barcelona of the FIM MotoJunior World Championship to a close.
Got 14 laps of racing ahead of us for Stock European Championship, and we know from past experience at this circuit and in other circuits, it's a race that always delivers.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Stock is very much capable of being one of the most fascinating encounters of any race day in this entire championship.
We saw obviously in the season review, but the turn 1 incident with Iker Garcia at the start of last year's race here, which could have cost him the title. It's a long run into turn 1. That everyone is basically at full speed because of how long the run from the grid to the braking zone is. So it is a very tricky turn to start this circuit at.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's take a look at the starting grid then. It is Blightrius with his first pole position. He's on the front row with Uri Ruiz and Alberto Garcia. And it's Lorenzo Felon starting from P4. Bente Quisques from P5 and David Jimenez from P6. On the third row, Alfonso Linares, Juanes Rivera and Filippo Foligni. Then it's Miguel Bernal, Filippo Orlandi and Jacobo Hinojosa behind them. Christian Lolli, Borgelt and Pontillo behind them. Then from P16, this is Chuumi, P17, Diaz, Molik from P18, Chavan P19, Costin P20, Pantelakais 21, Jesus 22, and from P23, it's going to be Rostagni, Lanuza from P25, Rosa 26, Grant Sagan from P27, and at the back, Jordi Losada. And we'll get this warm-up lap underway. Such a critical moment of any race day, as Jack can explain.
Yeah, especially for the stock field who haven't been out on track all day, I believe. This is the first time they'll have meaningful track action, so it's a good chance just to understand where the track is in terms of grip, temperature, how that's affecting the tyres, because we know that in any category in Barcelona, you don't necessarily have to be the fastest rider to win, but you have to be the smartest. You can manage the tyre, stay in contention, and in the last laps, if everyone else around you has pushed, you can just have such a pace advantage without necessarily being the fastest rider across the first 10 laps of the race.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're just going to have to keep a cool head for as long as possible over the course of this race. Tensions might rise, but they're going to need to be smart about it, as you say, in order to get the best result possible here. And there we have the confirmation track temperature 48 degrees, the air 30 degrees.
It feels it when you stand outside, especially when you leave our air-conditioned commentary box.
I bet you do. So as we approach turn 10 now, such a critical rundown as well.
Key overtaking opportunity at the circuit. Heavy braking like turn 1, not quite as heavy, but yeah, it's key to making any moves. And through turn 10, you can run different lines. So they then converge at turn 11, which is sort of the second part of turn 10, really. And they converge, so it can lead to instance people having to stand their bikes up, etc. So it is a key overtaking hotspot. And it's also key to get a good run through 12 and 13, because you never know whether you can make a move at turn 14, the last corner, or on the run to the line.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see how that unfolds. Turn 10, of course, has been amended a couple of times, I think, over the past 20, 30 years.
It has indeed.
We've got the red flag at the front now. Almost ready to get going here in the Stock European Championship. Blytrius making his way to pole position. We've got the red flag at the front. Blytrius taking his time to get to P1. The revs are rising. The red flag departs. The lights are on. They're out and we are racing in the Stock European Championship in 2026. Some big wheelies as we get underway here in Barcelona. Who's gonna get the shot into turn 1 here after the 1 kilometer straight?
It's Alberto Garcia who has taken the lead from the start of the race. An incredible launch from the Spaniard, but it's worth noting Blytrius is down in 6th place. He had a shocking start when lights went out. Lots of wheelie and just could not get going.
Yeah, he wasn't the only one as well. Really, really disappointing start for Blytrius. He's going to be so frustrated with the way that he got away there. He's down in P6, as you say. And Alberto Garcia took full advantage. He's leading from Uriah Ruiz and Lorenzo Felon now.
Yeah, Ruiz maintained his P2 start. Lorenzo Felon gained places, as did Fellini, who has just been overtaken by Jimenez, I think, at turn 5. That was an aggressive move, but it is the... no, sorry, it was Blytrius who was on the move, getting ahead of Fellini, and he was giving them the signal to go with him. He knows he's got the pace to fight for this victory.
Yeah, Blytrius now up into P4.
Bit of chaos behind through turns 7 and 8, about 3 riders side by side, which at that point of the track is very, very unusual. Not something you really see at all, even in any form of motorsport. It's very narrow, as we see Garcia still leading from Ruiz in P2.
Yeah, Blytrius now right on the back of Lorenzo Felon's back wheel as well. So it's just a matter of time. A bit of a moment there, just lifting up his leg, and yeah, there he goes. Blytrius is through there at turn 12.
Yeah, Trias coming through. Felon again lifting his leg on the right-hander there. So I wonder if he's just got a bit of an issue with his bike or just signalling to the riders. But yeah, Trias back into the podium places.
Yeah, Trias back into the podium places, and we've got now 13 laps to go. The first one complete. So we go down the straight. Lorenzo Felon now taking the lead briefly, but he's overtaken very, very quickly. I was far too quick there to make the call.
Yeah, Trias has moved back into the lead of the race. So a shocking start when lights were out. Felon again with his leg off his foot off the peg. So I wonder if it's just an issue with the foot peg, because it's happening a lot, but his pace is obviously good enough to be in contention here.
Yeah, absolutely. But it is Blytrius who's regained the lead after a really, really poor start. So he'll be very, very happy to be back there. And he's already suggested to everyone else that he's the rider that's capable of setting the pace for this race. Well, we'll see whether he's capable of doing that now.
It looks like it. I mean, he's already pulling out a bit of a gap. We're just going to see the overtake for P1 here from Trias. And look how close it is between him and Relief, heading under, braking on the curbs. But it is the number 62 who's able to come out ahead. And Felon in P2, despite his left leg coming off the peg once again.
Yeah, I wonder if we'll ever get to the bottom of that left leg. As we go down through turn 10 now.
Just saw there was a bit of smoke coming off the boot of the number, I think it was the 34 of Rivera.
Oh,
there's a crash in the background as well. But Rivera was pushing very, very hard. Was pushing very, very hard under braking at turn 10 to make sure he kept his position.
Yep, still Blytrius who's leading now, and he does seem to be putting a few bike lengths between himself and this leading group behind him. He's extending that lead quite significantly. He was fastest in Sector 1 and Sector 2. He was the fastest on that last lap by just about 3.5 tenths of a second.
Yeah, very quick as Ruiz moves into P2, and Garcia is ahead of Felon as well at turn 1. Trias is around 3-4 tenths of a second, and it was Umi who crashed, at turn 10. The yellow flag's still out at that corner, and Martin Jesus has also brought his bike into the pits.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate end to both of those riders' races. We just saw Chuimi there just caressing the bike, as if to say, it was my fault maybe, I'm not sure. Blytrius then with the fastest lap, as we just mentioned, 146.099. He told the other riders he had the pace to get back to the front. He's done absolutely that. Maybe they'll regret allowing him through, because with 11 and a half laps to go, well, Blytrius could just get well ahead now.
He could, but we've also seen when people push too much in these conditions, that can come back to bite you. He does have around half a second in hand over Yarlai Ruiz, so he could perhaps just manage that gap. Felon looking like he was going to make a move on Alberto Garcia, but decides against it under braking at turn 10.
Yeah, as we go into sector 4 then, go through the right-hander of turn 12.
It is a breakaway group of 4 at the front. They're around a second clear of Fellini in P5 on the number 11 machine. So it does look like it will be Trias, Ruiz, Garcia and Felon fighting for victory.
Yeah, I mean, they're broken away perhaps a bit earlier maybe than they would have expected, but they are setting a significantly faster pace than everyone else.
They are indeed, and it looks like Felon, is he going to make the move on Garcia under braking? No, he slots in behind the number 31, so he remains in P4, but Garcia does not have this podium wrapped up just yet.
No, not at all. Felon looks to get it done for France. He's got 3 Spaniards ahead of him, and he's still very, very much in contention.
Fellini side by side here with Rivera for P5. It looked like Fellini was wide through turns 3 and 4, but he's able to hold position.
Blytrius now with a gap of 0.641 seconds. It's quite substantial for the Spaniard who's leading now.
He is just slowly eking out that gap over Yarlai Ruiz. Maybe he's looked at the other categories from today and seen that you can push but not too much and just eke out the gap rather than go full gas.
Well, he has been on the stock podium before. He was on it last year, so he knows what it means to be competing at the front of a race in this class.
He's, again, still managing that gap, just around half a second. We've just crossed the sector split time, so we'll maintain that until the start-finish line. Fellini is still under a huge amount of pressure, and again, we're seeing yellow flags out at turns 10 and 11 on our timing screens. So we just wait to see, that's number 59.
Yeah, it's Bambecki.
That is Bambecki has gone down at turn 10. It's a corner where it's very easy to go down, lost the front, tries to hold on to it, but his hopes of points are over.
Yeah, very unfortunate to this Stock European Championship race as we go into turn 1 here at the front of the race. And there it is again. Just fell on with that little kick of the left leg, which is a bit difficult to understand exactly why he's doing it.
It is a bit difficult to understand because normally under braking you would have the leg of the corner coming up dangling. So if it's a right-hander, you dangle your right leg. So it's a bit weird that he seems to have his left foot off the peg at pretty much every at pretty much every corner. That left foot is coming off the peg. So I wonder if it's just an issue with the peg and he's able to keep the pace, because it looks like he's going to make the move on Garcia. No, he did have a look. He showed his front wheel under braking at turn 5.
A bit further back. Well, we'll see if that's confirmed or not.
Nothing has appeared on our timing screens, but Fellini is still under a huge amount of pressure from Rivera. The 2 riders fighting it out over P5 in the first third of this race.
It's been a fascinating opening third. I mean, those first exchanges with Blytrius having that really, really poor start, and then just pulling everything back together so quickly, as we do see David Jimenez making a move now at turn 10. It's a strong, strong performance from him in the middle of the pack to get ahead and maybe try and start approaching the leading group, although the distance does look fairly difficult to...
Yeah, he'll have a hard job to make that gap up. He's in a group of 5 riders or so fighting over P5, and then there would be a 2-second gap to bridge as well if he was able to get to the front of it. So it would be tricky for the number 37 or anyone in this group to latch onto the back of the Trias, Ruiz, Garcia, Felon battle. Although saying that, Trias and Ruiz have broken away as well. So it's now 2 riders fighting for victory, and then Felon and Garcia fighting over P3. And on timing screens, Felon is ahead of Garcia, and we just saw it in the foreground there.
Yeah.
the number 5 then ahead of Garcia. So the French rider on the podium as it stands. But we know there's a long way to go in this race. And there are incredible fights a bit further back.
Yeah, it's a clash that delivers real excitement throughout the entire grid, whether those battles are at the front or a bit further back. Everyone is determined to prove themselves in stock.
They are, yeah. Some riders obviously use it to move up to Moto2, as we saw with reigning champion Iker Garcia. Some riders use it to perhaps kickstart a career that they've maybe struggled to fund, perhaps, or keep it going despite good results. Like, for example, Alvaro Diaz in P16 is a World Supersport 300 champion, but after he won that title, he tried World Supersport and didn't really kick on, and has struggled to get a World Championship seat since. So he'll be hoping he can use this to sort of kickstart his career. At the front, it is still Trias and Ruiz fighting over P1. There's around 4 tenths of a second between them, but they're now 1.8 or 1.4 clear, of Lorenzo Felon in P3. So it is very much 2 distinct groups at the front of the field.
Yeah, it does seem to be a gap that's going to be very difficult to overcome as well. You're right, Ruiz doing everything he can to just try and reel in Blai Trias at the front as well. He's getting close on the brakes as we go into turn 1. And that can also be said for Felon and Garcia as well. 2 individual duels.
Very much so. 2 very distinct groups going on here. We've got Trias and Ruiz around 3 tenths of a second apart, and then there's nothing between Felon and Garcia. It's Garcia on the inside through turn 3. Can he keep that into turn 4? No, he switches to a slightly wider line, hoping he can cut back through the long right-hander of turn 4, but Felon has it covered for now.
But then we go to turn 5. Looks like no, not quite close enough as we approach sector 3.
Just getting a replay here of rider style comparison. A very good shot into turn 1. A lot of chatter there on the GV Racing Yamaha, but able to keep it under control and hit the apex for Trias. Obviously, we'll wait to see what Yarai Ruiz is like. We'll just see that now. Yeah, a bit of chatter as well for him, but nothing. It's nothing to worry about for either of them. Although Ruiz was slightly wide of the apex there, so able to keep it under control. No time lost, and again, Felon with the foot off the pedal. Just see if we can see. Can't really see anything that would be causing that, but it's happening so frequently. So there must be something he's not comfortable with, maybe, that's causing him to do that.
Well, he's got, for the time being, Alberto Garcia behind him. He won't be too comfortable with that.
No, Garcia looked like he got a good run out of the final corner, and he's already trying to get alongside the number 5. Can he use the slipstream to his advantage on the 1 kilometer run down into turn 1, or will Felon be able to defend? The number 5 is able to stay ahead. I'm impressed given how close Garcia was coming out of turn 14.
Yeah, fantastic defensive riding from Lorenzo Felon. He's really managing to hold off Alberto Garcia for the time being.
He is. They looked like they were taking 2 different lines through turn 3, and they were side by side heading through 4. We're watching Fellini and Rivera fight over P5, and Garcia isn't able to pass Felon for P3.
Yeah, Fellini still for the time being. Not for long though, holding off Rivera, who does move through there.
Fellini, I think, is still in P5. He was able to keep that position, the number 11 from the number 84 machine. The purple bike very much ahead there of the number 64. And it's the same for Felon and Garcia. Nothing to separate them, but at the moment, Felon is able to hold that position. But it does look like Garcia is considerably faster, just not in the right points of the track.
Yeah, absolutely. Still huge gaps between these 3 duels we've got at the front. 2.662 seconds between our leading duo and that behind, and then behind them 1.661. Then we have Martin Jesus.
Yeah,
looking very dejected there.
Yeah, just bringing his bike back into the pits after, I think he crashed earlier at turn 10, and someone else has gone down as well. Just went to see who that is. Can't work out who. Panteliakis, the Greek rider, the number 3, has gone down at turn 10. It's a common crash, losing the front, just trying to carry maybe 1 or 2 kilometres now with more speed into the corner.
Yeah, I've seen it numerous times over the course of this day, over the course of the past few years as well.
Yeah, we've also got a crash at, well, on timing screens it's saying turn 23, that's turn 13, because turn 23 doesn't exist, but that's a fast crash for the Indian rider. Good to see he was able to walk away from that.
Yeah. There we are, back at the front with Blai Trias. We go into sector 3.
Trias was slightly wide through turn 7 there. I don't think it's going to have much of an impact through 8, 9 and 10. He should still have enough of a lead to keep P1, but it just maybe a little bit of pressure showing, because it did look like he was slightly wide.
Well, Uriah Ruiz will have taken note of that. He'll know that there are moments where he can try and take advantage of any tiny mistake that Blai Trias makes at the front of this stock race.
It also looked like Felon has just pulled out a bit of a gap over Alberto Garcia now for P3. That's around 0.6 of a second. So perhaps Felon is just able to control that now over the final 6 laps.
Well, yeah, he's going to have to try and control the situation as well as he can. Alberto Garcia did look like he was going slightly faster as well over the last couple of laps, so maybe if he's lost that momentum, he's not going to be able to mount a challenge later on.
It could also be that he pushed a bit too hard trying to get ahead of the of his rival, and then has not been able to, and now needs to hold back for a bit, or just doesn't have the tyre to go full gas now at the end.
Yeah, absolutely. It's still going full gas at the front. Blai Trias and Uriah Ruiz really setting the bar.
They are, and there's still not a lot to choose between them. 0.4 of a second also at the last timing point. Again, Trias may be slightly wide, but it'll be fine heading into turn 5, and he's back on the racing line and no harm done. Alberto Garcia hasn't lost much more time to Felon, so maybe the podium fight isn't over just yet, but the number 31 will need to get a move on because Fellini is less than a second behind him.
Yeah, they're going to start thinking about that now. Who's going to be onto the podium? Currently Felon alongside Ruiz and Trias, who are battling it out at the front.
Just a few attempts between Felon and Garcia at the last timing point on the run into turn 1. Felon took a slightly defensive line initially, but was able to go back through the normal racing line, and Fellini is still ahead of Rivera for P5 as well.
Rivera there trying to get as close as possible to Fellini.
The front pair have pulled out a gap of 4 seconds to Felon and Garcia, so it just shows that Trias did, when he signalled to say he had the pace to go, he wasn't wrong, he very much does, and so did Uriah Ruiz. A couple of tenths between them heading into the first corner with 4 laps to go. Ruiz now closer than he has been for a few laps, and Garcia making the move at turn 1 under braking. Felon barged out of the way, and the number 31 moves into P3.
Yeah, absolutely incredible stuff. And we just almost written him off as well, because he'd been pushing so hard for the previous few laps, then it looked like he dropped off a bit. But as you said, he was biding his time, he was waiting for the moment to make the move, and the moment was at turn 1 there.
It was at turn 1, and as well, Felon looking to fight back through turn 4. Is he going to be able to take a tighter line? Not this time. And we see the move at turn 1. So it's Garcia on the inside, legs dangling out under braking, and Felon again with his left leg off the peg. But it's Garcia who comes through to take a provisional podium spot.
For the time being, yeah. But that battle feels like it's not going to be coming to a conclusion any time soon, does it?
No, you would think Felon will fight back, and he's still racing alongside the number 31 heading into turn 10. So if he can get a good run out of 9, which it looks like he might have done, if he's close enough, he moves to the inside line, and the number 5 on the inside. No, he's not able to make it work, and Fellini has to defend as well from Rivera, and Rivera goes wide.
Yeah, this gap as well between these various groups is really coming down as well. The only gap that's growing is the gap between the leading 2 and everyone else.
Yeah, Trias and Ruiz have pulled out more than 5 seconds over Garcia in P3, aided, of course, by Garcia and Felon fighting. Everyone using the green paint there, so that's something to keep an eye out on the final lap if needed. But it is Trias 3 tenths clear of Ruiz heading it down into turn 1, and Garcia, Felon, Fellini and Rivera separated by 4 tenths. So this is now a 4-rider scrap for P3.
Yeah, it looks like Felon's getting ahead there as well.
Fellini has the inside line.
Fellini. Yeah, absolutely incredible stuff.
Felon was able to defend that because it looked like Fellini was deep into turn 1, which meant he had to compromise turn 2 to make sure that he was able to get a good run through 3. So Fellini's done well to recover that in P4, but it allowed Felon to get back ahead. And now Fellini's going to have a look. No, he's not able to, but Garcia is now all over the back of the Italian.
Yeah, this 4 is really battling it out now. They know they've got just 2.5 laps to go. And if they want the position on the podium, then they need to be in as best a position as possible.
Rivera looked like he was making the move on Garcia at turn 5, but Garcia's responded at turn 7. That's a brave place to make the move, but the number 31 is able to make it stick. I think he looked like he had a bit of an error coming out of the corner, but able to hold position.
Yeah, now as we go running down towards turn 10, is this a position where anyone's going to try and make a move? Not this time around, but we could see some action there.
Yeah, it's turn 10 on the last lap will be a hot spot, you would think, potentially between Trias and Ruiz, although Trias has opened up that gap to now more than half a second over the number 72. So you would think maybe Trias is managing, maybe Ruiz has run out of tyre in the last couple of laps, but we'll find out over the final 2 laps, because maybe Ruiz has done what Garcia did and held back a little bit over 2 laps to make sure he could fight at the end.
Yeah, absolutely. The fact that Ruiz has managed to stay with him for this entire time as well means that he also has the pace, for much as Trias is saying, I've got the pace to lead this race. There goes an absolutely incredible move once again at turn 1.
Alberto Garcia getting ahead of Rivera at turn 1, under braking for P5. Obviously Garcia was in the podium fight, but looks like he's lost out because Felon and Fellini, Fellini's actually in P3 according to the timing scheme. So yeah, Fellini is ahead of Felon as well. The number 11 has got ahead into a podium position.
Yeah, fantastic work from the Italian.
The Felon looking to fight back through turn 5, but not able to make it stick there. But Garcia and Rivera have lost a lot of time to the riders ahead. So it's sort of 3 groups now. You've got Trias on his own. He's almost a second clear. Ruiz in second, and then Fellini and Felon fighting over P3.
Just as we were saying that Ruiz might have been conserving a bit of tyre or something, trying to manage the situation ahead of making a move with just a lap and a half to go. Well, that gap is growing and growing and growing. It's actually growing very, very quickly as well. It's up to 1.2 seconds.
It has grown very quickly. So Trias was perhaps the one managing his tyre in the closing or in the middle part of that race to make sure he had enough at the end, because that gap has just extended massively over the last couple of laps.
Yeah, Trias showing everyone else how it's done. Absolutely fantastic stuff from the young Spaniard. As we go through turn number 14 now. And now we are on to the last lap. Trias with the lead and a gap of 1.754 seconds. He's approaching turn number 1 by himself. He's got Uriah Ruiz following him, currently in P2. The battles are happening behind. It's Fellini, it's Felon. Who's going to be leading as we enter sector 2? It's currently Felon, but not for long. What about that for a move? Felon ahead of Fellini now.
Felon was able to somehow take the outside line through turn 2, gave him the inside for 3, and has been able to make it stick. That's an incredible move from the number 5, but he's got to defend from Fellini. Now the number 11 can't make that work at turn 4.
Yeah, they're all fighting over the last spot on the podium here. It's going to be so close. We're going down into turn 5 now. It's a space for anyone to make a move. The last spot on the podium is up for grabs. It's still Felon who's ahead of Fellini and Garcia, as well as Rivera.
Felon still leading Fellini through turns 7 and 8. Fellini will need to get a good run through 9 and make the move at 10, you would think, if he's to have a chance of this podium. And it looks like he's got a great run through Kamsa, but is it good enough? Because Fallon will go very defensive. Fellini on the inside, under braking, does make it work. But he's wide, Fallon has taken back P3.
How costly might that prove to be on the last lap for the last spot on the podium? And Fellini is ahead of Fallon now. Well, our race leader, Blai Trias, is going through turn 4 now. He is going to win here in the Stock European Championship. 25 points go his way.
And Fallon will cross the line to take a podium finish ahead of Fellini after that incredible fight.
Yeah, that was an absolutely sensational battle for the third spot on the podium. And there is a round of applause. You can see what it means in that GB Tamil Racing box. Absolutely incredible from start to finish there. Blai Trias showing us exactly what it means to him. 6-7 there or something. Incredible stuff from Blai Trias.
It's worth noting, over the final few laps, that gap went from a handful of tenths between Trias and Ruiz to 3.6 seconds.
I think over the last 2 laps.
He pulled out around 2.5 seconds. So he was obviously managing his tyres and had the best pace.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, flag for Pau Alsina there for Blai Trias. Lovely little way to pay homage. And an important victory for Blai Trias as well. Gets his campaign in 2026 underway in the best possible way. Uri Ruiz finished in P2. A very strong performance as well. Just dropped off right at the end there, unable to maintain the pace that had allowed him to keep up with Blai Trias for so long over the course of that race. Trias just disappearing completely at the end, showing everyone just how strong he is as a rider in the Stock European Championship. He was obviously on pole position, but he got away so poorly to begin with. He very much made up for that start there. Lorenzo Fallon, who completes our podium here in Barcelona. The SF Racing rider, finishing P3 after a very, very intense battle with the likes of Filippo Foligni, Alberto Garcia, Juanes Rivera. A really, really tough battle for third place here. And now our podium finishers make their way to Parc Fermé. And after an initial debriefing, we'll be hearing from Blai Trias. After he won his first ever Stock European Championship race. A huge result for him. What a way to get the 2026 campaign underway. A very worthy winner on that GV Tamil Racing machine. Does now approach Parc Fermé, where I'm sure the celebrations will be. Very, very intense. You can hear them already. Pure joy in Parc Fermé. P1 for Blai Trias. Absolutely incredible scenes. Well, the first win for the 19-year-old. As they prepare to take a photo together. Impact for May. This means he will be leading the championship as we prepare for round 2. Just reinforcing the message for Pau Alsina. And he's got the number 26 of Pau Alsina as well on his bike. A lovely way to pay homage to Pau Alsina, who we lost last year. Here we have Uri Ruiz then. Takes 20 points into our next round in Estoril. I'm not sure exactly who's in control of the music down in Parc Fermé, but we've had a very eclectic mix, haven't we? Here we have Lorenzo Felon with his 3rd place finish. His first time racing here, he's done so well. Here we can have a look at the overtake that won the race. Blytrius, after getting a bad start, told everyone else he had the speed to get back to the front and for everyone to follow him. Well, he showed us exactly what he needed to do there. Just see how much of a gap he won by as well. Truly stunning performance from Blytrius. And he's really staked his claim. We can hear from him now.
Bly, you started from pole position, you dropped back at the start, but you fought your way back through to take a first win in Stock Europe. How does that feel?
Yeah, I feel so good. I did a shit of start. I started so bad, so I tried to push in the first laps to go to the first front, because I know that all the weekend I know that I have the piece, and I got to take the P1. I take a little bit of advantage, and I take to manage a little bit, and finally I can win my first win here in a Stock European Championship. Thanks to the championship for this amazing category to impulse our riders for Moto2, and thanks to all my family, my sponsors, and all the people that support me every day, my girlfriend, my dad, my trainers, Jaume Palau, Iñaki, Roberto. Thanks to all to push me at the top in the race. Thank you very much to all.
Just a quick apology for the language there, but also in Spanish for your fans back home and watching on TV.
Bueno, he hecho, como he dicho en inglés, una salida de mierda. He salido muy mal, pero he podido apretar fuerte al principio y remontar posiciones bastante rápido. Y cuando me he puesto delante sabía que tenía el ritmo todo el fin de semana. He intentado estirar el grupo un poco y escaparme. He podido coger un poquito de ventaja y la he sabido manejar bien para gestionar bien la goma. En las últimas vueltas he dado un pequeño tirón para poder coger más ventaja y nada, mi primera victoria aquí en el FIM Junior World Championship, y estoy muy contento y agradecido a todo el campeonato por hacer esta categoría que nos ayuda a nosotros los pilotos a impulsar para la Moto2, y agradecer también a todo mi equipo que hemos hecho un trabajo increíble este fin de semana, agradecer a mis entrenadores, mi familia, mi novia y a todo el mundo que me está apoyando todos los días, día tras día, para conseguir mi sueño, y muchas gracias a todos. Nos vemos en la próxima. Gas.
Lai, thank you, congratulations.
Thank you.
What a race to get the Stock European Championship underway in 2026. Here are the highlights from the only stock race of today's session. Blytrius got away poorly from the start, but quickly showed everyone why he is the rider to beat. He told all the other riders that he had the speed to get back to the front after dropping down to P6 and did just that. He led then from that point on and looked almost impossible to keep up with. Uriah Ruiz tried to do it and was able to more or less maintain the pace up until the final 2 laps. Behind them, the likes of Filippo Follini, Alberto Garcia, Juanes Rivera and Lorenzo Fellon were all battling it out for the last spot on the podium. It was in the end Lorenzo Fellon who was able to make his move stick and claim the 3rd spot. And 16 points to take to Estoril for the next round of the Stock European Championship. He'll be joined on the podium by Uriah Ruiz and our runaway winner, Blai Trias. We did see several riders caught out on what is a very, very tricky circuit to master, especially at turn 10 and a couple of times at turn 3 as well. Lorenzo Fellon here making the move that would allow him to claim that last spot on the podium, battling throughout with Filippo Follini. But finally, he was able to make it stick. In the end, Trias gets his first win in the Stock European Championship. And here we have the podium in Stock after what was a truly sensational race. Lorenzo Fellon will be the first rider to come out. The SF Racing rider with 16 points in his pocket. Uriah Ruiz is next, P2, in a very strong ride. And Blai Trias on the top step of the podium after a fantastic win. A truly incredible performance here, a performance he's dedicating to Pau Alsina.
Vinga, anem amb el senyor Manel Muñoz com a director d'operacions de Fira Circuit.
Manel Muñoz
l'encarregat de felicitar
with the trophy for the team representative. You see the GV Tamil Racing team are very happy with that. What a way to start their campaign, of course, as well. Lorenzo Fellon then with his 3rd place trophy. Jean-Marc Deneux with the 2nd place trophy for Uriah Ruiz. And finally, our last winner of the day, Blai Trias. So we'll be hearing the Spanish national anthem.
Per aquests propers anys i en diferents categories. En honor del guanyador, escoltem l'himne d'Espanya.
A podium finish then for Lorenzo Fellon and Uriah Ruiz and Blai Trias. An absolutely incredible race in Stock to conclude a fantastic opening round in the FIM MotoJunior World Championship. Here are the final results. Blaitrias with the win, followed by Uriah Ruiz and Lorenzo Fillon onto the podium. Then it was Follini in P4, Garcia in P5, Rivera in P6, Bernal in P7, Hinojosa in P8, Jimenez in P9, and Christian Lolly in P10. Behind them in 11th, Linares, in P12, Pontillo, in 13th, Diaz, 14th, Orlandi, Borgelt, 15th, Panteliakis, in 16th, in P17, Molik, Losada in P18, and Dialiano in P19. Afterwards, it was Lanuza in P20, Costin in 21st, Ross in P22, Granshagen in P23, Rostagni in P24, Keskes in P25, Chavan in P26, Jesus in P27, Rodriguez in P28. And then we had Bambeki, Uchiumi and Lopez in 29th, 30th and 31st respectively. That means the rider standings look like this. Blaitrias is leading with Ruiz and Fellon behind him after their podium finishes. Follini in P4, Garcia in P5, in 6th it's Rivera, Bernal in P7, Hinojosa in P8, Jimenez in P9 and in 10th it's Christian Lolly. Then we have Linares in 11th, Pontillo in 12th, Diaz in 13th, Orlandi in 14th, and with the last of the point scorer positions, it's Borgelt in P15. And with the end of the Stock European Championship race, the FIM MotoJunior World Championship opener comes to a conclusion. But make sure you join us for our next round in Portugal at the Circuito de Estoril. We've got more MotoJunior action coming your way on June 14th. We'll save you a seat for it.